Chapter 1230. In order to revive the sword ancestors' orthodoxy, Ning Fan had lost a lot of devil blood. His ancient devil ancestor blood was even used up. Due to this reason, Ning Fan's qi and blood looked rather weak. In the eyes of Bei Xiaoman and her daughter, it became the irrefutable evidence that Ning Fan was beyond cure. When she thought of Ning Fan's slightly pale complexion, Yuan Yao became even more determined to cure him. She sent someone to Eternal Spring Island, saying that she had something to ask of them. However, her message was like a stone sinking into the ocean. She did not get any reply from them. Eternal Spring Island in Northern Heaven. Eternal Spring Island was where Taoist Chang Sang's dojo was located. It was one of the 9 great blessed lands of Northern Heaven. The island was like spring all year round with abundant spiritual qi. As far as the eye could see, it was filled with thriving medicinal fields. Those who did not know the truth would certainly be enchanted by the beautiful scenery of the medicinal fields. Only those ancient monsters with powerful spirit senses could sense that countless corpses of cultivators were buried under the medicinal fields. All of them were the failed cultivators who came here to seek medicine and treatment. The people of the world only knew that Taoist Chang Sang was kind and skillful. However, they did not know that one would have to pay a huge price and take a huge risk to ask for Taoist Chang Sang's help. First of all, one would have to kneel on Eternal Spring Island for 1,000 years to express their sincerity. Secondly, one would have to complete the 9 trials that Taoist Chang Sang set up. Only by passing all of them would one be qualified to receive his help. Failure would mean death. The difficulty of the 9 trials was extremely high. 70 to 80% of those who came to seek medicine would die during the trials. In the end, their bones would be buried under the medicinal fields and become fertilizer. At this moment, 4 disciples of the Eternal Spring sect who were shrouded in 7-colored luck were conducting the 9 trials for a group of people who came to seek medicine. These 4 disciples were all immortal Emperor Realm cultivators. Their appearances were even more peculiar. One was tall, one was short, one was fat and one was skinny. Due to the luck on their bodies, they could only see their rough silhouettes but not their actual appearances. While the 9 trials were going on, the skinny immortal emperor among the 4 disciples suddenly exclaimed. Then, he bent his palm and drew a messenger flying sword from the starry sky. Who is seeking medicine this time? The eldest disciple of Taoist Chang Sang, the tallest immortal emperor, asked bluntly. His immortal title was Great Emperor East Plague. It's the Palace Lord of the Lost World Palace, a little girl who's shedding space. The skinny immortal emperor said in disdain. He was the 4th disciple of Taoist Chang Sang, and his immortal title was Great Emperor North Plague. Who is this girl asking for medicine for? Could it be that it was for his master, the old woman of the Western Palace? If that's the case, it's not like I can't let her off the hook. However, what's strange is that I don't remember Master making a move against the old woman from the Western Palace. The 2nd disciple, the Southern Plague Great Emperor, asked. It's not for the old woman in the Western Palace. It seems to be for one of her juniors. Then just ignore her. This woman really doesn't know the rules. Even those ancient immortal venerables have to kneel for 1,000 years when they come to my Eternal Spring Island to ask for medicine. Is sending a voice transmission to ask for medicine something she can do? Does she think she is an immortal king or an immortal emperor? The 3rd disciple, Great Emperor Western Plague, coldly sneered. 3rd junior brother is right. Let's quickly deal with this batch of people who are asking for medicine. Let's not waste time on the matter of a little kid from the Lost World Palace. The 2nd disciple, Great Emperor Western Plague, nodded. To these high and mighty immortal emperors, Yuan Yao was just a little kid. The mere title of the Palace Lord of the Lost World Palace could not scare them at all. As such, Yuan Yao's message was like a stone sinking into the ocean. There was no response. For several days, Yuan Yao did not receive any reply. How could she not understand the meaning of Eternal Spring Island? It seems like I have to go to Eternal Spring Island personally. Only then will there be a glimmer of hope to solve this matter. Yuan Yao sighed helplessly. It was not that she did not know the rules. It was also not that she was unwilling to go to Eternal Spring Island personally and kneel for 1,000 years. The problem was that the second round of the grand competition was just around the corner. Would the Lost World Palace let the Palace Lord go? Of course not. If she wants to go to Eternal Spring Island, she would at least have to wait until all 3 rounds of the grand competition are over. Otherwise, her master alone would never let her leave the island. She really had no choice. After the 3rd round of the grand competition is over, I will go to Eternal Spring Island personally. Yuan Yao made up her mind. Ning Fan had lost too much of his devil blood. Of course, he had to solve this matter. Fortunately, he had taken a large amount of ancient devil blood wine from the Green Lotus Sword clan. As long as he refines all of the blood wine, he could easily replenish the devil blood that he had lost. The only problem was that the devil talisman's injuries were too severe. It was not easy to recover. Previously, in order to revive the sword ancestor's orthodoxy, Ning Fan had sacrificed all of his ancient devil ancestral blood. In total, he had sacrificed 10 drops of ancestral blood. Among these 10 drops of ancestral blood, 6 of them were produced on the spot in the Green Lotus Sword clan. As these 6 drops had yet to fuse with the devil talisman, even if they were lost, the damage to the devil talisman would be negligible. However, the problem was the 4 drops of ancestral blood that he sacrificed in the beginning. Those 4 drops of ancestral blood had already fused with the devil talisman. The consequence of forcefully sacrificing them was that all 236 strokes on the devil talisman were broken. They needed to be repaired one by one. Refining the ancient devil blood wine did not take too long. However, repairing the devil talisman was definitely not something that could be completed in 3 to 5 days. Xiao Man, I have some urgent matters to attend to. I need to enter the Lost World Tower for a while. Is there a Lost World Tower that I can enter and exit at any time? I want to enter the tower for a few days of seclusion. When the second round begins, I will naturally come out and become your chess soldier. Ning Fan asked. You want to enter the Lost World Tower? No way. The second round of the grand competition is just around the corner. The time power of the entire Sea of Time has been drawn to the Four Corners chess realm. All the Lost World Towers have been sealed. It's useless for you to enter. Wait. Why don't you just go to the Four Corners chess realm to cultivate? The flow of time in the Four Corners chess realm is 1/10,000th of the outside world. Besides, the flow of time there is no restriction on the level of one's cultivation base. It's much better if you just go to the Four Corners chess realm. Bei Xiaoman answered. The Four Corners chess realm that Bei Xiaoman mentioned was the place where all the chess soldiers would fight after the second round begins. There are still 5 days before the second round begins. Is it inappropriate for me to go there in advance? Ning Fan asked. Don't worry. I'm the 4th mistress of the Lost World Palace after all. I still have the authority to go there. There are still 5 days before the second round begins. In other words, you can stay in seclusion for 50,000 days and nights in the chess world. I think such a long period of time should be enough for you. By the way, you have to bring this token of the chess devil with you. When the second round begins, this token will be the token for you to fight in the Four Corners chess realm. Bei Xiaoman handed Ning Fan an identity token. It was the token for Ning Fan to participate in the second round. There were 2 lines of words engraved on the front of the token. Devil, Bei Xiaoman, it meant that Ning Fan was Bei Xiaoman's chess soldier. The type of chess soldier was the devil among the fiend gods, demons, immortals and ghosts. There were also 2 lines of words engraved on the back of the token. No chess world talisman, no military merit. What's a chess world talisman? Ning Fan asked casually. After the second round begins, all the chess soldiers in the chess world will be randomly given 3 chess world talismans. If you want more chess world talismans, you will have to purchase them separately. Speaking of chess world talismans, this item is especially important. It's an ancient talisman that can only be used in the chess world. Bei Xiaoman explained at least 100,000 words. Thus, she had to omit 100,000 words. All right. I understand. Ning Fan said indifferently. You really understand? You've memorized the types, effects and prices of the 3,000 chess world talismans? Bei Xiaoman asked with uncertainty. I've memorized them all. In other words, when the second round begins, I only need to eliminate all the enemies that I encounter. No. You don't understand at all. Bei Xiaoman held her forehead helplessly. Forget it. I chose you as a chess soldier because I don't expect you to make many military merits for me. If you don't want to remember these rules, you don't have to. When the second round begins, I will send other chess soldiers to protect you. You just need to protect yourself. That's more important than anything else. You have to remember that you're a patient. Don't force yourself if you encounter any problems. When the battle begins, if the enemy's chess soldiers want to kill you, just run away. Don't be afraid even if you can't escape because no one will really die in the chess world. Bei Xiaoman reminded him repeatedly. Thus, Ning Fan entered the four-sided chess world 5 days earlier by using the back door. The four-sided chess world was a damaged vast thousand world that was controlled by the Lost World Palace. It would only be open for a short period of time during the second round of the grand competition. It would be in a sealed state and no one was allowed to enter during the competition. The rules of the second round of the grand competition required the disciples of the 3 palaces of the Lost World Palace to compete in the 6 games of chess in the outside world. The chess soldiers that the disciples chose would fight each other in the four-sided chess world according to the requirements of the game. For example, if Bei Xiaoman moves the chess devil that represented Ning Fan during a game of chess, Ning Fan's position in the chess world would be moved according to the same command. If Bei Xiaoman wanted to use Ning Fan to eat other people's chess pieces, Ning Fan would fight against the chess soldier that represented the chess piece. If Ning Fan could defeat the chess soldier in the chess world, he would succeed in eating the chess piece. If Ning Fan was not the opponent's match, he would fail in eating the chess piece. Bei Xiaoman's chess skills were very good but the strength of the chess soldiers was equally important. Otherwise, she would not be able to eat the chess pieces of the enemy and win. Usually, the battles between chess soldiers would not result in real death. This was because the four-sided chess world contained some kind of special power. Any chess soldiers who died in the chess world could be reborn in the outside world. In the battles between chess soldiers, not only did they have to compete with each other's cultivation base, but they also had to pay attention to their killing techniques. These techniques were the reasonable use of the chess world talisman. The chess world talisman was a kind of magical talisman. It only existed in the four-sided chess world and it could only be used in the chess world. It could not be brought out of the outside world. There were a total of 3,000 types of chess world talisman which corresponded to the number of great Tao in the heavenly cycle. Each of them had immeasurable power. If the chess world talisman is used well, a cultivator with a lower cultivation base could even defeat a cultivator with a higher cultivation base. Then, here comes the question. What were the 3,000 types of chess world talisman? What were their effects? The chess soldiers of other clans had long memorized the types and effects of the 3,000 types of chess world talisman. However, they still felt that it was not enough. Ning Fan, on the other hand, could not even recognize all the names of the 3,000 types of chess world talisman. If it wasn't because his strength was far stronger than the other chess soldiers, he would definitely make his teammates cry if he participated in the competition with such an attitude. Forget it. I'll slowly study the chess world talisman when the second round begins. Right now, recovering my devil blood is more important. Ning Fan hung the token of the chess devil on his waist according to the rules of the second round. Then, he began to search for a suitable place for seclusion in the four-sided chess world. The mountains and rivers in the four-sided chess world were arranged according to the layout of the 6-bow chessboard. The 4 corners of the chess world represented 4 camps which corresponded to the east, west, south, and north palaces of the Lost World Palace. In fact, the Lost World Palace did not just consist of the 3 palaces. There used to be the Nangong Palace as well. However, due to some reasons, the Nangong Palace's bloodline was completely wiped out. It was a tragic event. This led to a result. Ever since the Nangong Palace was annihilated, the chess soldiers could only choose between the Eastern Army, the Northern Army and the Western Army in the second round of the competition. Ning Fan was a chess soldier of Bei Xiaoman. Naturally, he belonged to the Western Army. Before the second round officially begins, he could not wander around the chess world. He could only move around in the military camp of the Western Army. Otherwise, he would be deprived of his right to be a chess soldier. Although it was called a military camp, it actually covered a vast area. There were 30,000 immortal mountains in the military camp. Each of the mountains had a cave dwelling for the chess soldiers of the Western Army to rest. There were 10 shops. These shops were where the chess soldiers used their battle points to buy the chess world talismans. At the moment, the shops had not been opened yet. There were 800 armored soldiers of the Western Army patrolling the area. All of them were nascent Soul Realm stone puppets. As soon as Ning Fan entered the military camp of the Western Army, a nascent Soul Realm puppet immediately walked towards him and asked with an expressionless face. "You are the 22nd chess soldier of the Western Army to enter this world in advance. Entering this world in advance is already against the rules. You must not cause any more trouble here. Otherwise, you will be deprived of your right to be a chess soldier and be expelled from this world. It will be too late for regrets." Understood. Ning Fan nodded his head. He was not angered by the arrogant tone of the nascent Soul Realm stone soldier. These patrolling nascent Soul Realm stone soldiers had low spiritual intelligence. They would speak arrogantly to everyone. They would not change their tone just because someone's cultivation base was higher than theirs. Even though their cultivation base was low, these nascent Soul Realm stone soldiers seemed to be like the rulers of the chess world. They had supreme authority. Even an ancient immortal venerable might be chased out of this world if he offended these stone soldiers. The flow of time in this world is 1/10,000th of that of the outside world. Based on the time in this world, there are still 48,576 days before the second round begins. Before that, you can choose a cave abode to rest in. Once you have chosen a cave abode, you cannot change it. Before the second round ends, you cannot leave on your own. Otherwise, you will be deprived of your right to be a chess soldier. If you have any doubts, you can look for any of the patrolling soldiers here. There will be someone who will answer your questions. The patrolling soldier continued. I understand. Ning Fan no longer talked nonsense with the patrolling soldier. He immediately chose a cave abode and began his seclusion to repair the devil talisman. Before him, there were already 21 chess soldiers of the Western Army who entered this world in advance through the back door. After him, there would be others who would enter this world in advance. Obviously, Bei Xiaoman was not the only one who had the special authority. Another chess soldier has entered this world. I wonder which clan he belongs to. The chess soldiers of the Western Army who had entered this world in advance vaguely sensed Ning Fan's arrival. However, due to the restriction on spirit sense in the four-sided chess world, these people could not spread out their spirit sense to sense Ning Fan. Thus, they did not know who had entered this world. Repairing the devil talisman was destined to be a boring and long process. After Ning Fan came to the chess world, he did not go out for a single day. What he did every day was nothing more than staying in his cave abode, drinking some ancient devil blood wine and using the power of the wine to repair the devil talisman. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Ning Fan had finally repaired the devil talisman. All the ancient devil blood essence that he had lost had also been replenished. The grade of his ancestral blood finally began to rise rapidly. Unlike the hasty cultivation in the Green Lotus Sword clan, Ning Fan had a lot of time to slowly polish his ancestral blood in the four-sided chess world. Every time he cultivated a drop of ancestral blood, Ning Fan would spend several years to carefully integrate the ancestral blood into the devil talisman. The only troublesome thing was that there seemed to be a force in the chess world that hindered Ning Fan from concealing the phenomenon of his ancestral blood. As a result, every time Ning Fan cultivated a drop of ancient devil ancestral blood, everyone would know about it. The expressions of all the chess soldiers changed and they gathered together to discuss about it. Hiss! Someone has cultivated the ancestral blood of the devil race in the southwestern cave abode. I wonder if he is a real ancient devil or a fake ancient devil. He should be a fake ancient devil. Where can we find an ancient devil or a devil ancestor during the Dharma ending era? Even if he is just a fake devil ancestor, he should be proud of himself. Being able to cultivate a drop of fake devil ancestral blood, even if he isn't an ancient immortal venerate, I'm afraid he is also an extremely powerful being among the true immortals. This was the discussion among the chess soldiers of the Western Army when Ning Fan cultivated the first drop of ancient devil ancestral blood. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Ning Fan began to integrate the second drop of ancestral blood into the devil talisman. What? It has only been less than 2 years and that person has actually cultivated another drop of ancestral blood? What exactly is his background? If that person is an immortal venerate devil cultivator, he must be an extremely powerful one. Amazing! Amazing! I admire him. Another few years passed and Ning Fan began to integrate the third drop of ancestral blood. Hiss! 3 drops already. That person has cultivated 3 drops of ancestral blood. 3 drops of ancestral devil blood. Among the devil cultivators of the northern heaven, that person can be ranked in the top 10. There's nothing we can do about it. Who asked the northern heaven to have so few devil cultivators? Could this person be an immortal king from somewhere? Amazing! Amazing! I admire him. A few years later, the 4th drop arrived. 4 drops already. That person actually managed to cultivate 4 drops of ancestral devil blood in a row. I must have seen a fake phenomenon. Among the devil cultivators of the northern heaven, this person is at least ranked in the top 5, he must be an immortal emperor. A few years later, the 5th drop, the 6th drop, the 7th drop, the 8th drop, the medicinal power of the ancient devil blood wine was just too massive. It was the blood wine that Daoist Nine Sword had spent his entire life collecting. It consumed a total of 300 drops of pseudo-ancient devil ancestral blood to brew. The more Ning Fan cultivated, the more ancestral blood he had. The discussions in the military camp of the Western Army also became fewer and fewer. After seeing the phenomenon of Ning Fan's ancestral blood, the chess soldiers of the Western Army were no longer surprised. They had already become numb to it. When Ning Fan condensed the 14th drop of ancestral blood, a few chess soldiers who were playing chess and drinking tea in boredom raised their heads and glanced at him. Then, they lowered their heads and continued playing chess. The mirage in the Four Corners chess world is really a creation of heaven and earth. I almost believe that someone really managed to cultivate 14 drops of ancestral devil blood. Isn't it 13 drops? Isn't it 16 drops? Forget it. Who cares how many drops there are? Hurry up. It's time for you to leave. From the 7th level to the 8th level. 15 drops. 16 drops. Finally, the number of devil blood Ning Fan had was fixed at the 17th drop. In terms of the number of ancestral blood, even the 9 great devil ancestors who were suppressed in the ancient devil's abyss did not have as much as him. Of course, if it were those great ancient devils on the Devil Conferral Summit, there would be some who had stronger devil blood than Ning Fan. The cultivation of devil blood gets harder as I progress further. The amount of bloodline energy required to cultivate from the 17th to the 18th drop is enough for an ancient devil with royal bloodline to produce 3 drops of ancestral blood. If I didn't sacrifice 10 drops of ancestral blood, I might be able to produce the 19th drop of devil blood or even the 20th drop. Ning Fan was just making a casual calculation. He did not regret sacrificing the 10 drops of ancestral blood. When Ning Fan only had 4 drops of ancestral blood, he could only draw the devil talisman 236 times because he did not have enough ancestral blood to continue. Now that he had 17 drops of ancestral blood, he could finally continue drawing the devil talisman that he could not finish in the past. He had too many wood elemental insights that he wanted to inscribe into the devil talisman. He wanted to inscribe all the insights that he had gained when he suppressed water cultivators with the wood element. He wanted to inscribe the qualitative changes of water and wood into the devil talisman. However, all of these were not what he wanted to inscribe into the devil talisman. He was a persistent cultivator. His devil path was obstinate and he did not have any regrets in the first place. Today, however, he wanted to inscribe a trace of regret into the devil talisman. A trace of regret. The number of strokes on the devil talisman increased. Ning Fan used all of those strokes to draw a green lotus that seemed to be smiling in the wind. In the past, Ning Fan only spent his life's insights and emotions to draw the devil talisman. This time, however, he wanted to inscribe all of his regrets in the past into the devil talisman. He wanted to inscribe that woman into his devil talisman. He wanted to remember that woman in his heart. This kind of regretful emotion might cause the devil talisman itself to be imperfect. However, he would rather keep this trace of imperfection than erase the green lotus from the devil talisman. 300 strokes. 400 strokes. 500 strokes. 506 strokes. Ning Fan's devil talisman strokes could no longer increase. He needed more ancestral blood to continue improving. The lines of the devil talisman swam on the surface of Ning Fan's body like tadpoles, making him look exceptionally demonic at this moment. If ordinary people see the devil talisman on Ning Fan's body, they would only feel an inexplicable chill in their hearts, but they would not understand the reason behind it. However, if an ancient devil sees such a devil talisman, he would certainly be intimidated by the might of the ancestral blood. If Ning Fan insists on intimidating them, an ancient devil with an ordinary bloodline would not even have the right to remain standing in front of him. The increase in the grade of his devil blood did not directly increase Ning Fan's cultivation base. Instead, it increased his control over his devil sense by more than 10 times. In the past, Ning Fan could not step into the second stage of the ancient devil atavism technique because he could not bear the devil sense of the second stage. Once he steps into the second stage, his rationality would certainly be devoured by the devil sense and he would become a killing machine. Now, however, he had a trace of qualification to step into the second stage of the ancient devil atavism technique with a clear mind. Let me try and see if I can step into the second stage of the atavism technique. Ning Fan activated the first stage of the atavism technique. His entire body emitted the blood steam of blood absorption regeneration. He began to attempt to step into the second stage of the atavism technique. This stage required the use of the eternal ancient true body. Therefore, the eternal ancient true body automatically manifested and slowly changed its appearance along with the second stage of the atavism technique. From the appearance of a golden flame giant, he slowly turned into a golden armored tree devil. With Ning Fan's magic power of 17,000 tribulations, activating the golden flame true body could increase his cultivation base to 1,000 tribulation realm. Turning from the golden flame true body into a golden armored tree devil, Ning Fan's cultivation base once again increased to 1,000 tribulation realm. Now, his magic power was almost comparable to a quasi-saint of 19,000 tribulation realm. This appearance of a golden armored tree devil is just like my second stage true body. This is the second stage true body that is triggered by the ancient devil atavism technique. It should be different from the ordinary second stage true body. In the past, old man Shui Yen used the second stage of the atavism technique and transformed into a devil tail. I don't seem to have succeeded in drawing out the power of that devil tail. Ning Fan's true body closed his devil eyes and concentrated his mind like never before. When he was concentrating his mind, he suddenly heard a voice calling out to him. That voice seemed to be coming from a very, very deep place. Ning Fan tried to find the source of the voice. Following the direction of the voice, his mind gradually sank into that unreachable place. After he closed his eyes, the world was clearly pitch black and he could not see anything. However, from that darkness, he saw an abyss that was darker than the darkness itself. That dark abyss seemed to be connected to Ning Fan's devil sense. That was why he could still see it even though it was separated by an endless amount of time and space. That abyss seemed to be sealed with countless devil creatures, waiting for the arrival of their prey. They were waiting for the day when they could escape from the devil abyss. He. Another ancient devil is here. Sink down. Quickly, sink down. This is the devil's slave that I've taken a fancy to. No one is allowed to snatch him from me. I hope he's someone who is decisive in killing. That devil slave last time was too useless. I just controlled him to kill his wife and daughter and he went completely crazy. What a trash. He. This little fellow looks a little familiar, oh. Old water freak, you know this little fellow? Among the devil creatures in the abyss, one of them who was called Old Water Freak vaguely recognized Ning Fan. That Old Water Freak's chi gave Ning Fan an extremely familiar feeling. During the Battle of the Sovereign Heavenly Map, this person had once possessed the water-drowning Emperor's body and fought against Ning Fan. He was the owner of the water-drowning Emperor's devil spirit. He was the person who mocked Ning Fan for not being qualified to be a devil. He. With your innate potential, you will attain the second stage of ancestral awakening sooner or later. At that time, you will naturally know who I am. Before that, I will be watching you from the bottom of the abyss, waiting for you to come. However, even if you come, we devil spirits will not accept you because you are not qualified to be a devil. You can forget about obtaining the true power of rampage in your life. Those were the words that this devil used to mock Ning Fan that day. It's you. Ning Fan obviously recognized this devil creature. So that's how it is. The abyss that I'm seeing now is the abyss that the water-drowning Emperor's devil sense fell into. The water-drowning Emperor had borrowed power from this abyss in exchange for his devil tail rampage. That devil tail rampage was the true power of the second stage of ancestral awakening. He. Get lost. Ant. Your devil sense is too weak. You are not qualified to be a devil at all. We devil spirits will never accept you. Old Water Freak snorted coldly and suddenly let out a heaven-piercing devil roar. The power of his roar was like countless devil seas crashing towards Ning Fan, nearly drowning the devil sense that Ning Fan had fallen into. However, it was still slightly lacking. Ning Fan's devil sense did not get erased in the end. It was because the level of Ning Fan's devil sense was no longer the same as before. When Ning Fan first met Old Water Freak, he was just a devil ancestor with 4 bloodlines. Now, he was the 17th blood devil ancestor. The level of his devil blood was countless times stronger than before. Impossible. How long has it been? How did his devil blood become so powerful? Old Water Freak was shocked. Then, his sneer became even more intense. This young man must have borrowed some kind of opportunity to forcefully raise his devil power to this level. It's not worth mentioning. So what if you are the 17th blood devil ancestor? If it wasn't because my devil spirit was sealed, how could I not scare you away with my roar? Unfortunately, even if you can enter the abyss of the devil Tao, you still can't condense a devil tail without our help. It's impossible for you to reach the 3rd stage of ancestral awakening and borrow power from us who are at the 3rd step or above. That Old Water Freak seemed to have a very high standard. Ning Fan was obviously a terrifying ancient devil with 17 bloodlines, but he actually talked about him as if he was talking about trash. As soon as the other devil creatures heard Old Water Freak belittling Ning Fan, they immediately asked for the reason. After they found out that Ning Fan was actually a trash who did not deserve to be a devil, all of them lost interest in him. None of them wanted to take him as their devil slave anymore. The 5 innate spirits are gods, devils, demons, immortals and ghosts. In the past, I thought that ancient devils were imitating the divine spirits. Now that I think about it again, it seems to be inaccurate. Instead of saying that the second stage of ancestral awakening is a divine spirit, it's more like a devil spirit. This place seems to be an abyss of the devil Tao where the devil spirits are sealed. Its actual location isn't in the illusory dream world but somewhere else. The reason why I can see this abyss is because of my devil sense which has entered the second stage of ancestral awakening. Thus, I have a trace of connection with this place. The reason why the submerged water emperor could grow a devil tail and his cultivation base skyrocketed was because he became the devil slave of these devil spirits. He gave up his dignity in exchange for power. Ning Fan suddenly sneered in disdain. What he was disdainful of were the devil spirits of this place and the submerged water emperor who served them as their master. If in the eyes of the devil spirits of this place, only the servile submerged water emperor deserved to be called a devil lord, then Ning Fan would rather never be qualified to be a devil. The devil Tao that he wanted to cultivate was definitely not these devil spirits in front of him. What he wanted to cultivate was the black devil Tao that was taught to him by the old devil. He. I told you to get lost. Didn't you hear me? That old water wanted to expel Ning Fan again. However, why would Ning Fan listen to him? He would not leave. He had no interest in the devil spirits of this place. However, he was interested in this abyss of the devil Tao. Ning Fan kept sending his devil sense down. He wanted to send it straight into the deepest part of the abyss of the devil Tao. Even the submerged water emperor and the others did not dare to do this because once they make a mistake, their devil sense would be suppressed in the abyss forever and be imprisoned together with the devil spirits of this place. He. What a reckless little fellow. Since you want to fall into this place and become one of us, then just fall into it. Fall. Quickly fall into it. Come and suffer the pain of purgatory with us. Strange. This young man doesn't seem to be an ordinary person. Why hasn't his devil sense been imprisoned by this abyss of the devil Tao? Wait. Why is there a ray of divine light hidden in this young man's devil sense? He's a goddamn divine spirit. He's actually an ancient divine spirit. Fuck. The devil spirits in the abyss seem to have noticed Ning Fan's identity as an ancient divine spirit. Thus, they became extremely excited. Those devil spirits began to curse and swear. The more they cursed, the uglier and uglier they became. Thus, Ning Fan directly shut off his spiritual sense and stopped listening to their nonsense. He sank his devil sense into the abyss of the devil Tao and tried to form a devil tail that belonged only to him with his own devil sense. He did not want any devil lord to reward him with a devil tail. He wanted to cultivate it by himself. Unfortunately, it was too difficult. Ning Fan had even used his comprehension ability of the second level of the heavenly being realm, but he only managed to condense a tail root. In order to truly cultivate the first devil tail that belonged to him, it seemed like he would need an endless amount of time. Haha. He's indeed trash. It's just wishful thinking to cultivate a devil tail with his own efforts. If he can cultivate a devil tail with his own strength, it would be equivalent to cultivating another identity of a devil spirit. Is this possible? Ha. This young man isn't even a saint, yet he's dreaming of doing something that even the Saint Defire realm can't do. Ridiculous. But it's still very strange. Even if this young man is a divine spirit, he shouldn't be able to endure it after sinking into the abyss of the devil Tao for so long. No. There's something wrong with this young man's physique. What kind of physique is this? Why haven't I seen it before? There seems to be 5 balls of spiritual chi protecting his devil sense. That's why he isn't afraid of this abyss of the devil Tao. All the devil spirits were astonished. Before these devil spirits were sealed, each of them was at least a 3rd step expert. Now, however, they were all shocked speechless by a junior like Ning Fan. Ning Fan shielded his spiritual sense. He was too lazy to listen to the nonsense of these devil spirits. Naturally, he did not know how many ancient existences he had shocked by not being afraid of the abyss of the devil Tao. He was just instinctively not afraid of the abyss of the devil Tao in this place. That was why he dared to directly send his devil sense into this place. As for why he was not afraid, Ning Fan also had no idea. However, when 5 balls of clear chi flew out of his devil sense, 4 of which were dark and 1 of which was bright, he seemed to have understood something. I see. It's my primordial spirit physique that is secretly protecting my devil sense. All of a sudden, Ning Fan had a bold idea. There were too many devil spirits' power in this abyss of the devil Tao. He wanted to try and see if he could use the primordial spirit physique to cultivate the bloodline of ancient devil spirits. Absorb. As Ning Fan gave his order, the ball of clear qi that belonged to the devil spirit among the 5 balls of clear qi began to absorb the devil spirit power of the abyss of the devil Tao at a crazy rate. The devil spirit's clear qi that was originally dim finally showed signs of becoming brighter. Impossible. What kind of physique does this kid have? He actually dares to devour the abyss of the devil Tao. Devil God. He wants to become a true devil god. Stop him. Quickly stop him. If the devil spirit power in this place dissipates, we will never be able to return. Let's attack together and chase him away. Inside the 4-sided chess world, Ning Fan suddenly let out a devil roar. His black hair grew longer and longer. His second stage true body of the tree devil also began to turn extremely dark. It was the abyss of the devil Tao that was countless times darker than the darkness itself. Roar! Ning Fan let out a painful devil roar. That kind of pain was like giving birth to a new life. Then, the first devil tail of black flames finally grew out from his back. When the first devil tail of black flames grew out, Ning Fan's magic power skyrocketed by 3,000 tribulations, reaching 22,000 tribulations. He was losing more and more of his rationality, but the second devil tail was gradually growing out. When the second devil tail grew out, his magic power skyrocketed to 25,000 tribulations. Inside his body, the devil spirit bloodline was being created and born. This was the great opportunity that he had obtained by directly devouring the abyss of the devil Tao. The excessively violent magic power had exceeded the limit that Ning Fan could bear. The skin of Ning Fan's tree devil began to crack. Black-colored devil blood kept flowing out from the wounds. At this moment, Ning Fan's devil blood turned black. At this moment, Ning Fan had the tendency of condensing his third devil tail. If he can condense this devil tail, his magic power would increase by another 2,000 tribulations. Unfortunately, the third devil tail broke before it could be condensed. Someone was preventing him from devouring the abyss of the devil Tao. Those devil spirits that were sealed had attacked him together and chased him out of the abyss of the devil Tao. Damn it! I was so close to condensing my third tail. Ning Fan was unwilling to give up. He wanted to sink his devil sense into the abyss of the devil Tao again. Unfortunately, he could no longer do it. His arrogant act of devouring the abyss of the devil Tao had angered all the devil spirits in this world. He had become the public enemy of all devil spirits. He had become an absolute unregistered person in the abyss of the devil Tao. No one in the abyss of the devil Tao would take the initiative to contact him anymore. If he wanted to devour the abyss of the devil Tao again, he could only go to the true reincarnation coordinates of the abyss and fight his way there. Then, he would seize it and plunder it. Of course, it was an unrealistic thing, just a little bit more. What a pity. Ning Fan shook his head helplessly. He had no choice but to accept the fact that he only had second last. Even though he only had second last, he was still the one who benefited from it. Thus, even though he felt regretful, he could still let it go. In the end, he managed to forcefully cultivate the second stage of ancestral awakening, and he even reached the second stage. What was more precious was that he managed to cultivate a trace of devil spirit bloodline that belonged to him. Unfortunately, this trace of devil spirit bloodline did not reach the level of the crippled devil spirit body. If he could really cultivate it to the level of the crippled devil spirit body, he might be able to awaken some kind of devil spirit innate talent. After all, the myriad things communication was the ability he obtained when he cultivated the crippled divine spirit body. In this state, my magic power is even stronger than many second-level quasi-saints. Unfortunately, I can't maintain this state for long. In order to maintain this state, he needed to continuously burn the devil blood in his body in exchange for power. In the first stage of ancestral awakening, he would absorb the blood of his enemies. In the second stage, he would consume his own devil blood. In just less than 10 breaths of time, Ning Fan had already burned away 1/10 of his ancient devil blood essence. At this rate, he would only be able to maintain this state for 100 breaths of time. Then, he would be done for. He had no choice but to remove the state in a hurry. Moreover, he would need to cultivate diligently to replenish his devil blood. After all, he had already drunk all the ancient devil blood wine. It would not be easy for him to replenish his devil blood. Fortunately, the state of second last would not consume his ancestral blood. Otherwise, it would be really difficult for him to recover if he accidentally burned the ancestral blood in his body. As for the second stage of ancestral awakening technique, I can't simply use it unless I'm in a life-or-death situation. With Ning Fan's current strength, even if he could not defeat a second-level quasi-saint, he did not need to risk his life. He could just leave calmly and the other party would not be able to stop him. Only when he faces ancient great cultivators or multiple second-level quasi-saints would he need to risk his life to escape. Ning Fan pondered for a long time. Suddenly, he recalled something. He circulated his Genesis primordial spirit body and released the 5 balls of clear chi. At this moment, the 5 balls of clear chi were no longer 4 dark and 1 bright. Although the clear chi that belonged to the devil spirit had not been completely lit up, it had lit up 1/5 of it. If the clear chi is completely lit up, it would mean that he had truly cultivated a devil spirit. At his current stage, he would at most possess a small amount of devil spirit bloodline. A 2-tailed devil spirit could only light up 1/5 of the devil spirit bloodline. From this point of view, he would at least need to cultivate a 10-tailed devil spirit before he could be considered to have truly cultivated the crippled devil spirit body. However, he did not know if there was any other way to cultivate a 10-tailed devil spirit after being rejected by the abyss of devil Tao. Not good. I forgot that this world can't conceal unusual phenomena. The trace of devil spirit bloodline that I have cultivated is highly likely to cause a monstrous phenomenon. Ning Fan thought to himself. If his devil spirit phenomenon is seen by others, wouldn't they know that he has cultivated a devil spirit body? Then, he felt that he was worrying too much. It was unknown if there was anyone who could recognize the devil spirit phenomenon in the age of chaos. Even if there was, it was unlikely that they were the chess soldiers who were not even immortal emperors. Just as expected. The fact that Ning Fan had cultivated a small amount of devil spirit bloodline had indeed caused a terrifying phenomenon. It was the phenomenon of 10,000 devils paying homage to him. In the phenomenon, the shadow of the devil spirit that symbolized Ning Fan was sitting on a throne. Below the throne were the shadows of countless ancient devils prostrating themselves on the ground and worshipping him devoutly. Even a quasi-saint ancient devil. An ancient great cultivator or an ancient devil. Even the shadows of saints and ancient devils were worshipping Ning Fan devoutly. Such a phenomenon was simply ridiculous and ridiculous. Those chess soldiers of the Western Army who had long become numb to the phenomenon did not even bother to look at it anymore. It was because the phenomenon was too fake. Saints were noble beings. Even when facing a 4th-step immortal sovereign, they would not kneel to him. How could it be possible for all the saints to kneel to welcome the arrival of 10,000 devils? Amazing! Amazing! I really admire you. This mirage is becoming more and more realistic. I almost believed it. Ha ha ha. Come, come, come. Let's drink. Why bother about it? It's just a mirage. Joyful laughter resounded in the Western Army's camp. This scene proved the old saying again. When a high-ranking officer hears the Tao, he practices diligently. When a middle-ranking officer hears the Tao, he either lives or dies. When a low-ranking officer hears the Tao, he laughs loudly. If he doesn't laugh, he won't be able to attain the Tao. Looking at the time, the second round is about to officially begin. Ning Fan walked out of his cave residence and summoned a patrolling stone soldier to him. He then asked him about the current time. In the chess world, there were less than 100 days before the start of the second round. If converted to the time in the outside world, it would be about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. In order to recover my devil blood, I have forgotten about interrogating the female demon. Fine. After I help Xiaoman win the second round, I'll deal with this demon again. Chapter 1231. As the second round of the competition officially began, the number of chess soldiers in the four-sided chess world began to increase. As he was in the chess world, Ning Fan did not know how grand the second round of the competition would be in the outside world. Presumably, the battle in the chess world would begin soon. All the disciples of the three palaces of the Lost World Palace were qualified to participate in the second round regardless of their cultivation base. Each of them had to register a minimum of 6 and a maximum of 36 chess soldiers and generals. As a result, there were more than 10,000 disciples of the three palaces participating in the competition, and more than 200,000 chess soldiers and generals had entered the four-sided chess world. Even though there was a force-suppressing spirit sense in the four-sided chess world, it could not stop Ning Fan's rain technique. After all, Ning Fan had cultivated the rain palm position and devoured a trace of the title of rain. It was naturally not difficult to know the number of chess soldiers participating in the competition. According to his senses, there were more than 50,000 chess soldiers and generals gathered in the military camp of the Western Army. As time passed, the number of chess soldiers and generals continued to increase. As a result, the military camp, which was initially empty, suddenly became lively. Many cultivators set up stalls and set up markets to trade the magic treasures and elixirs they needed in preparation for the upcoming battle. With Ning Fan's cultivation base and experience, he was not interested in the trade between low-grade cultivators. Thus, he did not pay attention to it at all. He only focused on consolidating the grade of his devil blood. One day, while Ning Fan was cultivating in his cave dwelling, a bright light suddenly flashed in front of him and an immortal book was sent to him. As the second round began, all the chess soldiers and generals who participated in the competition received an immortal book, which was used to store chess world talismans. An immortal book could store up to 10,000 chess world talismans at most. At the beginning of the competition, each of them would be randomly given 3 basic talismans. This kind of talisman could only be used in the chess world. It was called chess world talisman by the common people. Any one of these talisman papers had great power. The 3 talisman papers that Ning Fan obtained were the Immortal Burning Talisman, the Devil Increasing Talisman, and the Astronomical Phenomenon Changing Talisman. Ning Fan looked at the 3 talisman papers and felt a headache. He could not remember the effects of these 3 talisman papers. He also did not know what effect they would have after he used them. He had no other choice but to ask them personally. Tell me what they are for. Soon, Ning Fan found out the uses of the 3 talisman papers. After the Immortal Burning Talisman was used, it could release a fire technique in the middle stage of shedding void to attack the enemy. If it was used against an enemy with the status of Chess Fairy, its power would be doubled. The Demon Increase Talisman could only be used by cultivators with the identity of the Chess Demon. After using it, it could increase the cultivation level of the Dujin cultivator by a small realm for a short period of time. The higher the cultivation level of the user, the weaker the effect of the talisman. The higher the user's cultivation base was, the weaker the talisman paper. The phenomenon-changing talisman paper could be used to. I am of the talisman papers. Of the talisman paper. In order to test the principle of the chess realm talisman, he had already used it before the battle began. The of the talisman paper, the talisman. The talisman. The phenomenon burning was of burning of talisman. The sky of the world. The talisman. Was burning talisman. Palace of heaven. Battle in heaven of the Celisman army. Heaven talisman stage of the god. After the Devil Increasing Talisman was used, the clear sky of the West Army's military camp suddenly turned into the environment of devil clouds. The phenomenon lasted for 40 breaths. Then, it disappeared. Ning Fan's ancient devil essence chi rose to more than 100 tribulations under the environment of the devil clouds. The phenomenon-changing talisman could be of some use. Unfortunately, it was used up. The shop that sells chess world talismans seems to be open. I wonder if I can buy some more. The strange phenomenon in the military camp could not be hidden from the other chess soldiers. Many experienced chess players were guessing if there was a fool who used up all the talismans as soon as he got them. I wonder which clan's chess soldier is the one who did such a stupid thing. I just walked out of my cave for a walk and happened to see something. It seems to be done by the chess devil of the 4th Young Mistress clan. The 4th Young Mistress is really pitiful. She actually invited such an idiot as a helper. Without the chess world talisman, he won't be able to protect himself in the chess battle. Look. That person is walking towards us. Ning Fan walked towards the shop. The experienced chess players in the surroundings immediately pointed at him and whispered to each other. Due to the isolation force inside the four-sided chess world, ordinary people could only vaguely recognize Ning Fan's silhouette. They could not see his face clearly. Therefore, they could only recognize him based on the chess devil's token hanging on his waist. From time to time, some experienced chess players who had participated in the chess battle would laugh at Ning Fan's stupidity. When they saw Ning Fan walking towards the shop, a few busybodies could not stand it anymore. They reminded him. Hey! Little fellow! The chess battle has yet to begin. You don't have any battle points. Even if you enter the shop in the military camp, you won't be able to buy anything. Ning Fan's magic power was comparable to a quasi-saint realm expert. However, he was called a little fellow by a few cultivators of the Dujin realm. Thank you for reminding me. Ning Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, he did not care too much about such a trivial matter. He still entered one of the shops in the military camp. Inside the shop, 22 types of basic talismans were displayed for cultivators to purchase. The prices of the talismans ranged from 500 to 2,000 battle points. The shopkeeper of the shop was also a nascent Soul Realm stone soldier puppet. When he saw Ning Fan entering the shop, he did not welcome him at all. His attitude was extremely cold. I don't have any battle points. Can I use my Dao crystal to buy these talismans? Ning Fan asked. No. The nascent Soul Realm puppet answered indifferently. Can I use other things to exchange for them? Ning Fan asked again. No. The nascent Soul Realm puppet did not show any signs of impatience. It was as if there was nothing in the world that could trigger its emotions. I can only use my battle points to buy talismans, huh? I understand now. Ning Fan walked out of the shop and entered the second one. The second shop displayed 14 types of basic talismans. The types of talismans were different from the first shop. Ning Fan then looked at the other shops. Each of them only sold 10 to 20 types of talismans. Didn't they say that there are 3,000 types of talismans in the chess world? All the shops here seem to have only sold around 100 types of talismans. Why is that? Ning Fan asked the shopkeeper of one of the shops. The shops in the military camp only sell low-grade talismans. Mid-grade talismans can only be obtained through synthesis and fortuitous encounters. High-grade talismans can only be obtained through synthesis. One of the stone soldier puppets answered. Huh? Synthesis? In that case, I seem to have heard about the specific rules of synthesis from Xiao Man. Ning Fan tried his best to search through his memories. Little Fan, from now on, I will teach you the rules of the chess world talismans. 1 minor immortal speed talisman, 2 demon sense talismans and 1 great devil body talisman can be synthesized into a mid-grade immortal speed talisman. 2 immortal burning talismans and 4 blood return talismans can be synthesized into a blood-sucking talisman. This talisman can be used 3 times. Don't ever forget this. Also, Xiao Man did explain a lot of rules of synthesis. However, because the rules were too complicated, Ning Fan was too lazy to remember them. What was he doing at that time? Oh, that's right. He was admiring Bei Xiaoman's face when she explained the rules seriously. He felt that this little girl's serious expression was very cute. It's really troublesome. Originally, Ning Fan was slightly interested in the principles behind the formation of the chess world talismans. Now, his interest was completely gone. The rules and whatnot were too troublesome. In short, I just have to defeat all my enemies, at the same time, in the Eastern Army camp. 6 beast-like and human-like cultivators appeared in the Eastern Army's barracks. When the soldiers of the Eastern Army saw these people, they were all shocked and started discussing among themselves. They are members of the Realm Beast clan. Didn't the Realm Beast clan say that they are not interested in the second round of the chess battle? Why are they here as well? Do you even need to ask? They must have been invited by our Great Elder. Only our Great Elder can interact with the Realm Beast clan, which has a strange temperament. I really don't know how he managed to gain their favor. Those few old monsters of the Realm Beast clan seem to be at the immortal venerable realm in the past. They are too strong. Our Great Elder has just abandoned his cultivation base. How did he manage to invite the immortal venerable realm in the past? There seems to be an inside story behind this. Hiss. Impossible. What are those few Realm Beast immortal venerables trying to do? The chess battle has yet to begin, but they actually want to leave the army camp in advance. As the chess battle had yet to begin, there was a faint golden light barrier outside the Eastern Army camp. Even ordinary immortal emperors would not be able to leave the army camp while facing the light barrier. However, these few Realm Beast immortal venerables just needed to use their divine ability, and they directly traversed through space and appeared outside the army camp. After a few more flashes, their figures disappeared among the boundless mountains and seas, nowhere to be found. Cough cough, this old man might have seen wrongly. No matter how strong they are, it is impossible for them to leave the army camp in advance. One of the soldiers of the Eastern Army tried to explain. You're right. You're right, this must be a type of shadow in the chess world. Every time the Four Corners chess world opens, many strange things will happen. It's not surprising at all. Ning Fan originally planned to return to his cave residence to rest. However, all of a sudden, he sensed his rain technique vaguely. It seemed like a few chess soldiers of the Eastern Army had left the army camp in advance. Even though Ning Fan could resist the interference of the chess world to release the rain technique, he would still be affected by it. If he was too far away, his senses would also become blurry. Interesting. There are actually people who can leave the army camp in advance. The chi of those few people is quite familiar. They seem to be Realm Beasts. Ning Fan did not have a good impression of the Realm Beast clan. Thus, he followed closely behind them and left the army camp. He wanted to see what those Realm Beasts were plotting. Whatever they were plotting was what he wanted to destroy. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well find something to do. With Ning Fan's cultivation base, if he wants to leave the army camp, ordinary people would not be able to sense him. Only a few chess soldiers of the Western Army heard a loud bang. When they raised their heads to take a look, they realized that there was a huge hole in the light screen of the army camp for some reason. However, the hole quickly healed. Strange things happen every year. There are especially many this year. Let's drink up. We must have seen wrongly. In the battlefield of the chess world, the terrain was ever-changing. You might think that you are moving in a straight line, but you might just be walking in circles. At this moment, the few Realm Beasts immortal venerables had encountered such a situation. It was already their fourth time walking back to a certain misty mountain. Humph. This Four Corners chess world is indeed extraordinary. With our cultivation bases, we actually can't tell the direction at all. Among the 6 of them, thunder-robed immortal venerables from the Thunder Rush world said with a grim expression. Then use your secret technique to sense it. The elderly immortal venerables from the Eastern Realm ordered. Let me do it. Realm Sense Technique. The red-faced immortal venerables from the Fire world suddenly released their spirit sense and strangely became one with the heaven and earth of this world. This was the secret technique of the Realm Beast clan. It allowed them to merge their spirit sense into the world and sense the situation of the entire world. However, this time, this secret technique which had always been successful actually failed. The red-faced immortal venerables suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood. The spirit sense that he merged with the Four Corners chess world was completely shattered. What happened? The immortal venerables asked in shock. It failed. There is a trace of the spirit sense of an immortal country hidden in this world. It cannot be trespassed. The immortal venerables who used the technique said with hatred. Did you plant the coordinates of the realm sense to lock onto the location of the Southern Army camp? At the moment when the spirit sense was shattered, I planted some, all right. Let's follow the coordinates of the realm sense and advance towards the Southern Army camp. The eyes of the realm beast immortal venerables were actually looking at the Southern Army camp which had been abandoned for countless years. The immortal venerables helped the injured immortal venerables to suppress their injuries and continued their journey. After a long time, a bright light suddenly flashed in this desolate place. Ning Fan's figure appeared. The Southern Army? With a flash, Ning Fan disappeared on the spot and chased after them again. The Lost World Palace originally had 4 palaces. However, due to some reasons, the Nangong bloodline had completely disappeared in the long river of history. When the Realm Beast Immortal Venerables arrived at the Southern Army camp, what they saw was a scene of ruins everywhere. What exactly did the old ancestors send us here to find? This place should have been plundered countless times. It's impossible for there to be any treasures left. The red-faced Immortal Venerables asked in confusion. We're not looking for treasures. We're looking for people. The elderly Immortal Venerables answered. Looking for people. The Nangong Palace has already been destroyed. There are no chess soldiers in the Southern Army camp. Who are we looking for? The thunder-robed Immortal Venerables asked. Wang Ji. The elderly Immortal Venerable's words were shocking. Everyone turned pale with fright when they heard his words. Isn't that Wang Ji a legendary figure? Could it be that the ancient legend of the Lank clan in the Stone Room Mountain is actually true? Does Wang Ji really exist? If he really exists, it's impossible that the Lost World Palace doesn't know about him. Silence. The elderly Immortal Venerables shouted in displeasure. Seeing that everyone had quietened down, he continued to explain, all of you should have heard that the old ancestor sneaked into this place 4 million years ago and was severely injured. Isn't that just a rumor? The others asked in confusion. Rumor? Ha, that's just a story to deceive people. The old ancestor was indeed injured. The person who injured him was a weirdo who called himself Wang Ji. Hiss. The old ancestor is a second-stage quasi-saint. This person could even injure the old ancestor. Could it be that he's an ancient great cultivator? The crowd was shocked. Most likely. What should we do? That person could even injure the old ancestor. Aren't we just seeking death by coming here to find him? Don't be afraid. The old ancestor said that the person has a strange character but he's not a bloodthirsty person. Otherwise, the old ancestor wouldn't have just been severely injured. At the very least, his cultivation would have dropped. According to the old ancestor, he met that weirdo in the vicinity of the Southern Army's military camp. Things have changed with the passage of time. We don't know if that person is still here. If he is, we need to find this person, and so on and so forth. Before the elderly Immortal Venerables could finish his words, they suddenly heard a sigh of vicissitudes in the air. It was as if the will of the heavens was suppressing and had an unparalleled might. The moment the sigh resounded, all the trees within a radius of 10,000 li were cut in half as if they were chopped down by the Tao intent of the owner of the sigh. This person's Tao intent was like an invisible axe that could chop down all the trees in the world. The Realm Beast Immortal Venerables were immediately bewildered. They looked around for the source of the sigh but couldn't find it. They suddenly turned around and found out that a white-haired old man dressed like a woodcutter had appeared behind them. Are you looking for something? The old woodcutter said with a distressed expression. Hiss. Could this person be that weirdo, Wang Ji? The Realm Beast Immortal Venerables were shocked. Oh, this old man knows. You must be like this old man, having lost your beloved axes. Did you lose this golden axe or this silver axe? The old woodcutter waved his hands and 2 axes, 1 gold and 1 silver, appeared in each of his hands. Be it the golden axe or the silver axe, they were both innate middle-grade magic treasures. The realm beast immortal venerables felt their breathing stagnate. Especially the elderly immortal venerables, they were so nervous that they were sweating. This was the problem. When the old ancestor met this weirdo, he was also asked the same question. At that time, the old ancestor didn't know how powerful this weirdo was. Seeing that he had 2 innate middle-grade magic treasures, he tried to snatch them but was defeated by this weirdo. The gold and silver axes were extremely powerful. The old ancestor was injured by these axes for more than 4 million years, but the wounds still couldn't heal and was still bleeding. The injury caused by these axes was too difficult to heal. The reason why the realm beast immortal venerables came here was not because of the Eastern Palace Great Elder, but to ask for medicine to heal the old ancestor's injury. If it was the owner of the gold and silver axes, there might be a way to solve the injury caused by these axes. Senior, please allow us to report. The reason why we came here is to ask Senior for a way to cure the injuries of the gold and silver axes. What happened in the past was due to my old ancestor's recklessness. I hope that Senior can forgive us and cure him. As long as Senior shows mercy, the Realm Beast clan is willing to offer 10 immortal venerables Dao fruits and 10 trillion Dao crystals. The elderly immortal venerables rambled on and took out many gifts, trying to please the old woodcutter. The old woodcutter, on the other hand, just frowned and felt sorry for himself. He was too lazy to listen to any nonsense and did not even bother to look at the gifts that were piled up like a mountain in front of him. What? Aren't you guys here to look for the axes? How boring. Sigh. If only I wasn't obsessed with that immortal chess in the past. Why can't I control my eyes? The old woodcutter kept the axes and suddenly raised his head. He looked at a place in the sky where there was no one around and asked. Little friend, why don't you show yourself? When Ning Fan heard his words, he showed himself and looked at the old woodcutter with an extremely solemn expression. This old woodcutter was actually a great cultivator from ancient times. Ning Fan had never thought that there would be an ancient great cultivator hiding in this place. Could this person be an old ancestor-level figure of the Lost World Palace? What made Ning Fan more fearful was that the Dao sense of this old woodcutter greatly suppressed his wood element power. If they really fight, his wood element would suffer a great loss. Senior, are you from the Lost World Palace? Ning Fan landed on the ground and asked. All the venerables of the myriad realms were shocked and enraged. They had never thought that they would be secretly followed by Ning Fan. Lost World Palace? What's that? The old woodcutter's face was filled with bewilderment. May I know which sect Senior is from in Northern Heaven? Ning Fan was slightly surprised and asked again. Northern Heaven? What's that? The old woodcutter's face was still filled with bewilderment. Ning Fan was even more surprised. This person seemed to know nothing about the Lost World Palace or the existence of Northern Heaven. His ignorant and ill-informed look did not seem to be an act at all. Where are you from, Senior? Xian and County, Dongping Village. Are these the names of the places of the true world? What's the true world? The old woodcutter's face was filled with bewilderment. He was like a blank piece of paper that knew nothing about cultivation. Ning Fan wore a thoughtful expression as if he was thinking about the old woodcutter's background. Even though this person's cultivation base was extremely high, he was different from everyone Ning Fan had met in the past. This person did not fit in with the cultivation world at all. He did not look like a cultivator at all. He was more like a mortal who obtained a supreme cultivation base by chance. Moreover, Ning Fan could not feel any schemes or hostility towards the outside world from this person. May I ask if little friend has seen this old man's iron axe? This old man has lost his iron axe. No. Ning Fan answered. Sigh. Forget it then. I'll go to other places to look for my axe. The old woodcutter became even more disappointed. He no longer cared about Ning Fan. With a flash, his figure disappeared without a trace. Wait. Senior, please wait. The myriad realm beast venerables were enraged. They had spent a lot of effort to find the king corpse that their old ancestor requested. However, Ning Fan had ruined their plan. Thus, all of their anger was instantly directed at Ning Fan. Who are you? Why did you follow us here? Could it be that you want to become enemies with our realm beast race? The myriad realm beast venerables shouted angrily. They could only blame Ning Fan's chi for being too reserved under the cover of the cloud chi. These people could not see how terrifying he was at all. However, these realm beast venerables blindly believed in their own senses. Since they could not sense how terrifying Ning Fan was, they thought that Ning Fan must be an insignificant junior who was good at hiding but had a low cultivation base. When they looked at Ning Fan's waist token again, they realized that he was just a chess devil invited by Bei Xiaoman. Thus, they did not put him in their eyes anymore. What was Bei Xiaoman's cultivation base? She was just a junior of the Lost World Palace. What chess devil could this woman invite? There was nothing to worry about. So what if we become enemies? Ning Fan said indifferently. You're courting death. Immediately, one of the realm beast venerables flew into a rage and used the realm palm technique at Ning Fan. A palm imprint formed by the power of the realm descended from the sky and slammed down on Ning Fan. That palm imprint was the furious attack of an ancient immortal venerable. It had the power to destroy heaven and earth. However, Ning Fan did not even bother to dodge it. He directly swallowed the palm imprint with his devil mouth. How is this possible? All the realm beast venerables were shocked. At this moment, how could they not see Ning Fan's strength? Unfortunately, they could not run away. Ning Fan stretched out his devil palm which seemed to be able to cover the entire sky. No matter how those realm beast venerables tried to escape, they were still within the range of Ning Fan's palm and were easily caught by him. Quasi-saint. This man must be a quasi-saint. Otherwise, how could we not have the power to fight back? All the realm beast venerables were nearly scared out of their wits. However, they quickly calmed down. It was because no one could be killed in the Four Corners chess world. Those who are killed would be protected by the Four Corners chess world and could directly be reborn in the outside world. Ning Fan, of course, also sensed this. In this Four Corners chess world, there was an invisible force that protected the chess soldiers who participated in the battle. But so what? Ning Fan clenched his devil palm and crushed the physical bodies of the immortal venerables. Then, he threw their primordial spirits into the divine refining cauldron and refined them to death one by one. The Four Corners chess world might stop him from killing people with ordinary means. However, if he kills people with divine means, even the Four Corners chess world would not be able to stop him. It was just killing a few realm beast venerables. Ning Fan did not care about it at all. What he cared about was that old woodcutter. Who exactly is that great cultivator called Wang Ji? After killing the 6 realm beast immortal venerables, Ning Fan obtained a total of 18 elementary chess world talismans and 6,000 battle points. However, he was no longer interested in the chess world talismans and battle points at the moment. Ning Fan casually swallowed the 10 immortal venerables Dao fruits that the realm beast immortal venerables brought by the realm beast immortal venerables and returned to his cave dwelling with his spoils of war. Then, he went to refine the immortal venerables Dao fruits. A few days ago, an immortal mountain that had been submerged in the sea for 1,000 years suddenly rose from the bottom of the time sea. Today, this mountain had become the battlefield for the second round of competition between the disciples of the 3 palaces. This mountain was called the Stone Chamber Mountain. It was the holy land in the eyes of all the chess experts in the northern heaven. It was also the place where the second round of competition of the Lost World Palace would be held. It would only surface once every 1,000 years. The reason why this mountain was famous was because of a primordial legend. It was said that in the primordial era, there was a mortal woodcutter called Wang Ji who mistakenly entered the Stone Chamber Mountain. By chance, he saw a few immortals playing chess. Wang Ji was watching the game at the side. He was too engrossed in the game that he actually stood there and watched for a long time. When the game ended and he left the Stone Chamber Mountain, he realized that 100 years had already passed in the outside world. There was not a single old friend left in the mortal world. To mortals, a game of chess played by immortals for 100 years might be considered as an anecdote. However, to immortal cultivators, it was actually not a shocking matter. However, in the hearts of the chess experts of the future generations, the Stone Chamber Mountain still had a very important meaning. After all, this mountain was the place where the dignified immortal cultivators of the ancient times played chess. 1,000 years was easy to pass, but it was hard to turn back time. The immortal cultivators of the ancient times had already left, leaving an empty mountain for the future generations to remember. Countless chess experts of the northern heaven gathered in this place just to admire the Stone Chamber Mountain that only surfaced once every 1,000 years. As the palace lord of the Lost World Palace, Yuan Yao was so busy that she felt dizzy. She had to receive too many distinguished guests. Occasionally, she would find some free time and glance at the progress of the game between her 4 daughters. Obviously, she was still very concerned about her daughter's results in the second round. It was perfectly normal for her to look forward to her daughter's success. Every mother hoped that their daughters could be outstanding. The second round of the competition was not a competition of fighting skills, but the chess skills of the disciples of the 3 palaces. The scene of tens of thousands of chess players playing chess at the same time and killing each other in pairs was quite shocking. As the competition officially began, the disciples of the 3 palaces were assigned their opponents to determine the winner on the chessboard. Bei Xiaoman's first game had also begun. Coincidentally, her first opponent was the personal disciple of the great elder of the Eastern Palace, Eugene. This Eugene was born with a cold face, as if nothing in the world could cause any fluctuation in his emotions. The way he looked at Bei Xiaoman had a kind of condescension that came from his bones. His master looked down on the palace lord of the Lost World Palace, Yuan Yao, and he also looked down on Yuan Yao's 4 daughters. "You are not my opponent. I heard that your chess skills are not bad. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute chess soldiers, your chess skills are useless," Eugene said proudly. "Damn it. I heard that your master found a way to invite the immortal venerable of the realm beast clan to be his chess soldier." Bei Xiaoman gritted her teeth in anger. The disciples of the 3 palaces were just playing chess, but they actually invited the immortal venerable of the realm beast clan to be their chess soldier. Moreover, there were a total of 10,000 disciples in the 3 palaces. How low was the probability of her drawing her opponent in the first round to be the personal disciple of the great elder? No matter how she looked at it, it did not seem like a coincidence. It was more like the great elder did it on purpose. Bei Xiaoman knew her limits. Her chess skills were not bad, but it would be very difficult for her to defeat a group of immortal venerables with her chess soldiers of Du Zhen and Shikong. Difficult. It's too difficult. However, no matter how difficult it was, she must not lose this game. Because Ning Fan was in her chess soldiers. If Ning Fan is killed by the enemy, even if he could be reborn in the outside world, he would certainly suffer some injuries. Ning Fan's brain was already muddled because of his illness. How could he let his illness worsen? Hee. My luck is really good. I made the first move. Eugene won the first move by throwing the tokens. Bei Xiaoman became even more furious. She had played countless games. How could she not see that Eugene's copper tokens were tampered with? That was why she could gain the first move. Do you need to be so despicable? Do you need to be so shameless? You already have a group of immortal venerables chess soldiers, but you still cheated. You really live up to the old saying, a tree without its bark will definitely die. A man who is shameless is invincible under the heavens. Then, I won't be polite anymore. Immortal 5-10. As soon as the game started, Eugene wanted to directly send his chess piece into Bei Xiaoman's formation and forcefully exchange the chess piece with her. Who asked his chess soldiers to be so powerful? This method of exchanging chess pieces was just too suitable for him. He had absolute confidence in eating the right chess piece. It was almost impossible for his opponent to eat his chess piece. This move was a sure win. However, an accident happened. Before Eugene could move the chess piece with the word immortal, it suddenly shattered into pieces. At the same time, the 5 chess pieces on the chessboard, god, devil, demon, ghost, and spirit, were also crushed. It was fine if the ordinary chess pieces were crushed. If the spirit general chess pieces were crushed, the game would be decided as a loss. Winner, Bei Xiaoman. Just 20 breaths after the game started, Bei Xiaoman won the game with lightning speed. Her victory was so inexplicable that no one could understand it. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could I lose? Master had invited so many immortal venerable chess soldiers and chess generals for me. Eugene suffered a huge blow. He could not accept the scene in front of him. Strange. The game has just started. Why did all his chess soldiers die? Also, why didn't his chess soldiers reincarnate into the outside world after they died? Many of the audience expressed their confusion. Hiss. It must be that strange man Wang Ji who killed them. Among the audience, a few realm beasts who knew the inside story were shocked. How could they not know that a few of their immortal venerables had died? This debt was directly placed on the strange man Wang Ji's head. Pfft. I actually won the first game without doing anything. Bei Xiaoman laughed like a pig. She did not have much hope in winning the first game. She did not expect to win the game without doing anything. She was so lucky. After winning the first game without doing anything, Bei Xiaoman took a short break and started the second game. Her opponent in the second game was the disciple of the Northern Palace, Fan Shiping. He was an old man with white hair. Although he looked very old, he was actually only a few 100,000 years old and had the cultivation of a life immortal. Although his cultivation was not high, he had been obsessed with the Tao of chess all his life. His chess skills were superb. Therefore, he was quite famous among the chess experts of the northern sky. When she saw that her opponent for the second game was Fan Shiping, Bei Xiaoman could not stay calm anymore. This person's chess skills could at least be ranked in the top 50 of the northern sky. Why were all her opponents so powerful? As expected, the Grand Elder had tampered with the position that she had drawn. He was hoping that she would lose as soon as possible. Fourth young lady, our chess skills and chess skills are on par with each other. Today, we should be able to enjoy ourselves to the fullest. Fan Shiping was overjoyed that he had met his match. He was a chess fanatic. He was indifferent to the internal strife of the sect. He was only happy that he had met a strong opponent like Bei Xiaoman. However, Bei Xiaoman was not happy at all. If she met a weaker opponent, she had her own ways to win without using her chess devil. However, her opponent was a chess expert like Fan Shiping. It was too difficult to use 5 chess pieces to win against 6 chess pieces. There's no need to throw your chips. Let fourth young lady make the first move. Fan Shiping was very magnanimous and gave her the first move. Thank you. It was rare for Bei Xiaoman to be polite. She placed the 6 chess pieces on the 6 games board. The chess devil was supposed to be the main force of the battle. However, Bei Xiaoman placed it in the middle of the formation instead of the front. Oh. This is the first time I've seen such a formation. Fan Shiping was slightly surprised and also set up a formation. He initially thought that Bei Xiaoman was using some kind of ancient chess manual. That was why the formation was so strange. However, once they exchanged moves, he saw through it. Strange. Fourth young lady did not move the chess devil at all. Why is that? Could it be that the chess devil is hiding some kind of divine skill? It's not the right time to move it yet. Fan Shiping was puzzled. When others played chess, they would risk their lives to protect their spirit generals. However, Bei Xiaoman was different. She would rather sacrifice her spirit generals in order to protect the chess devil in several crucial moves. Fan Shiping frowned. He had never encountered such a situation before. He could not understand Bei Xiaoman's chess strategy at all. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Bei Xiaoman's chess devil was full of danger. No, I must get rid of this chess devil and guard against fourth young lady's backup plan. Otherwise, there will be too many variables in this game. Then, an even more magical scene appeared. Bei Xiaoman would rather sacrifice her spirit generals to protect the chess devil. Fan Shiping would rather give up the perfect opportunity to attack the spirit generals to attack Bei Xiaoman's chess devil. Has this old man gone mad? I've already taken the initiative to admit defeat and let him eat my spirit generals. Why does he have to eat my little Fan Fan? Bei Xiaoman was furious. Wonderful. Wonderful. Fourth young lady's chess devil must have something to it. This devil must be related to the outcome of the game. That's why it caused the two of them to fight to the death. Sounds of praise and admiration could be heard from the surroundings. Everyone was attracted by the unprecedented chess strategy. Damn it. Damn it. Since you want to eat my little Fan Fan, I'll let all the chess soldiers and generals protect him together. Bei Xiaoman decided to stake everything on one throw. The outcome of the game was no longer important. Whoever dares to eat my little Fan Fan, I will risk my life to fight him. In the four-sided chess world, Ning Fan felt extremely bored. The flow of time in the four-sided chess world was 10,000 times faster than the outside world. More than 200 days had passed since he killed World Beast Immortal Venerable. So many days had passed. Logically speaking, the second round of the chess battle should have already begun. However, he still did not get to see the so-called battle. It was because Bei Xiaoman did not use him at all. She only placed him on a devil mountain, using the devil chi to nourish her body and guard the place. No enemies were teleported to his side. He also did not receive Bei Xiaoman's order to teleport to the enemies to kill their chess soldiers. Just as he was feeling bored, a ray of light suddenly teleported to his location. It was the person Fan Shiping sent to attack him. It was an early Duzhen chess soldier with the word, "Ghost," on his face. Is the opponent a chess devil? That chess soldier with the word, "Ghost," looked extremely arrogant. He had participated in more than 40 chess battles. He had rich experience in using chess talismans. As soon as he saw that the enemy was a chess devil, he flipped open his immortal book in an experienced manner and took out a weak devil talisman. As soon as this talisman was activated, the enemy's Duzhen fell by 2 levels. The higher the opponent's cultivation base, the weaker the effect of this talisman would be. Swoosh swoosh. The chess ghost took out 2 more talismans in a row. Violent Ghost Talisman. Ghost Head Saber Talisman. The Violent Ghost Talisman could greatly increase his cultivation base. The Ghost Head Saber Talisman was an equipment talisman. It could summon a 12 Nirvana Hotian Ghost Head Saber to be used in a battle. Seeing that he had used 3 talismans in a row, Ning Fan had yet to take out his immortal book. How could the chess ghost not know that Ning Fan was a newbie? Weak, too weak. This kid doesn't even know how to use talismans. I'm afraid he won't be able to withstand a single attack from me. Slash. The chess ghost wielded the Ghost Head Saber and slashed down from the sky. The power of a single attack was enough to defeat the sky-rending chess devil. This was the difference between a veteran and a newbie. If Ning Fan only had the cultivation base of sky-rending chess devil, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat this veteran chess ghost. Obviously, the opponent still had a bunch of trump cards that he had yet to use. Unfortunately, Ning Fan wasn't sky-rending chess devil. Ning Fan casually lifted his finger and shot out a red light, turning the chess ghost into ashes. He did not kill the chess ghost. The chess ghost was successfully reborn in the outside world. His face was filled with indescribable fear. It's fake, right? What kind of cultivation base is that? I have a whole body of talismans but I can't even resist it. The battle inside the chessboard was just a blink of an eye to the outside world. Fan Shiping was a cunning old fox. After circling around for a few times, the chess ghost suddenly appeared in the center of Bei Xiaoman's army and launched an attack at the chess devil. I'll take down this move, Fan Shiping said with a smile. But soon, he couldn't smile anymore. The chess ghost that he sent to attack the chess devil was shattered with a cracking sound. I'm going to faint. He failed to eat the chess pieces and was killed instead. It was actually a counterattack. His chess ghost didn't even have the time to use the talisman to escape. Huh? Bei Xiaoman was puzzled. Her little Fan was clearly attacked. Why didn't he eat the chess pieces? Could it be that the opponent's ghost spirit was 1,000 times, 10,000 times weaker than her little Fan? Bei Xiaoman heaved a sigh of relief. But soon, she miscalculated again. She fell into Fan Shiping's trap again. Fan Shiping successfully bypassed her trap and launched another attack at the chess devil that was represented by Ning Fan. This time, it was Fan Shiping's chess ghost that attacked Ning Fan. Then, Fan Shiping's chess ghost was killed instead. Then, Fan Shiping used his chess ghost to attack Ning Fan. Then, the chess ghost was killed instead. Fan Shiping, who lost 3 chess pieces in a row, fell into a disadvantageous position. He was shocked and wanted to use a strategy to make up for his disadvantage. But at this moment, something strange happened. Both sides did not move any chess pieces. However, Fan Shiping's remaining 3 chess pieces exploded without any warning. Winner, Bei Xiaoman. He won without doing anything again. How could this be? Fan Shiping coughed out blood and fell to the ground. He had put in a lot of effort in this round, but he did not expect that his spirit general would explode for no reason. Strange. Why did I win again? Why did that old man's spirit general explode by itself? Bei Xiaoman was dumbfounded. Winning without doing anything could be explained by luck. Winning without doing anything twice in a row was just too strange. Chapter 1232. Bei Xiaoman's second victory was obviously Ning Fan's doing. Ordinary chess soldiers were limited by their cultivation base. They could not break free from the restriction of the four-sided chess world. However, to Ning Fan, this level of restriction was useless. He was not a chess piece that could be manipulated by others. He could ignore the rules of the game at any time and attack and move freely. His cultivation base was too high. This also led to a result: the battle between the chess soldiers of the four-sided chess world could not attract his attention. No matter how many enemies there were and how skillfully they used the chess world talismans, they still could not withstand his tribulation flash. In the beginning, Ning Fan could still sit on the spot and wait for the enemy's chess soldiers to attack him. Then, he would kill them one by one. Later on, he completely lost interest in the game. He simply ignored the restrictions of the four-sided chess world and took the initiative to attack. He easily found all of the enemy's chess soldiers and destroyed them one by one with a flick of his finger. The only thing that I am concerned about in this world is that Wang Ji. Ning Fan's expression turned grim when he thought of the old woodcutter. It was not only because the old woodcutter was an ancient great cultivator. It was also because he had a metal elemental power that greatly restrained him. Among the 5 elements, metal restrained wood. Without a doubt, that old woodcutter was a metal elemental cultivator. Moreover, his metal elemental power was extremely powerful. It could actually suppress Ning Fan's wood elemental power. One should know that Ning Fan's wood elemental power was at the level of a divine lattice. Even if the old woodcutter was a master of the metal element and a title, he should not be able to threaten Ning Fan to such a degree. Then, there was only one explanation. The old woodcutter's metal elemental power was higher than that of a master of the metal element and a title. It might be the origin of the Tao or even higher. While Ning Fan was pondering, the voice of the Ant Lord suddenly resounded in his sea of consciousness. That Wang Ji has extremely deep karma. You better not provoke him. It was actually the Ant Lord's reminder. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with surprise. Are you warning me? This doesn't seem like something you would do. Humph. My life is connected to yours. That's why I'm reminding you. You can't afford to provoke that Wang Ji. The further you stay away from him, the better. When Wang Ji was mentioned, the Ant Lord, who was a dignified sage, actually shuddered. What he was afraid of was not Wang Ji but the karma. Ning Fan became even more puzzled. He withdrew his emotions and said with a solemn tone. You are a saint. Why are you so afraid of a great cultivator from the ancient times? The legend of Guanqi Lank is widely spread in the cultivation world. You must have heard of it, said the ant master. Ning Fan nodded. Of course, he had heard of the story of Guanqi and Lan Ko. It was said that in ancient times, near Shishir Mountain in Xian Prefecture, there was a woodcutter named Wang Ji. When he was chopping wood, he came to the mountain and saw a few immortals playing chess. Therefore, Wang Ji went forward to take a look. When he finished watching the match, he was surprised to find that the wooden handle of his axe had completely rotted. By the time he returned to the human world, 100 years had passed, and there were no more people from his generation. Legend had it that Wang Ji finally understood that he had met a celestial being. Overjoyed, he returned to Shishir Mountain and became a disciple of the primordial immortals. He abandoned the mortal world and devoted himself to cultivation. There was also a legend that Wang Ji was disheartened when he saw his loved ones passing away. That was why he entered the Tao sect. However, he did not cultivate in Shishir Mountain. Instead, he went somewhere else and became the disciple of someone else. There were usually hundreds and thousands of versions of such cultivation anecdotes. Naturally, they were not credible. There was even a later generation who wrote a poem based on Wang Ji's tone. Guanqi and Lan Ko, chopping wood, walking slowly at the entrance of the valley by the cloud. Selling firewood for wine, laughing wildly to cultivate one's love. Facing the moon, resting on a pine tree, sleeping until dawn. Recognizing the old forest, climbing the cliff and crossing the ridge, chopping the withered vines with the axe. Harvesting 1 load, selling 3 liters of rice in Shinga City. There was no competition for it, the current price was average. Not knowing how to scheme, no honor or disgrace, living a peaceful life. Wherever they met, they were either immortals or Taoists, sitting quietly and talking about the Golden Court. The artistic conception of this poem was extremely profound. It described the woodcutter as indifferent and carefree, as if he was an unworldly expert. In the eyes of the mortal world, fishermen and woodcutters were the most carefree people in the world. However, they did not know that there was no such thing as carefree in this world. This poem was better than the artistic conception, but it was far away from life. Fishermen fishing in the Han River were not to enjoy the snowy scenery. They just wanted to endure the pain of the bitter cold to make a living. Woodcutters cutting firewood and selling firewood were not to live in seclusion in the forest. If it wasn't for survival, who would be so free to cut down trees and destroy their vitality? White-haired fishermen and woodcutters meeting happily over a pot of turbid wine in the river. These were the imaginations of those who did not have to worry about food and clothing. Hee, the hand that picks up the pole hasn't stopped. The painter doesn't know the hardships of the fisherman. This is the true portrayal of the life of a poor fisherman and woodcutter. Ning Fan's thoughts gradually drifted away. However, he was called back by the Lord Ant's sneer. I'm reminding you out of goodwill. Is it really good for you to be so distracted? Let's talk about Wang Ji. My master had mentioned him before. He said that what Wang Ji saw in the Stone Room Mountain was not just a game of chess but the origin of the entire cultivation world. The identities of the few immortals who were playing chess in the mountain were even more terrifying. However, my master didn't say much about them. The master of the Lord Ant was old ancestor Hong Jun, who was at the 4th step of the immortal realm. Even old ancestor Hong Jun felt that Wang Ji's identity was terrifying. Hee. The origin of cultivation, huh? In that case, those few immortals have a higher status than your master? Ning Fan asked casually. Actually, he was not interested in such secrets. Nonsense. My master, Hong Jun, is the strongest immortal in the Profound Gate. How can there be anyone who has a higher status than him? The Lord Ant retorted with displeasure. However, her tone was obviously not very confident. She only refuted because she was loyal. However, the Lord Ant clearly remembered how respectful her master's expression was when she mentioned those immortals in the past. All in all, just don't provoke that Wang Ji. The karma on him is too terrifying. Once you get tainted by his karma, it will only bring you more harm than good. Ordinary people don't know about this, but most of the fourth step immortal sovereigns in the true world know about it. Because of that, none of the immortal sovereigns have ever gone to find trouble with Wang Ji. Even the sages usually stay away from him. On the other hand, those juniors who don't know their place always want to gain some benefits from Wang Ji. They really don't know what's good for them. Oh. Ning Fan was no longer interested in Wang Ji. He was thinking about how to make good use of the time he had left. Hey! I've said so much. Are you even listening to me carefully? Ning Fan's indifferent tone really annoyed the Lord Ant. What a load of nonsense. You don't have any fear, worry, surprise or concentration in your emotions at all. You're not listening to me at all. The conversation could no longer continue. The Lord Ant let out a cold harumph. She did not plan to continue reminding Ning Fan. She finally understood that Ning Fan did not take her warning seriously at all. She was just wasting her breath. Naturally, she felt a little frustrated. However, this time, she actually did not dare to flare up at Ning Fan. She could only swallow her anger and humphed. This was not like her at all. That's right. I don't dare to. She was a dignified Sage Realm expert. By right, it was impossible for her to be afraid of a second-step immortal sovereign. However, ever since Ning Fan cultivated a trace of the devil spirit bloodline, she actually could not muster up the confidence of a Sage Realm expert when facing him. Previously, Ning Fan only possessed the bloodline of a divine spirit. Therefore, she did not feel much pressure when facing him. After all, divine beings were defeated by the descendants of immortal spirits. No matter how noble a divine being was, it was not worth mentioning. However, Ning Fan cultivated a trace of the devil spirit bloodline. What was a devil spirit? The Lord Ant had never heard of it at all. Even many Nirvana saints were not qualified to know such a great secret of heaven and earth, let alone her. She only knew one thing. When facing Ning Fan at this moment, she actually felt a sense of inferiority and fear that came from the depths of her soul. It was a kind of powerlessness that all living things in this world felt when facing their creator. It was like how mortals were afraid of flames, heavenly lightning, and the deep sea. It was a kind of terrifying aura that only cultivators at the third step and above could feel. As a result, after being ignored by Ning Fan, the dignified Sage Realm Ant Lord actually only dared to sulk alone instead of quarreling with Ning Fan like how she usually did. In Ning Fan's eyes, he naturally felt that it was extremely abnormal. However, he did not pay too much attention to it. He disliked the Lord Ant from the bottom of his heart. Even though she had kindly reminded him, he did not want to talk to her for too long. A breath of time in the outside world was equivalent to several hours in the four-sided chess world. Bei Xiaoman had just finished her second game. There was still some time before she would play the third game. Before the third round of chess begins, he would have at least a few hundred days to enter secluded cultivation. The mixed element body of 5 elements has already been cultivated. Since I have plenty of time, I might as well cultivate the yin and yang 4 divisions. After cultivating the 5 elements origin, one could cultivate the yin and yang 4 divisions. After cultivating the yin and yang 4 divisions, one could cultivate the Tai Chi life and death. The yin and yang 4 divisions was an extension of the 5 elements mixed essence body. It was a kind of profound divine power that required the cultivator to use himself as the foundation and cultivate the 4 directions guardian deities. The self is in the middle, and the 4 directions are guarding the north, south, east, west. In the cultivation world, there were many descriptions of the 4 symbols. Some people said that the 4 symbols represented spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Some people said that the 4 symbols were the 4 great mysterious divine beasts, azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. Some people said that the 4 symbols represented the old yang, little yin, old yin, and little yang. Some people said that the 4 symbols represented the stars in the 4 directions. Of course, when it came to academics, everyone could have their own opinions. This was understandable. Ning Fan took out the jade slip given to him by omniscient old man and carefully studied the part about yin-yang and four symbols. Suddenly, he saw a sentence between the lines. It was describing the yin-yang and four symbols that omniscient old man cultivated. Wood Saint Mugui Jia of the east, fire Saint Mugui Yi of the south, earth nascent demon crane Ni of the central, gold Saint Mugui Bing of the west and water Saint Mugui Xian Ding of the north. He remembered that omniscient old man had summoned the four symbols twice in front of him. They were fire devil Yi and water Saint Mugui Ding. In other words, other than fire devil Yi and water Saint Mugui Ding, omniscient old man also cultivated two other four symbols, wood ghost Jia and gold divine Mugui. As for the demon crane Ni, it was probably referring to omniscient old man himself. Gold divine Mugui, fire devil Yi, demon crane Ni, water Saint Mugui Ding, wood ghost Jia. When the five of them are added together, they seem to correspond to the gods, devils, demons, immortals, and ghosts. Could it be that senior omniscient old man cultivated the yin-yang four symbols based on this? However, there's one thing that I don't quite understand. There's nothing wrong with a being yang wood. However, B is yin wood. Why does it correspond to fire? C is yang fire but it corresponds to metal. Whereas D is yin fire. Why does it correspond to water? Ning Fan muttered to himself. Could it be that omniscient old man's yin-yang and four symbols had already reached the level where he could reverse the five elements? Could it be that he could ignore the attributes of the five elements? On the other hand, reversing the five elements did not seem to be very difficult because the yin-yang transformation that he cultivated had a similar ability which allowed him to turn water into fire and lightning into ice. Hee. There's something you don't know. There's a reason why omniscient old man cultivated such a strange four symbols. That old man is actually an idiot at naming things. The Lord Ant suddenly let out a mocking laugh. She recalled some interesting legends that she had heard in the past. It was said that a long time ago, an idiot genius appeared in the branch sect of the Hongjun holy sect. That person was none other than omniscient old man when he was young. He was said to be a genius because his innate talent was too heaven-defying. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the #1 nascent soul realm cultivator since the beginning of time. It was said that he was an idiot because his ability to come up with names was just too trashy. On that day, omniscient old man cultivated the yin-yang four symbols that even sages could cultivate with his mere nascent soul realm cultivation base. On that day, omniscient old man summoned the four symbols and named them in front of them. The process of naming them had completely embarrassed the yin-yang sect. Omniscient old man said, "It's really troublesome to come up with names. The four of you can just arrange yourselves according to A, B, C and D, metal, wood, water and fire four symbols said, we are the four symbols. Don't you think the way you named them is a little too casual? It doesn't conform to the five elements, alright?" Omniscient old man said, "Cut the crap. Are you guys the boss or am I the boss? The subordinates should listen to the boss. Alright, take off your pants now. I want to see your dick." Metal, wood, water and fire four symbols. Omniscient old man said, "Your dick is the longest. You are the wood ghost armor. You are the second, fire devil B. You are the third, work harder. Gold divine third, your dick is only half the length of the wood ghost armor. What's the point of living like this? You are the fourth, water immortal fourth. Hey! Why are you crying, water immortal fourth? Summon up your courage to face life, water immortal fourth. Pooh, gold divine third is actually twice as long as you. Pooh, this is actually your hardened length. Pooh, I can't take it anymore. Let me laugh for a while more. How dare you, water immortal fourth, you dare to take off boss pants. You are not allowed to look, no one is allowed to look. Water immortal fourth's tears turned into laughter and he rolled on the ground, laughing, ha ha ha. Boss, you are actually shorter than me. Do you really not feel inferior like this? Omniscient old man said, what do you guys know? This is called hidden elephant horse, okay. The shorter the dick, the deeper the profound nature, the higher the cultivation. You are not allowed to laugh, no one is allowed to laugh. That day, omniscient old man became the laughingstock of the real world. It was not that his dick was ridiculed. In fact, the more profound a cultivator was, the shorter dick was. Omniscient old man did not lie about this. The reason why the immortals were ridiculed was the way omniscient old man named the four symbols. Naming them according to the length of dick was indeed a disgrace to the culture. I wonder how the two-form saint raised such a strange disciple. It's really a joke. It's such a waste of this young man's top-notch aptitude as the #1 nascent soul realm cultivator in history. Isn't this story very funny? The Ant Lord had been suppressed by omniscient old man for many years. Naturally, whenever he had the chance, he would try his best to make fun of omniscient old man. Ning Fan's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. Somehow, he and omniscient old man seemed to have a brotherly relationship. How could he tolerate others making fun of omniscient old man? Shut up. If you dare to laugh again, don't blame me for punishing you. Ning Fan was very angry. The result of his anger was the overwhelming aura force of the two spirits, making the Ant Lord tremble in fear. Little ant, why are you being so fierce? Can't you talk nicely if you don't allow me to laugh? The Ant Lord was terrified. This was the true wrath of a fiend god. It actually gave her the illusion that existences on the same level as Ancestor Hong Jun, Ancestor Li, and the Lord of Tribulation thought were angry. Ning Fan no longer paid attention to the Ant Lord. With a muffled voice, he continued to read the Jade Slip. The Jade Slip did not only record omniscient old man's Yin and Yang 4 symbols but also others' Yin and Yang 4 symbols. Even though the Yin and Yang 4 symbols was the ultimate technique of the Two Forms sect, it was not created by the Two Forms saint. Instead, it was a great divine ability that had existed since ancient times. Of course, the disciples of the Two Forms sect were not the only ones who had mastered it. There were also other people who had mastered it. He began to try to cultivate the Yin and Yang 4 symbols. The 4 symbols could not be mastered in one go. Instead, he needed to master them one by one. Ning Fan closed his eyes and immersed his consciousness into his inner world. As he began to cultivate the Yin and Yang 4 symbols, a grand formation of 5 directions appeared in his inner world. Strange. Why is it a 5 directions formation? Ning Fan was slightly surprised. When ordinary people cultivate the Yin and Yang 4 symbols, they would form a formation of 4 directions. However, he formed a formation of 5 directions. The reason why this happened was probably related to the uniqueness of his primordial spirit body. His 5 directions formation was directly arranged according to the divine, devil, demon, immortal and ghost. His true self was sitting on the divine seat of the 5 directions formation. As for the other 4 seats, 3 of them were empty. Only the devil spirit's seat was occupied by an illusory young man. The features of that young devil spirit were exactly the same as Ning Fan's. That young devil spirit's cultivation base was very weak. It was only at the vein opening realm. That young devil spirit seemed to be incomplete. His eyes were always closed and he did not talk to Ning Fan. That young devil spirit's Yin Qi was very heavy. The so-called Yin Qi was actually relatively speaking. Compared to Ning Fan, his existence was more ethereal and illusory. That was why his Yin Qi was very heavy. If Ning Fan were to encounter cultivators from the true world, he would also appear to have extremely heavy Yin Qi compared to them. Ning Fan tried to establish a spiritual connection with that young devil spirit. He had an illusion. That young devil spirit was neither his second primordial spirit nor his clone. It was another version of him. He actually created another version of himself based on the existence of his true self. If I can make this young devil spirit open his eyes and establish a true spiritual connection with me, I will be able to cultivate the first of the 4 symbols. However, how should I do it? Ning Fan opened his eyes and stared at the young devil spirit. No matter how he stared at him or how he tried to communicate with him, the young devil spirit just kept his eyes closed and ignored him. All of a sudden, Ning Fan had an epiphany. He closed his eyes and separated himself from his five senses as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. At this moment, the young devil spirit opened his eyes in a strange manner. His eyes were filled with a hint of blankness. There were countless parallel reincarnations in the world. Not all parallel reincarnations had 4 heavens and 9 worlds. Not all parallel reincarnations had universal cultivation planets. No one could see through all parallel reincarnations because theoretically, the number of parallel reincarnations was infinite. However, even a 4th step immortal sovereign's cultivation base was still limited to a limited number of reincarnations. In an inconspicuous small reincarnation, there was a world called the mortal world. It was said that there was a spiritual world above the mortal world. It was said that there was an immortal world above the spiritual world. In the mortal world, there were countless Buddhist sects and many Buddhist countries. This was a cultivation world where Buddhist cultivators were the most respected. The Tao sects had declined and there were few talents. Children had to receive enlightenment on Buddhist Dharma from a very young age. Those disciples of cultivation clans had to cultivate the Bhikkhu Sutra of Buddhist sects since they were young in an attempt to increase their Buddhist power and become a true bhikkhu. The so-called bhikkhu referred to the lowest level of Buddhist cultivators. At this moment, in the Bai clan of Hassa, a test of Buddhist power was being conducted. Buddhist power, 3rd level. Looking at the 5 shining words on the stone tablet, the black-robed young man named Bai Fan remained expressionless. His lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. Due to the strength he used to clench his fists tightly, his nails pierced deep into his palms, bringing him waves of excruciating pain. Bai Fan, Buddhist power, 3rd level. Grade, low. Beside the stone tablet, a middle-aged man who was in charge of the assessment glanced at the information displayed on the tablet and announced Bai Fan's result with an indifferent tone. All of a sudden, the entire Bai clan was filled with mocking laughter. They were mocking the fallen genius of the Bai clan because his Buddhist power was actually declining year after year. Not only did it not increase, but it also regressed year after year. Bai Fan himself was also very depressed. He didn't know why he hated Buddhist Dharma since he was a child. He was not stupid, but he was not interested in learning Buddhist Dharma. He hated the boring morning classes, noon classes, and evening classes every day. He hated reciting Buddhist scriptures that taught people to endure hardships and accept their fate. He didn't agree with all the Buddhist supernatural powers. None of the supernatural powers of Buddhism that he learned had a compatibility rate of more than 10%. Although he hated Buddhist Dharma, he still forced himself to cultivate Buddhist power hard in order to stand out. Perhaps it was because of his innate aptitude. Although he rejected the Buddhist Dharma, the speed at which he cultivated the Buddhist Dharma was still extremely shocking. When he was 7 years old, he cultivated to 10th level of Buddhist power. Then he advanced to the laying foundation period and became a glorious Bhikkhu Buddhist cultivator. When he was 10 years old, he cultivated to the peak of the laying foundation period and was not far from breaking through to the golden core period. The cultivators of Hassa once made a list of the top 100 young people with talents, and Bai Fan was among the top 10. He was the hope of the Bai clan and also a genius that was highly valued by the cultivation world of Hassa. But then a strange thing happened. After that, his bad luck began. When he was 12 years old, a man as handsome as a god suddenly appeared in his inner world. That man's appearance was almost exactly the same as his, but he looked extremely old, as if he had experienced the accumulation of countless years. That man sat cross-legged and slept with his eyes closed. He never opened his eyes and never talked to him. Bai Fan didn't know who that godlike man was, and he couldn't drive this man out of his inner world. Since this godlike man appeared in his heart, his bad luck came one after another. His cultivation of Buddhist Dharma could no longer be improved, and it even began to fall. From half a step into the golden core period, his cultivation fell all the way to 3rd level of Buddhist power. He became the laughing stock of the whole Bai clan. What was more unfortunate was that he got the news that someone would come and ask him to break off the engagement soon. As expected, not long after Bai Fan's result was out, a group of cultivators rode on Buddhist clouds and came whistling over. These people were the royal guards of Hassa. The leader of these guards was a 15-year-old girl. She was the daughter of the king of Hassa, Princess Vulture. Back then, Bai Fan's talent was outstanding. In order to win over this talent, the king of Hassa personally contacted the Bai clan and arranged a marriage between Bai Fan and Princess Vulture. But later, Bai Fan's outstanding talent disappeared. Princess Vulture came today to break off the engagement. She glanced at the stone tablet arrogantly and was surprised to find that her fiancé, Bai Fan's cultivation had fallen again. Last year, he was still at 5th level of Buddhist power. This year, he was only at 3rd level. He was too weak. Therefore, Princess Vulture was even more determined to break off the engagement. She turned against the Bai clan on the spot and broke off the engagement with Bai Fan. The leader of the Bai clan was greatly embarrassed. He was so angry that his old wounds acted up again. He vomited blood and fell to the ground. Humiliation. How humiliating. Bai Fan gritted his teeth and helped the leader stand up. He glared at Princess Vulture. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't because of his anger. Because he was so angry, Bai Fan's eyes were burning with demonic fire. Demonic chi surged around him. He was never a Buddhist cultivator. There was a demon living in the depths of his heart. What? This Bai Fan is a demonic cultivator. In the vast land of Buddhism, he actually dares to learn from those demons and cultivate the demonic Tao. Everyone was shocked. Because of the prosperity of Buddhism, there were not many demonic cultivators in the human world. Occasionally, they would appear, but they would usually be suppressed and purified by the Buddhas. Seeing that Bai Fan had fallen into the demonic Tao, Princess Vulture wanted to order people to capture Bai Fan and lock him in the capital's prison. However, right at this moment, a light voice descended from the sky, accompanied by a sky full of flying petals. It was an extremely pleasant but cold voice of a woman. Bai Fan felt that he had heard that voice before, but he couldn't remember where. He's my demon. If you hurt him, I'll slaughter your entire country. A woman with a sword on her back came to save Bai Fan with a cold expression. Everyone was shocked when they saw the woman. It's the spiritual lady. The female demon ranked 10th in the demonic sect of the North region. Why is she here? Bai Fan wanted to raise his head to see the appearance of the spiritual lady. But before he could raise his head, his vision turned black and he fainted on the ground. In the world of Ning Fan's mind. Ning Fan opened his eyes. At the moment he opened his eyes, the young devil spirit who was sitting at the devil spirit position of the pentagonal formation closed his eyes in a strange manner. His chi became lifeless again. Bai Fan. Spiritual lady. Ning Fan muttered to himself. When he closed his eyes, he seemed to have transformed into another identity and was living in another parallel reincarnation cycle. In that parallel reincarnation, his name seemed to be Bai Fan. He seemed to have experienced some bad luck. As for what it was, he couldn't remember it at all, as if he had just woken up from a dream. He could only vaguely remember that someone wanted to capture him. Then, a woman called the spiritual lady came to save him. Ning Fan tried his best to recall, but he couldn't remember what had happened in that era of reincarnation for Bai Fan. He inadvertently looked at Bai Fan again and suddenly became speechless. He closed his eyes. He remembered that the devil spirit Bai Fan was at the 3rd level of the vein opening realm. Now that he woke up from his sleep, he was surprised to find that Bai Fan's cultivation base had dropped to the 1st level of the vein opening realm. This devil spirit is really strange. Why is his cultivation base getting lower and lower, Bai Fan? Bai Fan. I've used this name before. It was used to name one of the clones of Mo Lu's clone. Now, there's another Bai Fan. Ning Fan still did not fully understand the principle of the yin and yang 4 symbols. He did not understand why something similar to parallel reincarnation would happen. He could not be sure if this was a special case of him or if the yin and yang four symbols were always like this. He wanted to close his eyes and live as the devil spirit by Fan for a while to experiment. However, at this moment, he received a summon from Bei Xiaoman. The third round had begun. He left the world of his mind. He had to become a chess soldier and participate in the third round on behalf of Bei Xiaoman. Let's end the battle quickly. Ning Fan's body swayed and disappeared from his original spot. 10 breaths later, he returned to his original spot and continued to meditate with his legs crossed. His mind sank into the world of his mind. At the foot of the stone room mountain in the Sea of Time. Bei Xiaoman's opponent for the third round was a chess player who was dressed like a wandering monk. This person was attached to the Eastern Palace and his Buddhist name was Xiao Su. Ba. It's meaningless to throw the pieces to decide the first move. This old monk has a suggestion. Is fourth miss willing to listen to it? Xiao Su squinted his eyes and said with a smile. What advice does master have for me? Bei Xiaoman was very polite in the beginning. After all, monk Xiao Su was very famous in the Northern Heaven chess world. I want to use one of my toes to exchange for fourth miss's first move. What do you think? Xiao Su's words were shocking. As soon as he said those words, he took out an iron rod and smashed the thumb of his left foot. Instantly, the pain pierced his heart and blood flowed out. However, his facial expression remained the same. There was not a single change in his expression. It was obvious how terrifying his endurance was. Bei Xiaoman's expression changed. Monk Xiao Su had already smashed one of his toes. If she did not give him the first move, she would have to give up some of her body parts. Otherwise, how would she have the face to compete for the first move? Then, here comes the problem. She had heard that monk Xiao Su's first move was very powerful. It was said that up until now, he had never lost a single move. This person must have seen her winning without doing anything and knew that there was something fishy going on. That was why he purposely fought for the first move. He wanted to use the advantage of the first move to kill off her trickery. How about it? Fourth miss, are you going to give me the first move? Could it be that you think that using one toe to exchange for the first move is not enough? Alright. Clang. Monk Xiao Su smashed the thumb of his right foot again. Bei Xiaoman was speechless. She could see monk Xiao Su's determination. He had already smashed 2 toes. If she still did not give him the first move, it would be too unreasonable. Fine, I'll give him the first move. She also wanted to see if she could still win the third round without doing anything after giving her the upper hand. It probably wouldn't happen again. 10 breaths later, Bei Xiaoman was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. Opposite her, monk Xiao Su was completely speechless. Monk Xiao Su sacrificed 2 toes and finally got the first move. However, before he could even finish arranging his chess pieces, the spirit general exploded. He actually lost without doing anything. Winner, Bei Xiaoman. Bei Xiaoman won 3 games in a row without doing anything. The great elder of the Eastern Palace wore a gloomy expression. He looked at everything that happened in front of him in disbelief. Who can tell me? What did that bitch Bei Xiaoman do? Why did she win without doing anything? Why can't monk Xiao Su do anything to her? The elders of the Eastern Palace kept quiet out of fear. None of them could answer this question. They were different from the elders of the Western Palace. They did not receive the news that Ning Fan was hiding in Bei Xiaoman's residence. They did not know that Bei Xiaoman was involved with Zhao Jian, an ancient great cultivator. Of course, they could not find a reasonable explanation. Only the few elders of the Western Palace knew the inside story. Of course, they knew why Bei Xiaoman could win. Bei Xiaoman used the back door to arrange for Ning Fan to enter the four-sided chess world in advance. Moreover, these few old men were the ones who personally handled the matter. They could not wait to let Ning Fan enter the four-sided chess world in advance. After all, when the chess soldiers officially enter the chess world, each of them would receive the attention of countless spectators. It was hard to guarantee that no one would recognize Ning Fan. If Ning Fan entered the four-sided chess world in advance, no one would notice him. It was funny that the others were still kept in the dark until now. After the elders of the Western Palace looked at each other, they clapped their hands and laughed heartily. Then, they ran to the people of the Eastern Palace to annoy them. The first elder of the Western Palace said, "Wonderful. Wonderful. This is the real hand of God. Before the game has even started, you have already lost the entire game." The second elder of the Western Palace said, "Fourth Miss chess skill has already surpassed the game itself. He must have touched upon the legendary laws of chess. Only by doing so could she defeat the chess players of the opponent without even fighting." The third elder of the Western Palace said, "If the human king doesn't kill, he has the momentum to subdue his opponent. Before the chess piece is placed, he has the momentum to win. I believe that fourth Miss must have relied on the momentum to win." The fourth elder of the Western Palace said, "Who is the peak at the end of the road of chess? Fourth Mrs. Dao has become nothing. We can't afford to offend her." "Nonsense. I have lived for so many years, but I have never heard of any Dao of chess in this world that can allow someone to win in the first game. Your Western Palace must have cheated." The great elder said angrily. "Hee, please be careful with your words, great elder. How can great elder accuse others without any evidence? Winning without doing anything is not cheating. How can a cultivator's matter be considered cheating? Don't make fun of me." Then, the elders of the Western Palace told the great elder about the principles of "a gentleman is always poor" and "a wise man is always poor," which made the crowd burst into laughter. The entire stone room mountain was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. The great elder of the Western Palace was so angry that his face turned green. He was not stupid. How could he not see that something was fishy? There must be something that was out of his control. The few elders of the Western Palace looked like villains who were intoxicated with success. One look and he knew that they had something to hide. "Men, go and investigate. Find out if there are any powerful figures that came to the Western Palace Island recently," the great elder ordered in a low voice. Unfortunately, the news of Ning Fan had already been sealed by the elders of the Western Palace. They even hid it from the palace lord, Yuan Yao. How could they let outsiders know about it? The great elder sent people to investigate, but they could not find anything. No matter how he thought about it, he still felt that Bei Xiaoman had used some special method to cheat, but he could not find any evidence. "Great elder, what should we do now?" The other elders of the Eastern Palace asked with an ugly expression. Their Eastern Palace had done a lot of tricks for the second round of the competition. They were determined to win the second round. However, if Bei Xiaoman really cheated all the way and won without doing anything, their arrangements would most likely fail. "Let's wait. I don't believe that Bei Xiaoman can really win all the way," the great elder said in a deep voice. In a parallel universe, Bai Fan opened his eyes blankly and woke up from his coma. As soon as he opened his eyes, he could not remember that he was Ning Fan. He only remembered that he was Bai Fan, the fallen genius of the Bai clan. Previously, he had exposed his devil cultivation base and was captured by the spirit vulture princess. Then, he was rescued by a female devil named Ling Nu. "Miss, may I know how long I have been unconscious and where is this place?" Bai Fan noticed that there was a maidservant serving beside the bed, so he asked. "Madam, you have been unconscious for 10 days. You are currently in Blood Marshal Mountain," the servant girl answered respectfully. However, there were many strange things in her words. She actually addressed Bai Fan as madam. Bai Fan was obviously a young man. How did he become a madam? However, Bai Fan did not think too much about it. He just thought that he had just woken up and heard the wrong address. "Wait. Miss is saying that I am currently in Blood Marshal Mountain?" Bai Fan could not stay calm anymore. Blood Marshal Mountain was the territory of devil cultivators. He was someone from the Buddha country. Why would he appear in the territory of devil cultivators? Could it be that he was kidnapped by the Ling Nu? Speaking of which, who was the Ling Nu? He did not know much about the forces of devil cultivators in the Saha world. Could it be that the Ling Nu was from the blood martial sect? May I ask, where is the Ling Nu lady who saved me now? As soon as Bai Fan spoke, the servant girl's expression suddenly changed. She said angrily, "My lord saved you out of kindness and even married you. You are not grateful. You even imitated those righteous Buddhists and scolded my lord as a Ling Nu. How rude." Ah. Was Ling Nu a scolding term? He did not know. Before he fainted, he heard others call her that. Wait. What do you mean by marry me? Bai Fan's face suddenly turned black. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong. He then sensed his dantian and immediately sighed. His cultivation level of the third level of vein opening had fallen again. This time, it had fallen to the first level of vein opening. Not right. What is the first level of vein opening? His current cultivation level should be called the first level of Buddha force. Why did a strange term suddenly appear in his mind? Oh. Are you awake, little guy? Suddenly, a beautiful figure with a fragrant wind walked in from the door. As soon as she saw the person, the servant girl immediately knelt on the ground and greeted the Lord. Bai Fan raised his head and looked. His eyes were fixed on the person's face. It was a woman with a cold appearance and a long sword on her back. Her appearance was very beautiful, but that was not the main point. The main point was that Bai Fan felt that he had seen this woman somewhere before. Qing Ling. Bai Fan could not help but shout out. As soon as the words came out, he was at a loss. He did not know why he called this woman Qing Ling. It seemed to be a habit. Ji Qingling let out a soft cry of surprise. She did not understand why Bai Fan, who was meeting her for the first time, could accurately call her by her common name. She had already abandoned that common name for many years. Today, she was called the Blood Martial Master by her fellow Devil Dao cultivators and was called the Ling Nu by the righteous Buddhist cultivators. Previously, she just happened to pass by the Bai clan and happened to see the scene of Bai Fan being broken off his engagement, leaking devil qi, and being captured. She actually did not understand why she had to meddle in other people's business and save Bai Fan. She was only driven by instinct and saved him. There was no reason and there was no need for a reason. Chapter 1233. The cultivation of the yin and yang four symbols wasn't something that could be done in a day. With Ning Fan's current cultivation of the four symbols, he was still unable to communicate with the devil spirit's mind. Every time he opened his eyes, he couldn't remember what he had experienced in his reincarnation as the demonic spirit youth. There was always a barrier between him and the devil spirit. Ning Fan's current cultivation base was far from enough to break this barrier. That barrier was called samsara. The cultivation of the yin-yang four symbols was filled with difficulties. Fortunately, every time Ning Fan awakened from his devil spirit body, he would extract a small amount of yin and yang qi from the transformation of the two eras. After a few hundred days of cultivation, he would be able to refine a strand of yin and yang qi. In order to activate the Taiji life and death realm, one would need at least 1,000,000 strands of yin and yang qi. The cultivation of the yin and yang four symbols could not be accomplished in one go. Ning Fan also did not expect to be able to master such a great divine ability within a short period of time. He did not forget that his main purpose in coming to the Four Corners chess realm was not to cultivate, but to help Bei Xiaoman play every game. Inside the four-sided chess world, Ning Fan moved again and again to eliminate the enemy's chess group. In the real world, Bei Xiaoman defeated her opponents again and again. Her ranking in the number of victories was getting higher and higher. 13 wins and 0 losses. In the blink of an eye, Bei Xiaoman had won 13 rounds in a row, and every round was a crushing victory. More often than not, the opponent would lose the entire game the moment the game started. On the East Palace's seats, the Great Elder was hopping mad. He had secretly arranged a bunch of 6 Bo's national champions for Bei Xiaoman, but none of them could end Bei Xiaoman's winning streak. Huang Longshi, Shi Xiangxia, Su Xingyou, Lu Zhongfu. One after another, Northern Sky's national experts were defeated by Bei Xiaoman. Gradually, Bei Xiaoman's record rose to 35 wins and 0 losses. Bei Xiaoman had already defeated a powerful national expert. It was obvious that Yu Zi could not shake Bei Xiaoman's winning streak. Thus, the Grand Elder became anxious. He had no choice but to be anxious. The chess tournament at Shishir Mountain used a 50-game system, and everyone could only play 50 games. After 50 rounds, they would be ranked according to the number of wins and losses. If there were people who had the same number of victories and defeats, these people would fight each other again to determine the winner. At this rate, Bei Xiaoman would be able to finish all 50 matches in a short while. She would definitely be number one. Although the second round of the competition was insignificant, the Great Elder did not want the people of the Western Palace to be so outstanding, especially when it was Yuan Yao's daughter. Suddenly, a disciple of the Eastern Palace who was in charge of communication came to report, "Good news, good news. Venerable Go has agreed to our request and is rushing over. However, the agreed price must be doubled." "What? Venerable Go is willing to help us? How much longer until he arrives?" The Great Elder was overjoyed. As long as Venerable Go arrived, Bei Xiaoman's winning streak would be ended. Venerable Go sent a voice transmission saying that he is not far away in the starry sky. He will definitely arrive within 5 games. The Eastern Palace disciple reported. Good. Good. As long as Venerable Go is willing to come, not to mention doubling the price, the Eastern Palace is willing to pay 10 times the price. This time, we must kill the arrogance of the Western Palace. The Great Elder smiled coldly. He wanted to see if Bei Xiaoman could continue to be lucky after Venerable Go arrived. 36 wins and 0 losses. 37 wins and 0 losses. 38 wins and 0 losses. Bei Xiaoman's winning streak kept increasing. In the end, she was already completely numb to the fact that she could win without doing anything. Is it little Fan Fan? Is he the one who has been helping me win all the way? Bei Xiaoman was secretly delighted. No matter how stupid she was, she could vaguely tell who was the one who contributed to all of this. No matter who her opponent was. No matter how strong her opponent's chess pieces were. She could destroy all of her opponent's chess pieces at the first moment. All of this was because she had a freakishly strong chess devil, Ning Fan. The feeling of being protected by her gigolo was indescribably sweet. Bei Xiaoman's heart felt like it was smeared with honey. Even though the feeling of winning without doing anything felt great, the problem was how could her little Fan Fan be so powerful? Her impression of Ning Fan was still the same as in the past. A few hundred years ago, Ning Fan was just a little devil lord in the endless sea of the rain world. A few hundred years later, he could already defeat the chess pieces of the northern heaven. Previously, little Fan Fan told me that he is actually a heaven-defying immortal king. Could it be that he wasn't joking? Oh my god. He actually became an immortal king. He only spent a few hundred years and he even came from the rain world. But I actually thought that he was just a void refinement realm cultivator. When she thought of this, Bei Xiaoman could no longer feel happy. Instead, she covered her face in embarrassment. Shameful. This is way too shameful. Previously, she actually foolishly thought that Ning Fan was just a void refinement realm junior. How stupid must I be to think that an immortal king is a void refinement realm cultivator? How stupid must I be to have a big heart to raise an immortal king old monster as my gigolo? What is Xiaoman doing? That posture of covering her face. Is she celebrating her 38 consecutive victories? Her eldest sister, Bei Shi, and her third sister, Bei Li, quietly observed Bei Xiaoman. According to my understanding of Xiaoman, every time she cries because of her own stupidity, she will cover her face like a defeated dog. I guess this time, she might have encountered something that made her cry because of her own stupidity. The second sister, Bei Qinghan, covered her face with a small fan and said with a strange smile. Speaking of which, what cultivation base did Xiaoman invite? Could it be a peak immortal king? Otherwise, without an immortal emperor, who would be able to win 38 consecutive victories in the Four Corners chess world? Bei Shi and Bei Li did not pay much attention to Bei Xiaoman recently. Thus, they did not know that Ning Fan was by her side. Xiaoman has indeed invited an incredible person. I don't know whether he is a peak immortal king or not. But his ability to steal a woman's beauty is enough to be the best in the northern heaven. Of course. How could a person who could accept Xiaoman and her mother not be good at playing with women? The more Bei Qinghan thought about the indescribable scene between Ning Fan and her mother, the more excited she became. Steal a woman's beauty. Could the powerful chess soldier that Xiaoman invited be an old ancestor of the evil Tao? Bei Shi and Bei Li were extremely worried. They were worried that Xiaoman would suffer a loss. They were worried that Xiaoman would pay a heavy price for a momentary victory. Is it so easy to invite an old ancestor-level expert of the evil Tao? Either you have to pay a heavy price or he has other plans for you. I'm not sure if he is someone of the evil Tao. However, I'm sure that he has slept with Xiaoman before. Bei Qinghan deliberately did not reveal Ning Fan's true identity. Instead, she used words to mislead her two sisters. She liked to see her sisters' anxious faces. Hearing this, Bei Shi and Bei Li became anxious. They couldn't imagine that Xiaoman would sacrifice her body just to ask someone from the evil path to help her. That silly girl, why would she sacrifice herself like this? Was it just to kill everyone in the second round? No. She did it for Mother. She definitely wants to be the best in the second round and fight for Mother's honor in front of the entire northern heaven. However, how can the Water Sect, who has an engagement with Xiaoman, let go of the matter? Once this matter is exposed, the Water Sect will be concerned about their reputation. How can they let Xiaoman go? Bei Shi and Bei Li quickly understood the crux of the matter. While they were touched by Bei Xiaoman's filial piety, they were also worried about her future. When the two of them were playing chess, they went to find Yuan Yao. They wanted to talk to their mother about Xiaoman and come up with a way to protect her. However, Yuan Yao's eyes were staring blankly at the moment. She did not even notice that her two daughters were talking to her. No matter how they called her, she would not reply. Left with no choice, the two of them went back to prepare for the next round of chess. They planned to discuss this matter with their mother after the second round ends. Yuan Yao was too focused. She spread out her spirit sense to observe every game that Bei Xiaoman played. She was not looking at the game itself but a certain chess piece on the chessboard. She remembered that Ning Fan seemed to have become Bei Xiaoman's chess devil. Could that little fellow be the one who helped Bei Xiaoman achieve 38 consecutive victories? What exactly is his cultivation base? 39 wins and 0 losses. 40 wins and 0 losses. Seeing that Bei Xiaoman had won another 5 games and revered chess, who was supposed to arrive, had yet to arrive, the great elder's heart was burning with anxiety. He had even prepared himself for the worst. He planned to accept the fact that the disciple of the West Palace had obtained the first place in the chess battle. However, at this moment, immortal music and the chanting of scriptures were heard from the sky above the stone room mountain. 8 young ladies carried a bridal sedan and arrived with the wind. There was no isolation formation on the bridal sedan. Thus, the cultivators only needed to use their spirit sense to scan the sedan and they would be able to see the person who was sitting in the sedan. It was a fat old man. That fat old man had an ugly appearance. However, he was wearing a white robe that was embroidered with clouds. There was even a flower on his head. As soon as they saw that the person who arrived was actually this old man, the cultivators began to discuss among themselves. It's actually revered chess. Why is this old man here? Isn't he busy teaching the new female disciple of his family? You're really ignorant. A few months ago, this person's newly accepted female disciple suddenly died. How tragic. How many times has it been? I heard that a few chess pieces were dug out from the body of the female disciple who was killed by him last time. I wonder how she will die this time. Strange. This person's reputation is too bad. The Lost World Palace should not have invited him to participate in the chess battle. Why is he here? Is he here to be a spectator? It turned out that this fat old man was the infamous revered chess of the North Heaven. Although revered chess was called revered chess, he was actually a 5-tribulation immortal king. He was a peak immortal king who was half a step away from the immortal emperor realm. This person's methods were even more treacherous and powerful. It was said that he once offended a certain great emperor of the North Heaven because of his lust for women. In the end, he even defeated that great emperor of the North Heaven. Being able to defeat an immortal emperor as an immortal king, this person's strength was evident. What was more troublesome was that this person had a master. His master was a sage-to-be with the title of True Lord Fu Zhe. He was also infamous in the entire North Heaven. If not for the extremely bad reputation of his master and disciple, a powerful figure like revered chess would be sought after wherever he went. He would not be in such a situation where he was being looked down upon by others. Strange. Why is this person here? Yuan Yao frowned. The guests of the second round were all invited in advance. She was very sure that this revered chess was not on the invitation list. Just as she was hesitating whether to welcome this person, a few elders of the East Palace had already stepped forward to welcome him. Revered elder, you are finally here. You have kept us waiting. The great elder bowed respectfully. Cut the crap. Where is the reward? This old man will not take action without any reward. Revered chess walked down the sedan chair and said arrogantly. Ha, revered elder, you can rest assured. As long as you represent the East Palace in the tournament, we will naturally offer you the promised double reward. Ha ha ha. Very good, very good. In that case, once the chess tournament is over, this old man will go to your East Palace to pick 20 female disciples. As soon as he finished speaking, revered chess walked directly towards the chess tournament arena. He actually intended to participate in the chess tournament as a chess player of the East Palace. Hiss. Everyone present was astounded. No one expected that revered chess would actually participate in the chess tournament directly and not be a spectator. Moreover, revered chess was actually invited by the great elder of the Lost World Palace. The reward was the sacrifice of 20 female disciples of the East Palace. Hold on. This is against the rules. Yuan Ya had to step in. Nothing could be accomplished without rules. The Lost World Palace tournament was an important event. Naturally, there were rules that could not be changed. Firstly, revered chess was a chess player from the outside. He was not a disciple of the Lost World Palace or a foreign elder. Even if he participated in the second round, he could only participate as a chess player and not a chess player. Secondly, revered chess came too late. The tournament had already started for a long time. According to the rules, it was not allowed to join the chess tournament halfway through. Most importantly, the Lost World Palace was a great sect. How could they offer their female disciples just to curry favor with an evil cultivator? Revered chess might have a high cultivation level, but Yuan Yao still decided to fight for what was right. She voiced out her reasoning in hopes that revered chess would understand and not force them to participate in the tournament. She also hoped that he would not harm the female disciples of the Lost World Palace. Revered chess was very angry. He did not participate in the chess tournament of his own accord. If it was not for the humble request of the great elder of the Lost World Palace and the offer of double reward, he would not even bother to come to this lousy mountain and play this lousy game of chess. Yes, he was very skilled in chess. But so what? He was not interested in playing chess. He was more interested in playing with women. Revered chess was about to explode when he saw someone stopping him from participating in the tournament. However, when he saw that it was the beautiful Yuan Yao who stopped him, his anger suddenly turned into evil. His sneer also turned into an evil smile. Interesting. Interesting. You are just a little girl in the shedding void state. How dare you disrespect me? If you dare to be presumptuous again, don't blame me for entering your room at night after the chess tournament. Ha 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 ha. Arrogant. How arrogant. No matter how incompetent Yuan Yao was, she was still the sect master of the Lost World Palace in name. Revered Chess was flirting with her and did not respect the Lost World Palace at all. Many disciples of the Lost World Palace were furious but did not dare to say anything. Revered Chess had a powerful background. Behind him stood the quasi-saint patriarch, perfected Lord Fu Zhe. Ordinary people could not afford to offend Revered Chess. Even the few immortal emperor patriarchs of the Lost World Palace could not afford to offend this person. Senior, please be careful with your words. Our sect master has a noble status. Her clean reputation is not something you can ruin. Before Yuan Yao could fly into a rage, a few West Palace elders stepped forward to protect Yuan Yao, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. I don't understand. I don't understand. Didn't they say that Yuan Yao was not well liked in the Lost World Palace? Didn't they say that even the West Palace elders were extremely disrespectful to Yuan Yao? In that case, who could explain what was wrong with these West Palace elders for them to be so loyal to their sect master and to publicly contradict Revered Chess? What? Revered Chess was also stunned. No matter how bad his reputation was, he was still a peak immortal king who could fight immortal emperors. He even had a quasi-saint master behind him. Since when did a few true immortals from the Lost World Palace dare to contradict him? Could it be that the world had changed and the strong were no longer respected? Good. Very good indeed. It seems that too many people have forgotten my ferocious name by not coming out into the world. Venerable Qi smiled coldly. Indeed, the Northern Heaven was a place that was particular about the rule of law. Everything had to be done according to the heavenly rules of the Four Fish sect. However, this did not mean that he could not punish a few true immortals. Revered Chess sneered as he stretched out his fleshy palm. As the magic power in his palm was released, illusory chess pieces immediately appeared in his palm. This is the Tao law of chess. Oh no. This old man is going to bully us by using the intelligence-destroying devil chess against us. It was rumored that Revered Chess cultivated the Tao law of chess and created a series of powerful abilities based on this Tao law. One of them was called the intelligence-destroying devil chess. Those who were hit by the intellect demonic chess would have their intelligence and comprehension reduced. The reduced portion would be reflected back to the venerated chess master according to the ratio, causing the venerated chess master's intelligence and comprehension to far surpass that of ordinary people. These West Palace elders only dared to contradict Revered Chess because of Ning Fan's reputation. Now that they saw that Revered Chess was going to use a ruthless move, they immediately became terrified. Just as they were about to apologize to Revered Chess humbly, they suddenly heard an angry shout coming from outside the Stone Room Mountain. Who dares to behave atrociously in the Stone Room Mountain? Who dares to disrespect Palace Lord Yuan Yao? This angry roar was accompanied by the might of an immortal emperor. It arrived suddenly and locked onto Venerable Go with the mighty might of an immortal emperor. Caught off guard, Revered Chess was hit by the angry shout. He could not help but feel his magic power stagnate. The intelligence-destroying devil chess that was brewing in his hand also dissipated randomly. Which immortal emperor friend is shouting here? Please come and meet me. Revered Chess was embarrassed. His heart was filled with hatred, thinking that the immortal emperor of the Lost World Palace must have intervened after seeing his disciple being bullied. However, his guess was wrong. In fact, a few immortal emperor old ancestors of the Lost World Palace had been in seclusion recently to help the Four Profound sect refine a magic treasure to deal with the foreign races in the North Border River. Due to this reason, the old ancestors who were in seclusion did not care about what was happening in the outside world. They had no idea that their disciples were being bullied in the Stone Room Mountain. It was even more impossible for them to intervene. As expected, the one who intervened was not the immortal emperor of the Lost World Palace but the Ocean Sand Sect's Grand Emperor. How could it be him? Why would he meddle in the affairs of the Lost World Palace? Revered Chess was a little confused. Most of the cultivators here also could not figure out the reason behind it. Only a few of them knew why the Ocean Sand Emperor intervened. Of course, it was because of the great cultivator Zhao Jian from the ancient times. Ning Fan had stirred up a storm in Western Palace Island and he did not hide anything. Those who had some ability would be able to find out what he had been doing recently. The Ocean Sand Emperor glanced at Yuan Yao inconspicuously. The reason why he intervened was to stand up for this woman. It was because this woman's identity was not ordinary. It was because Senior Zhao Jian had taken a liking to this woman. If it was during normal times, he certainly would not be willing to become enemies with a dangerous person like revered Chess. Of all the things he shouldn't have done, he shouldn't have blasphemed Yuan Yao and Senior Zhao's woman. He had received a great favor from Senior Zhao. He was supposed to die in the heavenly tribulation, but he was saved by Senior Zhao. He owed Senior Zhao his life. Since he owed him a life, he should repay him with his own life. Fellow Taoist Ocean Sand, what do you mean by this? I made things difficult for the juniors of the Lost World Palace, but I did not provoke the disciples of your Ocean Sand sect. What are you doing? Do you think that I am weak and easy to bully? Or do you think that my master is weak and easy to bully? I heard that you have just successfully passed your heavenly tribulation and was lucky enough to survive another major heavenly tribulation. It's better if you don't force yourself. Revered Chess was afraid that his reputation would not be able to scare the old immortal emperors, Ocean Sand Emperor. Thus, he mentioned his master. If it was someone else, they would probably be frightened by Revered Chess's quasi-sage realm master. However, who was Ocean Sand Emperor? He was a follower of Tao, the perfected Lord. In this life, he only respected Senior Zhao. Even if your master was an ancient great cultivator like Senior Zhao, I would not allow you to bully Senior Zhao's family, let alone a first-level quasi-sage. Qi Lu. I can ignore whatever you do in the Lost World Palace. However, if you dare to disrespect Palace Lord Yuan Yao again, I will make you pay the price even if I have to spill my blood in the northern heavens today. Ocean Sand Emperor's eyes were filled with anger and a hint of madness. It was the madness of a follower. Revered Chess was shocked by the madness in Ocean Sand Emperor's words. He thought to himself, has this guy become stupid after going through a major heavenly tribulation? Why does he want to risk his life for no reason? Yuan Yao was also confused about the situation. She had no relationship with Ocean Sand sect. Even if she did, she was not qualified to be protected by an immortal emperor with her insignificant cultivation. Things were getting stranger and stranger. Others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. Revered Chess was afraid of Ocean Sand Emperor's aura, but he did not show any weakness in his words. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, another celestial emperor's voice came from outside the Stone Room Mountain. If one Taoist Ocean Sand is not enough, how about I join as well? Another immortal emperor actually came and stood on Ocean Sand Emperor's side. It's perfected Tao Li. Wasn't he busy preaching today and did not have time to watch the second round? Why is he here all of a sudden? More and more people were surprised. No one expected that they would be able to see a confrontation between several forefathers of Northern Heaven just by watching the chess tournament on the Stone Room Mountain. The person who came was perfected Tao Li, a sixth tribulation great emperor. The reason why he came to the Stone Room Mountain was not because he was interested in the chess tournament but because he sensed that someone was extremely daring and disrespectful to Yuan Yao. Like Ocean Sand Emperor, perfected Tao Li was also a loyal believer of the ancient great cultivator Zhao Jian. He could ignore Revered Chess bullying others, but if he dared to be disrespectful to Yuan Yao, he would make Revered Chess pay the price even if he had to risk his life. What a joke! Why is this old man standing up for the Lost World Palace? Revered Chess's expression turned serious. One Ocean Sand Emperor was enough. If perfected Tao Li was added to the mix, he would have to restrain himself today. Otherwise, he would really be at a disadvantage. I just want to play chess. Why are all of you old fellows trying to stop me? Revered Chess's tone was obviously softer. However, perfected Tao Li's tone was still very tough. He pointed at Revered Chess's nose and scolded him like he was lecturing his disciple. Play chess. What qualifications do you have to participate in the chess tournament at the Stone Room Mountain? Did Palace Lord Yuanyao agree to it? Senior Tao Li, this matter does not require the sect lord's approval. I am fully responsible for the chess tournament at the Stone Room Mountain. If I say that Venerable Chess can participate, then he can. The great elder spoke weakly and wanted to refute. This was the greatest courage he had mustered to refute a mighty immortal emperor. Humph! How dare you refute me? Perfected Tao Li had a strong character and hated it when juniors refuted him. He immediately glared at the great elder of the Lost World Palace. How could the great elder withstand an immortal emperor's glare? He was immediately shaken by the huge pressure and could not speak a word. This was ultimately the internal affairs of the Lost World Palace. Even if Perfected Tao Li and Ocean Sand Emperor wanted to intervene, they could not do so. At most, they could only defend Yuan Yao. Seeing that Yuan Yao sighed but did not refute the great elder, Perfected Tao Li and Ocean Sand Emperor knew that the great elder was speaking the truth. The person who could decide whether Venerable Chess could participate or not was not Yuan Yao but the great elder of the Lost World Palace. Fine. As an outsider, it is not appropriate for me to intervene in the internal affairs of the Lost World Palace. Otherwise, it will damage the reputation of the Lost World Palace. Do as you please. There is one thing I must remind you. If anyone dares to speak disrespectfully to Palace Lord Yuan Yao, don't blame me for not using my sword. Perfected Tao Li said. In the end, under the protection of the great elder, Venerable Chess made an exception and joined the chess tournament at the Stone Room Mountain. He was matched against Bei Xiaoman in the first round. At this moment, even a fool could tell that the great elder invited Venerable Chess to stop Bei Xiaoman's winning streak. The great elder was not afraid of others knowing his scheme because he had the support of the Eastern Palace's ancestral master. In the Lost World Palace, the Eastern Palace's ancestral master had the highest cultivation among all the immortal emperors. The only hateful thing was that the great elder had invited Venerable Chess to help, but Venerable Chess was humiliated by the Ocean Sand Emperor and Perfected Tao Li. Even the great elder was embarrassed. He didn't know what was wrong with those two immortal emperor old monsters. Why did they want to support the people of the Western Palace? Venerable Chess was furious. He had only teased Yuan Yao once, and he had been contradicted repeatedly. First, a few perfected immortal elders of the Western Palace had boldly contradicted him. After that, the Sea Sand Emperor and Taoist Master Li joined hands to support Yuan Yao. It was unknown what went wrong. How hateful. Never mind, since I have been humiliated outside the chess game, I'll get it back on the chess board. He had heard from the Eastern Palace that the chess player he was going to face today was none other than Yuan Yao's youngest daughter. Humph. Your mother humiliated me, so I'll get back at you. Venerable Chess sat down with a sullen face and raised his head to size up Bei Xiaoman, who was on the opposite side of the chessboard. He was immediately attracted by Bei Xiaoman's petite figure. If he could press her down on the couch and stuff the chess pieces inside, how happy would that be? Alright, he could use the chess pieces in the chess game to plant an illusion on her. After the chess battle, this girl would be at his mercy. According to the rules, before the game, the two had to exchange names. I am the chess player of the Eastern Palace, Qi Lu. Venerable Chess's eyes were as sharp as knives. He stared at Bei Xiaoman's little face as if he was looking at prey. Bei Xiaoman felt a chill under Venerable Chess's stare. She had heard of Venerable Chess's notoriety and was a little afraid. At the end of the day, she was just a junior. Sitting opposite her was an old demon comparable to an immortal emperor, and one who was extremely cruel to women. Naturally, she could not be fearless. Chess player of the Western Palace, Bei Xiaoman. Bei Xiaoman lost some of her confidence. This was the first time she felt that she would lose after winning 40 games in a row. She is Bei Xiaoman. Venerable Chess frowned. Bei Xiaoman was extremely special to Bei Tian. Of course, he had heard of this name, but it was his first time seeing her in person. He had heard that this little girl had been betrothed to the water sect. But so what? The water sect only wanted her value to the 8 stone soldiers' formations, while he, Qi Lu, wanted Bei Xiaoman's body. As long as he did not kill her, Rain Master would not pursue the matter on account of his master. Bei Xiaoman was afraid that she would lose to Venerable Chess. She was not worried about winning or losing. Instead, she was worried that Venerable Chess would be too strong and hurt Ning Fan, who was in the Four Corners chess realm. In theory, the Four Corners chess realm could not kill people. However, to a truly powerful expert, even if the Four Corners chess realm could not kill people, it could still severely injure them. Out of selfishness, she was unwilling to compete with Venerable Chess. Thus, she took the initiative to admit defeat before the game started. Because of this, her record became 40 wins and 1 loss, which was a little imperfect. Xiaoman has such a competitive personality. She actually took the initiative to admit defeat. Bei Qinghan felt like it was her first time meeting Bei Xiaoman. She was so surprised that she even forgot to tell Kiki about it. I have already lost 1 game. According to the rules of chess battles, there will not be the same opponent in 50 games. In this way, I can avoid fighting with Venerable Chess. Bei Xiaoman secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, she did not expect that her opponent in the next game was still Venerable Chess. It was the Great Elder's trick again. Hee. Little girl, if you only want to escape, you won't be able to escape from my palm. Venerable Chess's words had a double meaning. Seeing that she really could not avoid Venerable Chess, Bei Xiaoman gritted her teeth and did not continue to give up. She had a temper too, okay? Since you insist on playing chess, then I will just win without doing anything. Spirits of the heavens, spirits of the earth, little Fan, quickly show yourself and get rid of this annoying Venerable Chess. Little girl, to us chess players, prayers are useless. Your ending has already been decided. Venerable Chess sneered as he placed the chess pieces on the chessboard. He did not use chess soldiers. Instead, he directly separated the power of his primordial spirit and injected it into the chessboard. In an instant, a few of his primordial spirits were directly sent to the Four Corners chess realm and turned into chess soldiers. He actually used his primordial spirits as chess soldiers. This person is really generous. One should know that if his primordial spirits joined forces, they could fight against a peak immortal king. There was no longer any suspense in this game. Most people believed that Bei Xiaoman would lose. Only a few people knew the truth and were not worried. Would Senior Zhao lose to Venerable Chess's primordial spirits? It was impossible. Ning Fan found it strange. It was already time for him to play the 41st game for Bei Xiaoman. However, she actually gave up and admitted defeat for some reason. Ning Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Hee. It seems like Xiaoman has encountered a powerful chess player. That's why she made such a decision. In a game of chess, giving up was sometimes a wise move. Giving up a chess piece would allow one to gain the upper hand. Giving up a game would allow one to win without losing any chess soldiers. This was considered a very common thing in a game of chess. On the contrary, those who did not know how to give up would never be able to reach the peak of chess. Ning Fan was very suspicious that the reason why he could not win against Bei Xiaoman in chess was because he was unwilling to give up his chess piece. His chess strategy was as clear as barbarian bulls. Forget it. It's just giving up a game. It's not a big deal. I'll just win it back for her in the next game. Time flew in the Four Corners chess realm. After a few hundred days, the 42nd game arrived. Just as he was planning to eliminate all the chess soldiers of the opponent in one round, his expression suddenly changed. He was filled with anger. He felt the power of a Tao law. It was the power of the Tao law that the opponent had injected into the Four Corners chess realm. That was, the Tao law of chess. There was a person who had comprehended the Tao law of chess. He tried to use the Tao law of chess to condense an illusory technique and directly attack Bei Xiaoman's sea of consciousness through the game of chess. Ning Fan was, after all, a grandmaster in illusory techniques. With just a glance, he could tell that this illusory technique was similar to enslavement. Once it was planted, Bei Xiaoman would become the opponent's chess slave. Moreover, he could communicate with all living beings in the world. He could clearly hear the dirty thoughts of venerated chess in the depths of the illusory technique. All of a sudden, Ning Fan became silent. That was the silence that would only be triggered by extreme anger. He did not want to speak. He just wanted to kill. Killing intent rose in his eyes. The temperature of the Four Corners chess realm began to plummet, as if it had entered the ancient ice age. In the outside world, venerated chess was secretly setting up an illusory technique. He wanted to subdue Bei Xiaoman with a single move. All of a sudden, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His qi was greatly weakened. At the same time, all the chess pieces on his chessboard were destroyed. This meant that all of his divine clones that he had sent into the Four Corners chess realm had been destroyed. No. It was not just all of them. After his divine clones were killed, none of them managed to escape from the Four Corners chess realm. All of them had perished there. Who was it? Who was the one who ignored the rules of the Four Corners chess realm, killed his divine clones and destroyed the illusory technique that he had set up in the chessboard? Rumble, the chessboard exploded without any warning. Rainwater rose from the broken part of the chessboard and condensed into a white-robed young man with a pair of emotionless eyes. The way he looked at venerated chess did not carry the slightest emotion. He did not intend to talk to venerated chess any longer. It was just a gaze, but it seemed to carry the might of both yin and yang. It was just a gaze, but venerated chess was unable to withstand it. He was sent flying while coughing out blood. Venerated chess broke out in cold sweat. For the first time in his life, he felt like he was about to die. He did not know who the white-robed young man in front of him was. However, he could easily read the intention of this person to kill him. The aura force of this person was too terrifying. There was no end to this person's cultivation base. It was as if there were two layers of circles overlapping each other, covering everything. It was not something that venerated chess could see through. Even though he could not see through this person's cultivation base, no matter how foolish venerated chess was, he could tell that this person was a quasi-saint realm cultivator. He was definitely not weaker than his master, true Lord Fu Zhe. Senior, please calm down. I'm perfected Lord Fu Zhe's disciple. Senior, you can't. This junior knows his mistake. This junior knows his mistake. It was Venerable Go's pleading voice. Fellow Taoist, wait a moment. I still have use for this child, so I can't kill him. Let's talk this out. It was the voice of a certain sage-to-be hiding in the shadows. Ning Fan ignored both revered Qi and the quasi-sage who was hiding in the dark. He had only unleashed one strike. The rain in the world turned into a huge sword and killed Venerable Go with one strike. It also split the starry sky above Shishir Mountain in half forever, unable to heal. The entire Shishir Mountain was dead silent. No one had expected venerated Qi to be defeated right after he had set up his chess pieces. It would have been fine if he had only been defeated, but venerated Qi had been killed with a single strike. The aftermath of the sword Qi had even split the starry sky. The starry sky that had been split open was like the bloody mouth of a primordial beast that couldn't be healed no matter what. It was as if this sword had split the starry sky into two worlds of yin and yang. But here comes the problem. Who is this white-robed young man who killed venerated Qi and split the starry sky forever? Junior Si Sand greets Senior. Before the others could figure out the reason, Si Sand Emperor and enlightened being Tao Li had already rushed forward and bowed to Ning Fan. Rumble, countless people were shocked. Only now did they realize who the white-robed young man was. True Lord Dao De, an ancient great cultivator, Zhao Jian. Under the heavens, there was only one person who could make a dignified immortal emperor bow down to him, true Lord Zhao. How lucky they were. They just came to watch a chess battle on Shishir Mountain, but they actually saw a legendary figure like Northern Heaven. Chapter 1234. On the Stone Room Mountain, countless cultivators who believed in true Lord Dao De knelt down and welcomed Ning Fan's arrival with the most sincere attitude. In the eyes of the world, Ning Fan was the role model of the cultivation world. He was the moral standard of Northern Heaven, the last pure land at the end of the path to immortality, and an immortal with immeasurable virtue who had lived from ancient times until today. I, Zhao Jian, am the only one who does good every day. This slogan was not just a saying, but it was really put into practice. How many powerful beings in Northern Heaven had received Ning Fan's help? They regarded him as a god and worshipped him. Seeing the cheers getting louder and louder, how could Ning Fan still remember the anger he felt when he killed venerated Qi? All he felt was helplessness. He had never been a role model of morality, let alone an ancient great cultivator. However, the public opinion of Northern Heaven had praised him to the skies. These people really couldn't differentiate between good and evil. Just as he was feeling helpless, a person suddenly descended with an immense aura force of a first-level quasi-sage. This person was the person who asked Ning Fan to show mercy. He was an old man who was even fatter than venerated Qi. He walked in the starry sky. Wherever he passed by, he would leave footprints of the light of fortune. The cultivators on the Stone Room Mountain were originally cheering. As soon as they saw this person, their cheers were suppressed and gradually disappeared. Obviously, they were afraid of his arrival. A knowledgeable cultivator immediately identified the identity of this person. He was none other than venerated Qi's master, True Lord Fu Zhe. True Lord Fu Zhe stared at Ning Fan with monstrous fury in his eyes. He had clearly asked Ning Fan to show mercy and let venerated Qi go. However, Ning Fan turned a deaf ear to his words and killed venerated Qi. Nominally, he took venerated Qi as his disciple and nurtured him. In reality, he had great plans for this disciple. How could he not hate venerated Qi when he saw venerated Qi's death? If Ning Fan was really an ancient great cultivator, he might have to suffer this grievance in silence. However, was Ning Fan an ancient great cultivator? Ordinary people might not be able to see through Ning Fan, but a quasi-sage like him had already calculated everything. When he heard that an ancient great cultivator, Zhao Jian, had appeared in the world, True Lord Fu Zhe had purposely prayed to the heavens and used his immeasurable fortune to make a deduction. The conclusion he got was that Ning Fan was not an ancient great cultivator at all but a junior immortal king realm cultivator. The so-called ancient grand cultivator Zhao Jian was merely a misunderstanding of the world. Having his disciple killed by an immortal king junior, did he need to endure it? What's going on? True monarch Fu Zhe's spirit sense was filled with rage. He scanned Ning Fan with his spirit sense. Then, he let out a soft exclamation of surprise. He had already divined Ning Fan's cultivation base a long time ago. In the past, Ning Fan should be an immortal king without a doubt. However, when he looked at Ning Fan's cultivation base now, he actually could not see through it. For some unknown reason, Ning Fan's current cultivation base was like two great circles overlapping with each other, giving True Lord Fu a feeling that he was unfathomable. I can't see through it. He was a quasi-sage, but he couldn't see through the enemy's cultivation. Logically speaking, it was impossible for such a situation to occur even in the face of a true ancient great cultivator. If such a thing really did occur, there was only one explanation: the other party had a special method to conceal their cultivation. Insignificant skill. This kid is surely using some sort of technique, and that's why I'm unable to see through his cultivation. Isn't acting mysterious like this even more proof that this kid doesn't dare to expose his true cultivation in front of others? I can't be wrong. He's not an ancient great cultivator. He's just an ordinary immortal king. With that in mind, True Lord Fu no longer cared about Ning Fan's strange cultivation base. He flicked his horsetail whisk and spoke to Ning Fan in a condescending manner. How dare you? I'm immortal Fu Zhe of Changlu Mountain. The Qi Lu you killed is my disciple. You have to give me an explanation for killing the disciples of my Changlu Mountain, don't you? If you're sensible, follow me back to Changlu Mountain obediently to be punished. If you dare to disobey, don't blame me for making your primordial spirit dissipate instantly and dying in front of tens of thousands of immortals." As he spoke, True Lord Fuse stood with his hands clasped behind his back like a senior expert, looking down at Ning Fan like an ant. His tone was extremely arrogant, as if he could kill Ning Fan tens of times or even hundreds of times with just a raise of his hand. He was full of confidence. As soon as his words fell, the entire stone chamber mountain immediately burst into an uproar. Currently, the entire northern heaven believed that Ning Fan was an ancient great cultivator. What about True Lord Fuse? He seems to be just a first-level quasi-sage, isn't he? True Lord Fuse, who was at the first-level quasi-sage realm, actually dared to speak rudely to Ning Fan, who was a great cultivator. No matter how one looked at it, True Lord Fuse seemed to be overestimating himself. Could it be that this True Lord Fuse had done too many bad things, that his brain had become stupid? Otherwise, why would he say such unwise words? Hee. Fellow Daoist sure has a big tone. However, I wonder if fellow Daoist has the ability to kill me in an instant. Ning Fan slowly stepped forward. True Lord Fuse's powerful quasi-sage realm aura force did not pose any threat to him. Instead, his aura force was increasing step by step, forcefully suppressing True Lord Fuse. True Lord Fuse's expression changed slightly. After all, it was not Ning Fan's first time facing a first-level quasi-sage realm expert. He had also killed a first-level quasi-sage realm expert before. This young man's aura force is really strong. True Lord Fuse was slightly surprised. However, that was all. Aura force was something intangible. It was not like it could not be faked. There were many divine abilities and secret techniques that could increase one's aura force. True Lord Fuse alone knew more than 100 of them. Ning Fan's aura force could not scare him. No matter how many illusions this young man made, it could not hide the fact that he was just an immortal King Realm Jr. Humph. It seems like you don't plan to leave with me. Since that's the case, I will teach you how terrifying it is to offend a quasi-sage realm expert. True Lord Fuse suddenly shouted, dispersing Ning Fan's aura force that was suppressing him. Then, he raised his index finger and pointed it at the sky. Instantly, an ancient innate mirror with overwhelming profound chi appeared between heaven and earth. It was as tall as half the mountain. This was the sign of a battle. The Stone Room Mountain was about to become the battlefield of a quasi-sage realm battle. How could the chess battle continue? Be it the chess players or the spectators, all of them hurriedly retreated to the external endless sea. They wanted to stay as far away from the mountain as possible to avoid getting involved in the battle. Palace Lord Yuan Yao, Miss Xiaoman and the other ladies, please follow us and leave this place. It was Great Emperor Si Sand, enlightened being Tao Li and a large group of Zhao Jian's believers. They wanted to escort Bei Xiaoman and her daughter away from the Stone Room Mountain. Yuan Yao had lived for a long time, but it was her first time being greeted by an immortal emperor with cupped fists and being treated with respect. It was imaginable how shocked she was. What shocked her even more was the way the people present addressed Ning Fan. An ancient great cultivator, Zhao Jian, she even doubted whether Ning Fan had the strength of an immortal king. Now, however, someone told her that Ning Fan was an ancient great cultivator. Seniors, are you mistaken? Ning Fan has only cultivated for a short period of time. When I first met him several hundred years ago, he was just a divine transformation realm cultivator. How could he be an ancient great cultivator that everyone is talking about? Yuan Yao still found it hard to believe. Bei Xiaoman and her sisters also found it hard to believe. It's him. Isn't he the crazy young master who counted mushrooms among the refugees of the Chu clan? He doesn't even have a clear mind. How could he be an ancient great cultivator? Bei Shi said. An ancient great cultivator? There must be some misunderstanding. Before he became an immortal, I had already fought against him. At that time, he was pitifully weak. How could he be an ancient great cultivator? Bei Qing Han said. I dare not lie to seniors. I was the one who personally oversaw this young master's divine transformation realm cultivation. He can't be an ancient great cultivator, Bailey said. I saw him when he was at the vein opening realm. How could he be an ancient great cultivator? There must be some mistake. Yes. It must be like this, Bei Xiaoman said. Seeing that the mother and daughter of the Bei clan were getting more and more ridiculous, Sand Emperor and Enlightened Being Taoli exchanged glances with each other. They saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. It seems like Senior Zhao Jian has kept them in the dark. How could a dignified ancient great cultivator have such a low cultivation base? How could he be seen when he was at the vein opening realm? I swear with my integrity that Senior Zhao Jian is really an ancient great cultivator. As soon as Sand Emperor's words fell, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared between heaven and earth and struck him hard. As an immortal emperor, Sand Emperor would not be hurt by ordinary lightning strikes. However, it was somewhat strange. He was swearing with his integrity and not lying. Why did the heavenly lightning strike him? Damn it, the heavenly Tao is really not prosperous. How dare it strike people randomly? I am also willing to swear with my integrity that Senior Zhao Jian's benevolence and righteousness are real. If there is any falsehood in his words, I will not have a good ending. Before Enlightened Being Tao Li could finish his last word, another bolt of heavenly lightning struck him with a loud rumble as if it was punishing him for making a false oath. Damn it! The heavenly Tao strikes me for no reason. The heavens are really blind. In today's world, the heavenly Tao is already in chaos and the Tao of the world is even more rampant. However, heroes are bound to emerge in troubled times. It's no wonder that Senior Zhao would choose to return to the mortal world at such a time to save the common people. This heart of helping the world really fascinates me. After being struck by lightning, Enlightened Being Tao Li admired Ning Fan even more. Forget it. If the madams don't believe me, you can use your own eyes to verify the truth. The battle between Senior Zhao and old thief Fu Zhe is just around the corner. As long as Senior gets rid of old thief Fu Zhe in a few moves, the madams will certainly believe in Senior's unrivaled cultivation base. Sand Emperor and Enlightened Being Tao Li said in unison. Seniors, you've misunderstood. We are not his madams. Bei Xiaoman did not need to explain herself, but Yuan Yao and her other three daughters immediately lost their composure when they heard the two senior immortal emperors addressing them as madams. Each of them had their own thoughts and began to explain. How would Sand Emperor and Enlightened Being Tao Li have the mood to chat with the madams? After the group of Zhao Jian's believers hurriedly escorted Yuan Yao and the others out of the vicinity of the Stone Room Mountain, they spread out their spirit sense to observe the battle between Ning Fan and True Lord Fu Zhe. Many of them were even moved to tears as they watched this earth-shattering battle between quasi-saints. What moved them was not the battle itself but Ning Fan's determination to get rid of the scourge for the northern heaven despite going against the law of the heavens. Revered Qi had harmed countless female cultivators of the northern heaven in his life. He could be considered as a small scourge of the northern heaven. True Lord Fu Zhe had schemed against countless powerful beings of the northern heaven in his life. He could be considered as a great scourge of the northern heaven. Senior's killing on the street certainly violated the law of the heavens and tarnished his reputation. However, Senior did not kill for his own selfish reasons. Instead, he wanted to uphold justice and get rid of the two scourges for the northern heaven. What an awe-inspiring righteousness that was! How upright and outspoken he was! Chivalrous people use martial arts to violate the law. However, the greatest chivalrous person is none other than killing the scourge for the heavens. No matter how high the cultivation level of the people in the world is, they are only worthy of being called cultivators. Only Senior can be called a true immortal hero. In the blink of an eye, the entire Stone Room Mountain was cleared. It had become the battlefield for Ning Fan and True Lord Fu Zhe. Ning Fan felt very ashamed. Initially, with his help, Xiaoman could have won first place in the second round. However, he insisted on killing in a fit of rage. As a result, he ruined the chess battle of the Stone Room Mountain. How many times had he killed someone without caring about the situation? Fine. Since things have come to this, I will apologize to Xiao Man after I kill true Lord Fuzhe. What an arrogant kid. How dare you think about other things while facing a quasi-saint like me? Could it be that you really think that you are a great cultivator from the ancient times? Ha ha ha. Ridiculous. Extremely ridiculous. Urgent as the command, mirror of truth, quickly reveal yourself. Show me all of his disguises and let him reveal his true self in front of the world. As true Lord Fuzhe gave his order, the bronze mirror that was as tall as half a mountain immediately shone with dazzling light of fortune. It was a low-grade innate magic treasure. Even though it was just a low-grade innate magic treasure, it had an extremely sinister ability which was to reflect the true appearance of the enemy. Through attacking the true reflection of the enemy in the mirror, it would cause great damage to the enemy. If it is a quasi-saint of the northern heaven who was familiar with true Lord Fuzhe's background, he certainly would not be willing to be reflected by this mirror and would avoid it. However, Ning Fan did not know the background of this mirror. Thus, he was helplessly reflected by it. All of a sudden, Ning Fan's true image appeared in the mirror. Unlike ordinary people who could only show one type of reflection in the mirror, Ning Fan could actually show two types of reflection. The first reflection was a golden deity who was stepping on the corpses of many quasi-saints and immortal emperors. As for the corpses of those who were weaker, they had already turned into mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It was enough to show how many living beings this golden deity had killed in his life. The second reflection was just a young devil cultivator at the vein opening realm. However, this young man was even scarier. He was stepping on the heads of more than 10 quasi-saints. Behind him, there was an entire mid-grade immortal country that had turned into a river of blood. Strange. Why does this young man have two types of true reflections? Moreover, each of them is more ridiculous than the previous one. True Lord Fuzhe was extremely displeased. It was because his mirror of truth had actually made a rare mistake. How could this young man possess two types of true reflections? How could he kill so many quasi-saint immortal emperors? It was even more impossible for him to kill more than 10 quasi-saints with his vein-opening realm devil body, because there were no saints in the era of Dharma ending at all. Moreover, Ning Fan was not an ancient cultivator. Therefore, he was sure that all of these true reflections were wrong. None of them could be trusted. Fine. Since the mirror has made a mistake, I won't use it to attack this young man. Let's change to another treasure. The mournful death puppets, show yourselves now. True Lord Fuzhe kept his treasure mirror and took out two puppets with strange appearances. Then, he tossed them into the air. The puppets grew in the wind and turned into two clay puppets that were filled with death chi. Both of them had the appearance of a child. As soon as they returned to their original forms, they immediately clapped their hands and sang an eerie nursery rhyme. These nursery rhymes were actually curses that could be used to curse the enemy to death. Otherwise, why would true Lord Fuzhe be known as the scourge of the northern heaven? Among the techniques that he used, there was not a single righteous one. All of them were evil methods that were used to harm people. Moreover, evil methods were usually the hardest to guard against and they were the easiest to injure. Curse technique, green light flashed across Ning Fan's eyes. He saw through the background of the two mournful death puppets. These two puppets were just two puppets with weak strength. However, due to the fact that they were cursed, they possessed great power and should not be underestimated. He could even tell that these puppets had a trace of karmic connection with the ancestral emperor of the northern heaven, mournful death great emperor. There seemed to be other karmic connections between these puppets as well. However, they had long been buried in the river of samsara and could no longer be seen clearly. These puppets should have once belonged to mournful death great emperor. However, after his death, they had passed through many hands and ended up in the hands of true Lord Fuzhe. Ning Fan was not afraid of curses. The so-called curse was actually a type of karmic attack. As long as he could isolate the karmic connection, he would not be harmed at all. If he was cursed by someone whose cultivation base was higher than his, it would not be easy for him to deal with it. However, true Lord Fu Zhe was just a quasi-saint realm expert with 12,000 tribulation magic power. It would be as difficult as ascending to heaven for a quasi-saint realm expert like him to curse Ning Fan. Originally, Ning Fan had full confidence that he would not be affected by the mournful death puppets. However, as soon as the mournful death puppets sang the nursery rhyme, he could not help but be affected. It was not because the two puppets' curses were powerful. It was because the nursery rhyme that the two puppets sang was too unimaginable. Ning Fan could not help but want to listen to it. You clap once and I clap once. Butterflies fly 90,000 li away. You clap too and I clap too. Girls cut their pigtails in front of Buddha. You clap 3 and I clap 3. Gong Gong knocks down Mount Buzhou. You clap 4 and I clap 4. Duanhua's soul breaks in Skanda Temple. You clap 5 and I clap 5. 5 spirits chessboard devil suppressing bone. You clap 6 and I clap 6. Sword ancestor loses his life in proud coming cave. You clap 7 and I clap 7. The divine tree awakens and Saint Defier is alarmed. You clap 8 and I clap 8. When the flower blooms, there will be no more flowers. You clap 9 and I clap 9. When the defying fan is enraged, the heavens decays. You clap 10 and I clap 10. Blue sky and yellow springs don't know each other. As the nursery rhyme entered his ears, Ning Fan's eyes became blank. After that, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His primordial spirit was injured by the curse. It was not because the curse was powerful. It was the choice he made himself. If he wanted to listen to the entire nursery rhyme, he would have to bear the curse and pay the price. It was just a small price. Ning Fan did not care about it at all. With his immense blood and qi, the injury he suffered just now was just like losing a hair from 9 bulls. It was insignificant. However, his heart could no longer remain calm the moment the nursery rhyme resounded. Although he could not understand every single one of the nursery rhymes, he was extremely concerned about a few of them. The butterfly flies 90,000 li. Could it be that the butterfly is referring to him? Or perhaps it is referring to something else. The sword ancestor lost his life in Proud Coming Cave. He did not know where Proud Coming Cave was, but he could understand the 2 words sword ancestor. He also understood the meaning of the word lost his life. When Ni Fan is enraged, the heavens decays. It was also not the first time he heard the name Ni Fan. Blue sky and yellow springs don't know each other. The moment he heard this sentence, another voice appeared in Ning Fan's mind for some reason. I can't find you. Why can't I find you no matter where I go? I've searched all the flowers in the mortal world. Every single one of them looks like you, but none of them are you. Ning Fan felt a sense of sorrow that came from the vicissitudes of life. Moreover, he felt a bone-piercing pain. Seeing Ning Fan coughing out blood, true Lord Fu Zhe's face instantly revealed a look of disdain. He was even more convinced that Ning Fan was just an immortal King Realm Jr. If Ning Fan is really an ancient great cultivator, how could he be injured by such insignificant tricks? Weak. He's really too weak. Mourn death puppets, increase the curse and eliminate this immortal King Realm ant for me. Hiss. What's going on? Mourn for the dead puppet, it is urgent as the law commands, quickly obey this monarch's command. Impossible. The mourn death puppets actually failed. Hiss. This is the Black Moon. Under true Lord Fu Zhe's incredulous gaze, Ning Fan just waved his finger and the 2 puppets lost control and flew towards Ning Fan. At the same time, the symbol of the Black Moon appeared on the heads of the 2 puppets. That was the sign that they were hit by the ancestral emperor's mourn death technique. The mourn death technique was unsolvable in the world. If you see the Black Moon, you will be destroyed. This kind of method could only be used to deal with puppets that were comparatively weaker. Since these 2 puppets weren't high-level puppets, it was easily effective and could be directly captured. You. Who exactly are you? Why do you know the ancestral emperor's mourn death technique? True Lord Fuzhe was shocked and enraged. Why do I need to answer you? Who do you think you are? Ning Fan casually kept the two puppets into his storage pouch. When he looked at True Lord Fuzhe again, it was as if he was looking at a dead man. His eyes were filled with unprecedented killing intent. However, that killing intent was not really because of True Lord Fuzhe. Instead, it was because of that strange nursery rhyme. It could only be said that True Lord Fuzhe was unlucky to have bumped into Ning Fan's most unpleasant moment. That nursery rhyme seemed to be referring to something, but Ning Fan could not understand it at all. Even though he could not understand it, his heart was filled with sadness and anger along with the nursery rhyme. When he was sad, he wished that he could destroy his own Tao. When he was angry, he wished that he could overturn the heavens and trample on everything. How dare you insult me? True Lord Fuzhe was enraged. He, a dignified quasi-sage realm expert, was actually insulted by Ning Fan. How could he still have his face? He wanted to kill Ning Fan to vent his anger. Thus, he raised his hand and summoned 4 low-grade innate black lotuses. He did not know what kind of treasure these black lotuses were. When the 4 lotuses merged into one, their aura force was actually not any weaker than a mid-grade innate magic treasure. However, they were not real mid-grade magic treasures after all. Ning Fan ignored the 4 black lotuses. He patted his storage pouch and took out the true martial broken sword that was in the form of a turtle and a snake. However, with a flash of cold light, the 4 black lotuses were actually chopped into powder in a single move. The destructive power of the true martial broken sword was just too ferocious. It was a supreme treasure that could fight against high-grade innate magic treasures. It was not something that an ordinary quasi-sage realm expert could possess. It's actually a high-grade innate sword. True Lord Fuzhe's eyes flashed with fear for a moment, but it was immediately filled with greed. The destructive power of this sword was certainly terrifying, but it also depended on who was using it. If a quasi-sage realm expert of the same level as him was using this sword. No, even if it was just a half-saint realm expert using this sword, True Lord Fuzhe would not dare to face it head-on. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer a great loss. However, the person who used this sword was just a junior Immortal King realm expert. He was 10,000% sure that Ning Fan was just at the Immortal King realm. Hence, no matter how much magic power Ning Fan had, it was not enough to make him feel afraid. However, once he kills Ning Fan, this treasure, which was comparable to high-grade innate magic treasures, would belong to him. In the future, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the Northern Heaven. I really didn't expect it. I really didn't expect that a mere immortal king like you could actually force me to reveal my eternal true body. Even if you die here today, you can be proud of yourself. True body of Fuzhe, appear. True Lord Fuzhe revealed his true body and turned into a fat giant that was 100 zhang tall. His chi surged to the 1,000 tribulation realm. The giant had a long beard. He wore an official hat on his head and a robe that was embroidered with a python and a jade belt. He held a jade scepter in his left hand and a long scroll in his right hand. The 4 words Heavenly Official's Blessing were written on the scroll. Be it the jade scepter or the long scroll, both of them were actually mid-grade innate magic treasures. They were really powerful. Little ant, what qualifications do you have to fight against me? I have the God of Fortune scepter, which allows me to absorb all the blessings in the world to attack you. As for defense, I have the Heavenly Official's long scroll. As long as the blessings are endless, I can be immortal and I won't even be affected by the heavenly tribulation. The blessings that I have collected in my life are endless. Even a second-level quasi-sage realm cultivator can't kill me. How dare you provoke me? You really deserve to die. True Lord Fuzhe raised his hand and struck the God of Fortune scepter. All of a sudden, the blessings in the world seemed to be attracted to the scepter. They turned into countless giant shadows of the scepter and fell on him. If you are a blessing, then I am a curse. Ning Fan's devil eyes flashed. Monstrous baleful chi was released from his body. He actually managed to block the attack of true Lord Fu Zhe's endless blessings with just his baleful qi. What kind of baleful qi was that? He had killed immortal emperors and quasi-sages before. Moreover, he had killed more than one person. Could this bastard be a devil lord who walked out from the devil conferral summit? Otherwise, how could he possibly have such terrifying baleful qi? True Lord Fu Zhe's God of Fortune scepter could not hurt Ning Fan at all. He cultivated the Tao of Fortune. In order to nurture his blessings, he must avoid weapons, disasters, devils and the mortal world. Once he is tainted by filth, he would damage his own blessings. Coincidentally, a devil lord like Ning Fan was his greatest nemesis. Even though Ning Fan's cultivation base was not as strong as him, he could still defeat him with his restraint. Now, however, not only was Ning Fan's magic power far superior to his, but his magic treasures were also far superior. If Ning Fan's devil sense was also able to restrain his blessings, killing true Lord Fu Zhe today would definitely not be any harder than killing a half-step saint. 1 sword. 10 swords. 100 swords. Ning Fan repeatedly summoned the broken true martial sword. Even though true Lord Fu Zhe had endless blessings, he could only withstand the attacks of the broken sword. He barely managed to defend himself with the long scroll of the heavenly official. He did not have the time to counterattack at all. Every time he blocked an attack from the broken sword, the ink characters on the long scroll would become a little dimmer. After 100 swords, the ink characters on the long scroll had completely disappeared. True Lord Fu Zhe no longer had any means to block Ning Fan's attacks. All he could do was to directly neutralize Ning Fan's attacks with his endless blessings. In this way, every time Ning Fan attacked, true Lord Fu Zhe's blessings would be cut off by a few feet. His blessings were getting lesser and lesser. After another few hundred swords, Ning Fan finally destroyed all of true Lord Fu Zhe's blessings. The broken sword of the true martial sword fell from the sky. Not good. At this moment, true Lord Fu Zhe was already scared out of his wits by Ning Fan. How could he still have the courage to fight Ning Fan? He wanted to run away, but Ning Fan directly fixed him on the spot with a finger-pointing heavenly technique. After that, he struck the broken sword of the true martial sword and one of his arms was cut off. This knave actually knows the Eastern Heaven ancestral technique. He actually obtained the ancestral techniques of 2 heavens at the same time. True Lord Fu Zhe's expression was terrifyingly ugly. Since Ning Fan knew the heaven sealing technique, it was almost impossible for him to escape from this place without Ning Fan's permission. What was worse was that he discovered to his horror that his arm that was cut off by Ning Fan could not be reconstructed. It was as if he had lost it forever. The wound that could not be healed was just like the eternal crack in the starry sky that Ning Fan created earlier. The heavenly Tao has wronged me. The heavenly Tao has wronged me. Why did you tell me that this young man is just an immortal king realm junior? Perhaps he really has the cultivation base of an immortal king realm, but he is much scarier than many second-level quasi-saints. Fellow Taoist, please calm down. No, I am willing to compensate you for all the offenses I have committed today. Please be magnanimous and spare me this time. True Lord Fu Zhe finally gave in. However, Ning Fan did not care about him at all. His creed in life was to eliminate all his enemies once and for all. Once he lets a scourge like true Lord Fu Zhe go, it would be the same as letting a tiger return to the mountain. The safest way was to eliminate the root of the problem. Since today's matter had already gotten out of hand, he might as well go all out and establish his devil might in the Lost World Palace for once. He wanted to make everyone in the Lost World Palace not dare to look down on Yuan Yao and Xiao Man anymore. He wanted to make everyone who had schemed against Yuan Yao and Xiao Man pay the price. 5 yin-yang swords, go! Ning Fan slashed the broken true martial sword again. However, this time, he did not simply release the power of his magic treasure. Instead, he used the ultimate technique from ancient chaos inheritance. Different from before, the current him truly had the channel to cultivate the yin and yang qi. Thus, the 5 yin-yang swords that he used seemed to have been infused with the power of 2 lifetimes. Its power was far greater than before. Heavenly sword severing luck. Earth sword severing momentum. Human sword severing life. Divine sword severing Tao. Ghost sword severing thought. The 5 yin-yang swords could cut through anything. True Lord Fuzai used all his defenses. However, all of them were useless in front of the 5 yin-yang swords. All the fat on his body was cut off by the 5 yin-yang swords, leaving only his skeleton. His cultivation had been reduced by the 5 swords of yin and yang. His cultivation level had dropped from the sage to be to the vein-opening realm, and finally to a mortal. His sea of consciousness was shattered by the 5 yin-yang swords. His will was shattered and his Tao sense was scattered everywhere. The death of a human was like the extinguishing of a lamp. The reincarnation would be blown away and reignited. The death of an immortal was like the scattering of his Tao sense. The death of an immortal was actually not a true death. It was just the dissipation of his Tao sense. However, at this moment, Ning Fan's 5 yin-yang swords actually wanted to kill another level of true Lord Fuzai on the basis of the dissipation of his Tao sense. In this way, it would truly create the third step of death, the destruction of the Tao. It was not the direct dissipation of the Tao sense. Instead, after the Tao sense was extinguished, it would return to where it came from. In this way, the reincarnation cycle of this person would start anew. Even if he had the chance to be reincarnated again, he would not be able to reincarnate along the path of the Great Circle to this moment. Detestable. The fuse of a nobleman should be killed in 5 lifetimes. If it wasn't because of your powerful means that prevented my fortune from being reborn, I would certainly be able to obtain 5 chances to be reborn. True monarch Fukuzawa breathed his last breath with endless regret. If the person he encountered was not Ning Fan, he would still have 5 lives even if he was killed by a second-step true lord. However, the person he encountered was Ning Fan. What he suffered was the death of a third-step true lord. Killing 5 lifetimes was useless. Even though Ning Fan and true Lord Fuzai only managed to kill him after exchanging more than 1,000 sword strikes, one should know that Ning Fan's speed was extremely fast. Even though the broken true martial sword consumed a lot of magic power and was not easy to control, Ning Fan had a high level of rapport with it. It was still very easy for him to slash 10 to 20 times in one breath. This meant that Ning Fan only used less than 100 breaths to kill true Lord Fuzai from the moment he made his first slash. 100 breaths. In the true sense, he killed a quasi-sage realm expert, preventing him from escaping or being reborn. How powerful was that? The only pity was that Ning Fan did not refine true Lord Fuzai into a mid-grade gourd blood spirit in order to truly kill him instead of giving him a chance to escape when he was at the 5th slash. He did not even use true Lord Fuzai to refine the 10,000 spirit blood. Instead, he directly slashed true Lord Fuzai into nothingness, leaving nothing behind. Since he did not have enough living sacrifices, he did not even try to refine an undying ghost soldier. Fortunately, he obtained true Lord Fuzai's storage pouch which was filled with sinister treasures. Thus, he did not come out empty-handed. He won. Senior Zhao has gotten rid of a great threat to our eastern heaven. He killed old thief Fuzai, killing a quasi-sage realm expert in 100 breaths. Moreover, old thief Fuzai did not even have the time to use the killing 5 lifetimes that he relied on to save his life. This is a true death. Senior's means are incredible. Is this the means of an ancient great cultivator? That treasured sword is really powerful. It is comparable to a high-grade innate magic treasure. Sure enough, only a peak existence like Senior is worthy of using such a precious treasure. On the surface of the sea near the Stone Room Mountain, exclamations could be heard from all directions. Countless immortal cultivators were affected by the great battle between quasi-saints that could easily crush their stomachs. Some of Zhao Jian's followers even flocked to Ning Fan's side and asked him questions excitedly. Senior, please tell us what exactly is your motive for killing true Lord Fuzai and his disciple? Ning Fan decided to answer this question truthfully. For a moment of personal vengeance. That's right. He killed venerated Chess because of his personal vengeance. Then, he killed true Lord Fu Zhe to vent his anger and eliminate the root of the problem. The reason he used to kill someone was definitely not considered as lofty and noble. Ning Fan thought to himself. This time, he had already killed someone to vent his anger in front of everyone. He shouldn't be regarded as a moral role model anymore, right? However, he was wrong. When a person worships you as an idol, even if you are just defecating in the fields, others will still think that you are doing a good deed and fertilizing others. Senior really has a noble character and unquestionable integrity. You must be unwilling to accept the good reputation of punishing evil and promoting good, so you purposely made up a reason. Senior is kind-hearted, righteous and resolute. You hate evil as if it's your mortal enemy. However, you are also courageous and meticulous. You have a firm will and are as noble as the clouds. How many virtuous people have existed since the ancient times? You are the best in the entire Quanjin sect. Senior's voice and face are long gone. Your name will be immortalized for 100 generations. Your spirit will never die and your demeanor will remain forever. Your soul will ride on a crane and your righteousness will come along with the wind. Good conduct and virtue will last for 1,000 years and your noble character will last for 10,000 years. Bastard! Who was the one who praised Senior with the elegiac couplet just now? Come out now. Let's see if I can't cut you to death. Looking at the immortal cultivators of the northern heaven who were quarreling with each other and praising him sincerely, Ning Fan felt extremely awkward. Does he really have to continue being a true lord of virtue and virtue? Even killing someone is not enough to change the ridiculous opinion others have of him. Hee. If Old Devil knows that not only did he fail to promote the evil name of the Black Devil sect, but he has also become the #1 moral role model of the Northern Heaven, I'm afraid he will probably give him a good scolding.
Chapter 1768. The Southern Provincial Hospital heaved a sigh of relief because of the latest police investigation. The nurse in charge of dispensing the medicine was in a daze at work that day due to family reasons. Other than that, the nurse in charge of checking the medicine received a phone call midway and didn't check it carefully. In the end, the increased dosage of the 4-drip was sent to the ward. In other words, the police investigation result was a work error and not a human error. The military didn't immediately agree with the police investigation result. Instead, they conducted a more detailed and comprehensive investigation, combing through the entire hospital's network. They even investigated the family background of the janitor in charge of Principal Chen's ward. After all, it was the military. The information they obtained was so detailed that it made the Southern Provincial Police break out in cold sweat. It was so detailed that all the medical personnel who knew who the patient was on the phone with were printed out. These are the medical personnel's contact numbers that the military gave me. I need the Southern Provincial Police to investigate the family background of all the medical personnel who spoke with the medical personnel. In addition, the governor said that if we don't give the military a satisfactory answer, our Southern Provincial Police will be criticized at the National Assembly Hall in March next year. Xia Yiwei handed over the facts sent by the military to the director of the Southern Provincial Public Security Bureau. She said solemnly, "The victim is a retired soldier with first-class meritorious service. In 1986, he was received by the second-generation Corps leader of our country. Director Hong, now you know why even the governor is so cautious. The second-generation Corps leader followed the first-generation Corps leader to liberate our country. Being received by him was a great honor for a soldier." Director Hong had already heard it. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and cold sweat broke out on his back. As the director of the bureau, even if his heart was in turmoil, he didn't show it on his face. He took the facts from Xia Yiwei and said solemnly, "I've made the governor worry. Please don't worry, we will definitely give the military an explanation for this case. The governor believes in the Flood Bureau's ability, so he promised the military that we will definitely give them a satisfactory answer." Xia Yiwei said with a smile. She was gentle and polite the whole time, appearing to be very cultured. She was just passing on the governor's words, making Director Hong feel like he was in the middle of June and winter. He was so busy that his inner clothes were drenched in sweat. Giving the military a satisfactory answer meant that the military wasn't satisfied with the results of the investigation. 3 days. In 3 days, you must investigate the background of all the phone numbers on this list. If anyone is careless, immediately take off your police uniform and leave. In the conference room, Director Hong's voice was like a bell. He told all the police officers in the conference, if anyone has any objections, say it now. Who would have any objections? No one dared to have any objections. Now, even the original police officer in charge of the investigation had been replaced by a criminal police officer. The person in charge had also been replaced by the most famous old criminal police officer in the southern province. It could be seen that the higher-ups attached great importance to this matter. Since no one has any objections, then investigate this matter thoroughly. Old Ma, you're the signboard of the Southern Province Public Security Bureau. I'll leave this case to you. Chapter 1769. Old Ma had been engaged in criminal investigation for 23 years. From a young man of 22 years old to a middle-aged man of 45 years old, he had handled countless cases, both big and small. The serial murder case that shocked the country in 1996 was solved by him. After Yi Jifan knew that Old Ma was in charge of this case, he sat in the office and shivered from the cold. Even though the heater was on, he felt as if he had fallen into a cold lake. There was no news of Chen Dongfeng's life or death. Instead, news from the police kept coming to his ears, making him unable to work. Little Dong, I'm going out for a while. Call me if there's anything. Director Yi, who was not in the mood to work, called his secretary, gave a few instructions, and drove away with his car keys. He needed to calm down, and think about what else he had not dealt with. It was not easy to get to where he was today. He did not want to suddenly lose everything. Everything had just begun. He could not fall. Yi Jifan, who was driving aimlessly, thought with hostility in his eyes. His expression was as gloomy as dark clouds, making people tremble. He drove to a park and lay quietly in the car, carefully thinking about whether he had made any mistakes. After thinking for at least an hour, Yi Jifan was sure that he did not make the police suspect anything. Then, a sneer appeared on his tense face. When Old Ma walked into his office with 2 policemen, Yi Jifan did not panic at all. He was very calm and received them in a very official manner. At that time, it was exactly 10 days after Principal Chen's infusion accident. Yi Qian, who had just finished training in the desert, sat with the male soldiers on the helicopter that flew into the desert to pick them up. They silently flew to the plateau and entered the final training. This was the last training stop. Although everyone's faces showed signs of fatigue, no one quit. No matter how tough or tiring it was, they would persevere. The word quit would never appear in the dictionaries of the 2 teams. At this time, the plateau had long been sealed by heavy snow. The soldiers stationed at the various outposts lived an isolated life. In order to ensure a smooth landing, the crew on the helicopter kept in contact with the plateau's main station. If the weather changed, the helicopter could not reach the landing site. This aircraft was sent out by a helicopter formation in our country's territory. The crew members were all soldiers responsible for patrolling the Northwest Plateau. They had rich piloting experience and could complete every patrol perfectly. This was the first time the members of the Storm Commandos had completed their training in the highlands. Everyone was worried about the lack of oxygen in the highlands. Fortunately, the training this time did not send them to a high altitude all of a sudden. Instead, they only completed their training at an altitude of about 2,000 meters. This was the military's arrangement. It was a reasonable arrangement made after considering the situation of the Storm Commandos. It was exactly 2:00 in the afternoon when they arrived at the landing site. The sky was clear and blue, and the snowy mountains in the distance stretched as far as the eye could see, as if a giant dragon was hibernating. The 4 helicopters successfully landed one after another. One just took off, and the other just entered the landing point. Xia Jinyuan, who was the first to come down, stood in the distance with the members of the Storm Commandos and waited for all their comrades to gather. While waiting, he talked to them about Lu Hang, who was in charge of the air patrol at the northwest border. The places we entered were not no man's land. For example, Lu Hang's air patrol team needed to fly over no man's land, Plateau, and Tian Shan Mountain to complete their patrol of the northwest border. There were no ground navigation stations or radar stations along the way. Even the advanced satellite navigation system would be intermittent due to the refraction of the mountains. Without rich experience and a steady state of mind, it is very difficult to achieve a safe takeoff and landing safely. Chapter 1770. 2 helicopters had already landed, and the third had entered the landing orbit and was ready to complete the landing. Xia Jinyuan looked up at the Iron Eagle in the sky that could pass through no man's land and proudly told the members of the storm commandos beside him, "This is one of the most dangerous and difficult routes in the world. The Ali Plateau has been identified as a forbidden zone for rotorcraft helicopters, but the soldiers of the Land Air Corps have flown through it safely. Their courage is admirable. They and the soldiers of the highest outpost in our country are known as the Children of Stars and Snow by the border troops. They are accompanied by the stars in the sky and the snow all year round." Xia Jinyuan had stayed in the snowy plateau for nearly a year. Other than protecting the secretly built base station of our country, he spent the rest of his time either patrolling or understanding the troops of the snowy plateau and the northwest of the border. Therefore, he knew the history and heroic deeds of every troop here. No matter where they were, there were admirable soldiers guarding the country. Even Xia Jinyuan, who was a special forces soldier, admired them. The members of the storm commandos listened very carefully. Some of them were further away from Xia Jinyuan, and there was the noise of the propellers of the helicopter. Those who did not hear clearly asked the members of the Snowfield Brigade next to them. After asking, they found out that the members of the Snowfield Brigade were very familiar with the situation. While waiting, the members of the storm commandos learned a lot about the soldiers of the border. Even if they only picked up a few stories, it was enough to make the tough men's eyes turn red. The third helicopter completed its landing, and the crew sent an order to the crew of the fourth helicopter through the radar. After they finished escorting the 2 troops that had entered the plateau training, they would fly to the Pulan Border Defense Company to refuel and complete today's air patrol. One of the Land Air Corps soldiers with a laptop operated the 3-dimensional navigation map that could help them fly on the plateau while contacting the crew of the 4th helicopter. "I can see the snow clouds gathering. Complete the landing quickly." "Roger, Roger." "We are 370 meters away from entering the second orbit route." A series of parameters about the flight speed, flight altitude, and so on were accurately reported by the crew technician, and the pilot of the helicopter began to enter the correct orbit to complete the landing according to the radar. Yi Qian's eyes were filled with admiration as he looked at the Lu Hang soldiers who were working together so well. The northwest of the border is a land of bitter cold, but it is also our territory. The north and south of the Heavenly Mountains, the Gobi Desert, the Snowy Plateau, the boundless Kunlun Mountains, these are all areas that even birds would not approach, but they were all conquered by the soldiers stationed at the border. In the sky where birds never flew, there were soldiers who were not afraid of death piloting Iron Eagles to guard the country through the wind and snow. It was because of their protection with their lives that the northwest border of our country was peaceful. Fasten your seatbelts. The storm is here. We need to avoid it. After entering the flight path, they were less than 10 kilometers away from the landing point. The storm that came out of nowhere swept over them, moving forward at lightning speed. There was a lack of oxygen in the air, and it was snowing all year round. The bright sun in June shone brightly on the snowy mountains, but in the blink of an eye, it could be covered by dark clouds. Suddenly, there would be soybean-sized hail and snow, and the temperature would plummet by more than 10 degrees. The weather was already like this in June, let alone in the cold winter. Xia Jinyuan, who was talking to the members of the storm commandos, stared at the appearance of the 4th helicopter. As he saw layers of snow clouds gathering on the other side of the snowy mountain, the darkness in his eyes deepened. Chapter 1771. K7 looked at his watch and then looked at the rapidly gathering snow clouds. His monotonous voice became slightly more serious. "I'm afraid there will be a big snowstorm. This place is a wind gap. The landing point of the helicopter was indeed a wind gap. It was surrounded by mountains and looked like a canyon. Only the landing point of the helicopter was flat and open. It was suitable for patrol helicopters to land. What worried K7 more was that the wind gap was narrow. When the snowstorm came, it would squeeze through the narrow gap first. The power of the wind and snow would increase, and the helicopter would not be able to complete the landing. It would only cause the helicopter to fly away from the landing point. The soldiers of the Shuayu Brigade were part of the special forces of the sea, land, and air. They knew very well that if the helicopter couldn't land, it would be like a leaf caught in a gale in the blizzard. It could crash at any time. The third helicopter had completed its takeoff. There was only one landing point, so it had to fly away and give way to the fourth helicopter. The crew looked at the accurate 3D map and contacted each other to report the latest weather situation. Find a landing point. Stop flying temporarily. Roger, Roger. 1,700 meters away from the landing point. Second landing completed. Prepare to land, prepare to land. All crews, prepare to land, 2,164 meters away from the landing point. Second landing completed. Prepare to land. Over. The first two helicopters that took off found a suitable landing point and began their second landing. Such a situation was too common for the pilots and patrolling soldiers of the Northwest Airlines. Flying the Black Hawk, they would not panic because of this. They would find a suitable landing point as quickly as possible and complete the landing in the shortest time possible. Gather, gather. Before the third helicopter took off, Xia Jinyuan whistled and signaled for all the members to gather quickly. The weather changed. Large amounts of snow clouds rolled in from the other side of Tian Shan Mountain. It was as if there was a snow demon in the dark clouds that started to wreak havoc on the entire plateau. The members of the storm commandos who were standing at the landing point less than 2,000 meters above sea level could already feel the power of the change in the weather before they even saw the snow. Wow, I've learned something new. I've lived for almost 30 years, and this is the first time I've seen snow on a whim. A member of the storm commandos, who had been with the sea since he was young, saw the snow falling from the sky. His tanned face was filled with surprise. Just a second ago, he could still see the crystal-clear blue sky, and in the next second, snowy clouds rolled in, covering the snowy mountains that seemed to reach into the nine heavens. The wind was raging, and snow was falling. The temperature began to drop rapidly. In less than 5 minutes, frost had condensed on his eyelashes. Yi Qian had left school on the 12th of December for a 45-day joint training. A month had passed since then, and it was the coldest month in the border region, so it was normal for snow to fall at any time. Close your mouth. Be careful of a few hailstones falling down and knocking your teeth out. Sea Anemone reminded his comrade coldly in the face of the snowstorm that contained the great power of nature. Also, the Demon King and Qing Miao, a total of 10 people, haven't arrived yet. Can you temporarily put away your surprise? Yi Qian, Li Jinmian, 4 members of the Snowfield Brigade, and 4 members of the Storm Commandos were all in one helicopter. There was still 1 pilot and 4 crew members on board, making a total of 15 people who had yet to land. Chapter 1772. The soldiers on the 4th helicopter, who hadn't completed the landing and had been forced to fly away, made hand gestures with a relaxed expression. It was a very simple communication gesture. They pointed at each other, then pointed outside, and said, "Are you afraid, brothers? We're in a snowstorm." It would be a lie to say that they weren't afraid. But seeing the relaxed expressions of the Liu Hang brothers, the Special Forces soldiers, who were shaking from the bumps, had nothing to be afraid of. J5, who was sitting in the same helicopter, laughed. He happened to be sitting next to the soldier who spoke, so he simply turned his head and leaned over to his ear. He laughed heartily and said, "Aren't there still Liu Hang's brothers here? You're the land navigation regiment that obtained the first place in the military training of the entire army. In July 3 years ago, your regiment commander made a shocking move by piloting a new type of aircraft. He directly piloted the new aircraft to patrol the new road on the Northwest Plateau. This bold move opened up many new routes. "Brother Liu Hang, you asked us if we were afraid. Of course we're afraid. But, with you guys here, what else do we have to be afraid of?" No matter how loud his voice was, the noise in the cabin was quite loud. Although Yi Qian, who was sitting opposite him, didn't hear what J5 said clearly, she still knew what he said from the shape of his lips. Li Jinyan, who also heard it clearly, had a faint smile in his cold eyes. He lowered his head to Yi Qian and was about to tell her what J5 said when he saw the corners of the female soldier's lips curl up slightly. He immediately understood that the female soldier knew as well as he did. The Special Forces members of the Snowfield Brigade seemed to be able to read lips. The soldiers of the Land Navigation Regiment who heard it clearly were quite shocked. Who was this person? How did he know so clearly? Looking at his expression, the smile in J5's eyes deepened. Coincidentally, when the regiment commander of the Land Navigation Regiment was patrolling in the new aircraft that year, a member of the Snowfield Brigade who was in charge of patrolling the base station was sitting next to him. This member was none other than J5. Moreover, he also knew what the regiment commander's next goal was, and what the next goal of the entire Land Navigation Regiment was. Because this goal was a half-joking and half-serious suggestion he had made to Q King. That year, in order to protect the construction of a satellite base station in the border, they assassinated the foreign spies who tried to enter the border to look for the base station. For nearly a year, their biggest regret was that there were no helicopters to complete the cross-patrolling from a single to a multi-helicopter formation in the northwest border. Later, when they were hunting down a spy who had obtained information about the base station, they had their first contact with the commander of the aviation regiment. After taking care of the escaped spy, he and Q King talked to the regiment commander about the northwest patrol. As they talked, they half-jokingly and half-seriously suggested to the regiment commander to see if it was possible to complete the cross-patrol from a single helicopter to a multi-helicopter formation. They were only half-joking because they had piloted helicopters before and knew how dangerous it was to cross the border to patrol. The reason why they were half-serious was because they really hoped that the aviation regiment would be able to overcome the difficulties in combat and cross the border to patrol. The north and south of the Tian Shan Mountains, the Gobi Desert, the Snowy Plateau, the vast Kunlun Mountains. If they wanted to complete the cross-patrol from a single helicopter to a multi-helicopter formation, they would need to fly over these places one by one. The Pamir Plateau, the Tibetan Plateau, the Karakoram Mountains, and other places had to be flown over. The average altitude of the flight was more than 5,000 meters, the patrol time would take about 14 days, the flight was more than 10,000 kilometers, and the flight intensity would be no less than 6 hours a day. All the data showed how difficult their suggestion was for the Land Navigation Regiment. Chapter 1773. The entire patrol was close to the physical limits of the helicopter's performance and the operators. If there was an accident midway, both the pilot and the helicopter would be buried in the depths of the vast snowy mountains. Not even their bones could be recovered. The soldiers didn't know that their goal in recent years was proposed by a member of the Army Special Forces in front of him. At this moment, he only felt that this soldier knew their regiment so well. The snowstorm seemed to be getting stronger. The helicopter passing through the snow clouds was like a leaf floating in the sea. It could crash into an unknown snowy mountain at any time. The pilot didn't remind everyone to fasten their seatbelts. He put all his attention on flying the helicopter and stared at the vast expanse of whiteness in front of him. Beside him, the co-pilot used a 3D map to guide the captain as they flew through one dangerous path after another. Fortunately, none of the bumps caused air sickness. As Marines, Li Jinyan and the others had long been used to the bumpy sea. Needless to say, the Special Forces of the Snowfield Brigade could all pilot fighter jets and complete several big revolutions before operating the aircraft smoothly. As for Yi Qian, although she hadn't undergone systematic anti-dizzy training like them, she had been tested before entering Li Jinyan's training. Bumps weren't uncomfortable for her. The helicopter flying in the snowstorm had long lost contact with the ground navigation station. Even the satellite system couldn't lock onto its movements. Even so, no one in the Ground Navigation Center of the Army Special Forces panicked because of this. Continue to search for the Black 20 Contact the Black, 24, 25, and 29. After the snowstorm, contact the Pran Border Defense Company's gas station. Push back the landing time today. The commander of the Army Special Forces ordered in an orderly manner. The commander, whose lips had turned dark purple from years of lack of oxygen, kept an eye on the entire radar system. However, the signal waves swept out still didn't reach the radar point of the lost Black 20 helicopter. At the same time, they didn't receive the radar point they sent back. A Land Air Force officer hurried over and made a report in a loud voice. When the commander turned to face him, he immediately reported, "Commander, we lost contact with the ART troop that went to the outpost at Immortal Bay to visit the soldiers. The original plan was to arrive at the military station at 1:00 in the afternoon, but the soldiers at the outpost didn't receive the ART troop. Find them, find them. Call the platoon leader of the 4th platoon over." Bad things really came in pairs. The commander of the Army Special Forces frowned. He turned to a civilian and said, "Give me the map." Everyone in the Ground Navigation Command Center immediately tensed up. The atmosphere became especially serious. There were a total of 12 soldiers in the ART troop. 10 of them were delicate female soldiers and 2 of them male soldiers. At the same time, the leader who accompanied them, as well as 2 elegant men with unknown identities, as well as the soldiers who were escorting them, had all lost contact with them. Spreading out the map and glancing at the pencil handed over by the clerk, the regiment commander pointed at the first landing point of the Black 24. Then, he slowly drew the route to the Immortal Bay outpost. His brows were tightly knitted together as he pursed his lips. Then, he raised his head and ordered in a deep voice, "Immediately contact the Black 24's crew and request for Army support." News. Chapter 1774. The regiment commander, who was fully focused on the map, suddenly turned around. His gaze was locked as if he didn't hear what the soldier had just said. He quickly asked, "What did you just say?" "Black 20 flew over Aruda Canyon 4 minutes ago. They are now preparing to fly to the military station to see if they can complete the landing," the soldier immediately repeated. Aruda Canyon. The regiment commander quickly turned around again, bent down, and accurately pointed at Aruda Canyon with the pencil in his hand. Then, the regiment commander's eyes lit up. "Contact Black 20 immediately and order them to fly over Kudi Dabin. After landing, do their best to search for the missing ART troop." Now, it was Black 20 who was closest to the direction of the ART troop's disappearance. Aruda Canyon was a canyon formed during the Ice Age. In summer, the river gurgled, formed by the melting snow. All year round, the river was bone-chillingly cold. In winter, the river's surface would form a thick layer of ice, and it was completely possible to walk on it. The helicopter would arrive at a military station after flying over Aruda Canyon. Further up was the only way to reach the Immortal Bay outpost, Kudi Dabin. To reach the Immortal Bay outpost, one would need to cross 3 Dabins, Kudi Dabin, Mazagang Dabin, and Black Charing Dabin. After crossing the 3 Dabins, one would enter the Kangziva Martyr Cemetery, that was guarded by more than 100 heroes in their lifetime and laid to rest after their death. From here, one would only be less than 200 kilometers away from the Immortal Bay outpost. And the direction of the ART troops' disappearance was the road from Kudi Dabin to the military station between Kudi Dabin and Mazagang Dabin. In January, the border was covered in snow. The wind and snow were fierce, and sometimes there would even be avalanches. The regiment commander didn't quite understand why the leaders would bring a group of delicate ART troops to the Immortal Bay outpost to express their condolences at this time. It was said that they were going to celebrate the spring festival with the soldiers of the outpost, but at this time, there was still a month before the spring festival. There were strong winds, heavy snow, and avalanches. Every time the regiment commander thought about it, he couldn't help but think the worst. Were they here to express their condolences or to die? He thought so in his heart, but he couldn't say it out loud. Now that he couldn't contact anyone and had encountered a snowstorm, the regiment commander felt that his warm heart was about to freeze into an ice cube. The faces of all the soldiers on the Black 20 were extremely tense. Yi Qian took the parachute and looked at the cockpit with a grave expression. Then he asked Li Jinyan in a low voice, "If we jump, what about the pilot?" She had clearly heard the crew say that they had to save the helicopter. The Black 20 was not a plane produced by our country, but an imported plane. To the pilot, the plane was his life. It's not easy to train a pilot who can adapt to the highland climate and has experience in highland flying. I won't let him lose his life to protect the patrol plane. She was a little nervous. She clenched her hands so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Li Jinyan didn't think much of it. He patted the back of her hand gently. "Don't be afraid. The worst hasn't happened yet." Yi Qian shook his head gently. "I'm not afraid. I'm worried about the pilot." Just now, when the soldiers were discussing, they agreed that they could save the patrol plane as much as possible. "I'm worried that if the worst happens, the pilot will successfully jump." She didn't feel much fear. Wearing this military uniform, she was prepared to sacrifice herself at any time. Li Jinyan was slightly surprised by her answer. He thought that she was afraid, but he didn't expect that she was only worried about the life and death of her comrades. The female soldier was Qing Miao. She always surprised him inadvertently. Chapter 1775. Piloting a helicarrier on the plateau was already a challenge, and piloting in a snowstorm was even more of a challenge to the power of nature with one's life. However, ever since the Frontier Corps became the air patrol guards here, they couldn't remember how many times they had challenged the power of nature. Yi Qian was sitting second on the right. Therefore, from her point of view, except for the pilot's expression, she could see the expressions of all the other soldiers. In front, the crew and the pilot cooperated seamlessly. In the face of bad weather, they always remained calm and faced all the difficulties in front of them calmly. Exquisite flying skills, strong psychological qualities, and fearless performance in the face of danger undoubtedly gave all the comrades of the Storm Commandos and the Snowfield Brigade a deeper confidence. Because they believed in them, they never felt afraid. "It'll be fine, they're just preparing for the worst. The plateau's climate is changeable, and winter patrols are like 3 meals a day for the soldiers." Li Jinyan, who had been calm from the beginning, looked calm. Although his tall and stalwart body was shaking violently, he still had the steadiness of a mountain. As the commander, the situation in front of him was just a small emergency. There was nothing to be afraid of. During the bumpy process, they couldn't move at any time. The Black 20 pilot looked calm and kept heading in the direction given by the three-dimensional navigation map. He flew the helicopter through the vast snowstorm and headed toward the military depot. Flying from a plateau 2,000 meters above sea level to a plateau 5,000 meters above sea level, Yi Qian didn't quite understand why they chose to fly with the wind and snow to a lower altitude, but why they chose to fly against the wind to a higher altitude. In the mind of a normal person, if they wanted to land safely, they would definitely choose a lower altitude, but neither the Black 20 nor the commander of the Frontier Corps chose a lower altitude. With this question in mind, Yi Qian thought that if she could ask for an explanation, she would definitely ask when she landed. Knowing that the Black 20 didn't successfully land and chose to continue flying, Xia Jinyuan looked at the snowy sky with blurred vision, and his thin lips were tightly pursed. Their wireless communication was completely interrupted, and there was no way to contact anywhere. The satellite of the snowy plateau had basically entered the final stage of testing. If the satellite connection was fully realized, it would probably be around June to July of the millennium. It was only January now, and there was still half a year to go. Xia Jinyuan's eyes darkened when he saw a figure walking out of the heavy snow. It was the Great Whale, leading the soldiers who were responsible for camouflaging the 3 helicopters back to the wind shelter. He strode into the cave. He didn't even have the time to pat off the snow on his body. With a dark expression, he said in a tense voice, "Q King, the Land-Air Navigation Station has sent a message. More than 10 cultural soldiers, along with their leaders and soldiers from the military station, have disappeared. They are heading to Shenzhen Bay to spend the spring festival with the stationed officials." At this time, there was a snowstorm in the northwest of Xinjiang, and the snow had sealed the mountains. They were a group of Special Forces soldiers, and they were here for training. However, wasn't it nonsense for them to come at this time? do you still want to live? The whale thought to himself gloomily. Xia Jinyuan did not care about why the people from the art troupe chose this time to come over. He was more concerned about the purpose of the navigation channel. Who received the message? Tell him to come to me. With his thin lips pursed into a straight line, Xia Jinyuan turned around and strode towards the wind shelter. At the same time, he said to Z7 Han Zhang, give me the map of the northwest border, and show me all the detailed topographic maps from the military station at the foot of the mountain to Xinxian Bay. Chapter 1776. Here, as the captain, Xia Jinyuan was the supreme commander. His every word was binding and carried out by every soldier. No one could defy him. Even if Han Zhang was Xia Jinyuan's childhood friend, he had to listen to Xia Jinyuan's orders at this time. He responded with a yes and immediately carried out Xia Jinyuan's orders. De Jing called the soldiers of the Land Navigation Regiment over and asked Xia Jinyuan to inquire about the relevant matters. Losing contact with 20 people was not a small matter. If something really happened, the relevant personnel would be held accountable. Therefore, when the soldier of the Land Navigation Regiment came over, Xia Jinyuan did not even let him salute first. He directly said, "What did your regiment commander say?" Reporting to Chief, our station received 2 messages from the ground navigation station. The first time, we need you to lead the soldiers over Kurila and enter the road where the Arts and Crafts Regiment went missing. The second time, we received another message. As the Black 20 crew has already flown over Aruda Gorge, the regiment commander ordered the Black 20 crew and the 10 soldiers who have yet to land to search for the missing Arts and Crafts Regiment soldiers. Han Zhang had already pulled up the map he needed. Xia Jinyuan, who was about to take the laptop, narrowed his eyes slightly. The Black 20 was Yi Qian's patrol plane. Has the Black 20 completed its landing? The Black 20 is preparing to land at the military station. We don't know if it has completed its landing yet. The soldier of the Land Navigation Regiment answered truthfully. He was also quite worried about his brothers on the Black 20 patrol plane and hoped that they could land as soon as possible. De Jing, who was beside him, couldn't help but clench his fists when he heard this. There was still time until the snowstorm. Looking at his watch, De Jing couldn't help but secretly gasp. It had been more than 3 hours since the snowstorm. 3 hours and 21 minutes. Xia Jinyuan looked at the time displayed on the laptop and accurately calculated the time in his heart. With his gaze locked on the laptop, Xia Jinyuan's slender fingers quickly pressed the buttons and adjusted the satellite map to the detailed topographic map he wanted to see. Without looking up, he asked the soldier of the Land Navigation Regiment, which section of the road did the Arts and Crafts Regiment go missing? With 20 people missing, the Land Navigation Regiment was mainly responsible for air patrols. The ground search was left to the army. The soldiers of the Military Aviation Regiment did not answer immediately. They stood there awkwardly. The second time he contacted the ground navigation station, the regiment commander personally told him not to involve too many people in this matter for the time being. There were also different levels of accountability, so as to avoid implicating the army brothers who came for training. After waiting for dozens of seconds, Xia Jinyuan, who did not hear a reply, raised his head and saw the embarrassed look on the faces of the soldiers of the aviation regiment. He said with a faint smile, "What's there to be embarrassed about? Now that I already know, do you think that if you don't tell me, I can pretend that I don't know? Continue to hide in the wind tunnel to avoid the wind and snow? Soldier, don't forget that my comrades are still on the Black 20. Your regiment commander has already sent them to assist the soldiers who went to search for the art troupe. Isn't it a little too late to worry about me taking responsibility?" If it was a normal day, he wouldn't have to worry too much. However, with the snowstorm, he couldn't just stand there and do nothing. Xia Jinyuan curled his lips and smiled at the embarrassed soldier of the Land Navigation Regiment. He didn't make things difficult for the soldier and analyzed the approximate location of the art troupe. "Can't say. TSK, I've already said too much." The regiment commander of the Land Navigation Regiment was a clever person. Sometimes, even the instructor couldn't win against him and ordered the soldiers not to reveal the location of the art troupe. However, other than not clearly telling him the location of the art troupe, everything else was clear. Chapter 1777. Going up Aruda Canyon was the only way to get to the outpost of Shinsean Bay. Further up was Kudi Daban. Further up Kudi Daban was Mazadaban. According to the characteristics of the patrol plane, it was impossible to fly directly to Mazadaban. Therefore, the military station where the patrol plane landed was Kudi Daban's military station. Originally, the commander of the military aviation regiment had intended for them to search for the missing art troupe. Now, it had become Yi Jian. Xia Jinyuan's brain was working at high speed as he thought quickly. First, he pulled up his location. Then, he pulled up the Aruda Canyon that the Black 20 patrol plane had flown past. As his slender fingers flew across the keyboard, a triangle was drawn on the satellite map. After some adjustments, he locked onto the missing art troupe's location in less than 3 minutes. The soldiers standing behind him were nervous. Regiment commander, he really didn't say anything. After staring at the location he locked onto for a few seconds, Xia Jinyuan raised his head again. His gaze was extremely cold. His handsome eyebrows seemed to be covered with frost, making him look so cold that it was as if a mountain was about to collapse. People couldn't help but be in awe of him. He stood up so that the soldiers could be clearer about the location he locked onto. He said in a deep voice, "Is the missing art troupe's location on the road between Kudi Daban and Mazadaban?" The soldier was so nervous that his legs were tense and his back was straight. He quickly glanced at the satellite map on his laptop. He didn't dare to look at the young major whose face was as calm as water. He couldn't answer, and he couldn't answer. He just stood there without saying a word, using his silence to refuse. He had no choice. The regiment commander had instructed him not to reveal too much. However, even if he didn't reveal too much, the young major accurately locked onto the missing art troupe's location in less than 3 minutes based on the locations he just mentioned. The soldier felt like crying. "Regiment commander, the things that you asked me to say were actually things that I couldn't say. Once I said it, the major would know the exact location. Then, what does the major want to do next?" As he thought about it, the soldier suddenly shuddered, and he felt a little uncomfortable. The smile that the major gave him just now made him think of a possibility. No way. No way. Could it be that he wants to participate in the rescue? Isn't he afraid of being held accountable? The eyes of the soldiers of the Land Navigation Regiment widened in disbelief. Big Whale's furrowed brows relaxed a little. He bent down slightly and whispered, "Q King, the regiment commander still wants us to participate in the search. What are your arrangements?" "There are no other arrangements. Our brothers are all on the Black 20 patrol plane. For humanitarian reasons, they can't just stand by and do nothing. As for me, I can't just sit there and wait," Xia Jinyuan said calmly. His cold eyes on the triangular map. His eyes, his cold and dark. Until now, the soldiers still couldn't guess what their regiment commanders. The regiment commander really didn't want Xia Jinyuan to be held accountable at that time, so when he knew that the Black 20 had flown over the Aruda Canyon, he immediately changed his mind and ordered the crew on the Black 20 to provide support. In this way, the army soldiers in the Black 20 would definitely not stand by and watch. They would join the search party together with the air crew and the soldiers from the military depot. Chapter 1778. If something really happened to the art troupe, the higher-ups wouldn't be able to hold accountable the soldiers who volunteered to join the search. Instead, they would be rewarded for their responsibility. However, he still had to consider one more thing, and that was the captain of the army. He had to let this captain know that his soldiers were participating in the search. After all, he had indirectly borrowed his soldiers to join the search. This was an unexpected search that could happen at any time, so he had to let the captain know. After the captain knew about it, if he felt that he didn't need to lead his own troops to support, he could stay in the wind tunnel and wait for news. If he was worried or wanted to participate, then it would be considered a voluntary search, and the military wouldn't hold him accountable. The commander of the military aviation regiment had his own plans, but he couldn't tell his soldiers in such detail, much less tell the soldiers who were facing Xia Jinyuan one by one. Whether the captain of the army understood his intentions or not depended on how good the individual's comprehension ability was. After contacting the Black 24 crew for the second time, he instructed his soldiers to tell the captain of the army appropriately, but not to say anything else. When Xia Jinyuan told the soldiers that there were soldiers from the army on the Black 20 patrol aircraft, he vaguely guessed the intentions of the commander of the military aviation regiment. That was why he said that the commander was a wonderful person. When the triangular belt was drawn, he could confirm the intentions of the commander of the military aviation regiment. There were some things and some words that a commander couldn't say or do, and it was even more impossible for him to make arrangements as he pleased. The army's rules and regulations weren't just for show, and military discipline wasn't just for show. Whoever made a mistake would be severely punished regardless of their rank. It was precisely because the commander of the military aviation regiment had such high awareness that he had such a plan. Xia Jinyuan, who understood his intentions, naturally wouldn't make things difficult for a soldier who had received his orders. After asking the soldier whether the art troops' location was the Tibetan route to Mazadokan, he didn't even need the other party to answer. He already knew the answer from his expression. "Okay, I understand. You can leave." Xia Jinyuan, whose handsome face was even colder than the snowy weather outside, signaled for the soldier to leave. It was easy to handle now that he knew. He had to make detailed arrangements. The soldier's expression was about to collapse. "Major, what do you know?" "I didn't say anything, so what do you know?" Were they really planning to bring so many Lu Jun brothers over the mountain range to join the search? From where they were, it would take at least half a day. Xia Jinyuan didn't have time to talk to the soldier who was so embarrassed that his eyebrows were furrowed. He needed to calculate how long it would take for them to enter Kudi Daban. Black 20 will try to land as soon as possible, and we don't have to enter the Tibetan line. We can move forward while searching the carpet to see if there are any lost art troop soldiers along the way. Xia Jinyuan was an excellent decision-maker. Once he made a decision, he would not put it off again and again. Instead, he would take action immediately and make careful arrangements at the same time. Time, weather, and location did not allow him to consider for too long. He had to make a decision as soon as possible. Kudi Daban, in the Uyghur language, meant a snowy mountain that even monkeys can't climb. The slope was 27 kilometers long, and it was the lowest of the 3 Dabans in the Immortal Bay outpost. It was also the beginning of the toughest journey. Chapter 1779. The effect would not be too obvious on the plateau of Kudi Daban, but the difference in air pressure was great. If one was not careful when climbing the mountain for the first time, it was easy to cause their eardrums to swell. It was similar to the sound of eardrums on a plane. In serious cases, it could cause their eardrums to rupture. Mazadokan was even more dangerous than Kudi Daban. It was the longest Daban of the Tibetan line. The continuous slope was almost 40 kilometers long, and the mountain was steep. It was a place where not even a blade of grass grew, and the mountain was covered in brown gravel. Mazadokan meant grave in the Uyghur language. From this, one could see how dangerous it was. A group of greenhouse flowers in the army had come to the border due to the strong wind and heavy snow. They even went to the Xinxian Bay outpost, which was known as the Forbidden Zone for life, with only 48% oxygen in the plains. What kind of arrangement did the leaders of the rescue command have? As for the Spring Festival condolences, he did not really believe it. Now was not the time to guess why the leaders had made such arrangements. Xia Jinyuan carefully looked at the map and calculated the time they would arrive at Kudi Daban before making further arrangements. There were no storm commandos in his arrangement. For safety reasons, they had even chosen to train at a low altitude. How could the storm commandos, who had just arrived, withstand the high altitude test? Perhaps they could withstand it. However, this time they were going to rescue the storm commandos. Time was tight. If something happened to one of the storm commandos midway, it would definitely bring trouble to the entire team. After considering all the factors, Xia Jinyuan did not allow the storm commandos to participate in this operation. De Jing and the others also knew that this arrangement was undoubtedly the most correct one. Although they wanted to advance and retreat together with their comrades in the Snowfield Brigade, they had to consider the current situation. Demon King said that every soldier in the Snowfield Brigade had undergone altitude training, and they had already adapted to the high-altitude climate. Watching their vigorous figures rush directly into the snow, De Jing once again realized how big the gap was between them and the special forces of the army. De Jing, compared to them, we are really too far behind, Sea Anemone said softly. His voice was a little depressed. Too far behind, too far behind. After getting along for a month, they clearly saw the strength of the Army's Special Warfare Special Forces. They could really soar into the sky and dive into the ground. When they went into the sea, they were like dragons returning to the sea. They were clearly a Special Warfare Special Forces of the sea, land, and air. The great whale sighed as well. Yes, training with them has helped me see my own shortcomings more clearly, and I'm more aware of the gap between myself and the strong. Speaking of which, our Storm Commandos have benefited greatly from this training. Together, they would work hard for next year's overseas competition. Along the way, other than being better than the Shuayu team at sea, they had also taught the Shuayu team many new ways of fighting at sea. When they reached the desert and highlands, the Shuayu team would be the ones teaching them. The commander had once said, being able to train with this Army Special Warfare Special Forces is equivalent to half a year's worth of training. He wasn't exaggerating at all. The blizzard howled all the way from the snowy mountains, and the blizzard seemed to be able to swallow the entire world. Yi Qian, who had alighted from the J-20 patrol plane, finally understood why they didn't go to the lower altitude. This place was a natural wind shelter that cut off most of the blizzard's power. After getting off the plane, they didn't rest. Instead, they immediately set off towards Mazadaban with the squad leader who had been waiting for them. Along with them, other than Li Jinyan, the rest of the Storm Commandos stayed at the military depot, which was more than 3,000 meters above sea level. Chapter 1780. Yi Qian didn't expect that his first mission after returning to the plateau would be a rescue mission. There weren't many soldiers stationed at the military depot. If there were, he wouldn't need their help. The regiment commander didn't ask them to join the search and rescue mission. Instead, he only ordered the Black 20 aircrew, including the pilot, to cooperate with the military depot to quickly search for the missing art soldiers along the Tibetan line. J5 understood the military strength of each military depot. He frowned after doing some calculations. In addition, he knew that the main focus of the military was air patrol, so he immediately discussed with Li Jinyan to see if they could participate in the search and rescue mission first. It was fine if he didn't know, but now that he knew, he couldn't just stand by and watch. When the squad leader of the military depot learned that 6 soldiers could join the search and rescue mission, he was so happy that his eyes lit up. But when he learned that a female soldier would join the search and rescue mission, there was obvious hesitation on his face. He wanted to ask Yi Qian to stay, but J5 didn't give him a chance to speak and went straight to the point. When the squad leader saw this, he glanced at the female soldier who was already sitting in the front passenger seat. He was still a little worried and reminded her implicitly, there's a saying in the local area that, Ku is dangerous, Ma Jia Chang, and Hei Cha is worrisome. We're going to Ma Jia Daban. The entire Tibetan line is quite dangerous, so it might not be appropriate for a female soldier to sit in the front passenger seat. Actually, he wanted to ask Yi Qian to stay, but J5 pretended not to understand and said to Zhang Ying, the squad leader is right. Let's swap her out. You can sit in the front passenger seat. At this time, he definitely had to take Yi Qian along. How could he let her stay when she was such a good courage training? Yi Qian was looking at some medicine prepared by the military depot for altitude sickness. He grabbed a large bag of medicine and got out of the car to swap seats with Zhang Ying. The squad leader is worried about you and wants you to stay. J5 pretended not to understand, so the squad leader is too embarrassed to mention it again. Zhang Ying reminded him in a low voice before getting into the car. Don't talk to the squad leader for now. Let J5 handle it first. This is an opportunity to train your courage. You can't stay. After 30 days of training together, Zhang Ying, Yao Zi, and the other members of the Snowfield Brigade who hadn't interacted with Yi Qian before now got along very well and completely treated Yi Qian as their comrade. With his reminder, Yi Qian got into the car and pretended to be invisible. The platoon leader of the military station spoke to J5 in a low voice. "We highly suspect that the art troupe has lost contact due to the avalanche. The place where they lost contact is on a steep slope about 47 kilometers away from our military station. It's 58 kilometers away from Sechela Rural Camp. Sechela Village Camp has already sent out soldiers to search along the way. In order to find the missing art troupe as soon as possible, we will send out more people to search and try to find everyone as soon as possible." The leader of the reinforcement command set off from the military depot with the art troupe this morning. The vehicle they used was a military truck, which was also the military truck used by the 30-mile barracks to deliver supplies to the various camps. Yi Qian and the others rode in the military station's only military truck. At that time, the military station's soldiers served it as a national treasure. The driver was a third-class sergeant with 15 years of experience driving on the Tibetan line. The snow on the road was very deep. Although the military truck with metal teeth moved very slowly, it was still better than walking. The soldiers of the aviation regiment could tell that the army that had joined the support without saying anything was not an ordinary soldier. They did not ask if they were afraid. They only told them that the driver was a third-rank sergeant who had been in the army for 17 years and had 15 years of driving experience on the Tibetan line. Chapter 1781. The third-rank sergeant driving had 15 years of driving experience, which was enough to make people feel at ease. Not only was the Tibetan route bumpy, but there were also dangerous and sharp curves. Even a third-rank soldier with 15 years of driving experience on the Tibetan route drove extremely slowly. Inside the car, the squad leader opened a map and pointed at the most dangerous part of the route to Mazadaban. Because he was worried, his voice was tense as he said, "This place is a natural stronghold. It's also the longest and most dangerous part of the route to Mazadaban. It's also the most prone to avalanches. We previously advised the leader to give up on the decision to go to the outpost. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to persuade him. Instead, they learned that this place was quite dangerous. The leader originally planned to rest for 2 nights before leaving, but when he saw that the weather was clear, he decided to leave early the next morning. It looked like there was something urgent that needed to be taken care of and they couldn't afford to waste even a minute. The leaders of the rescue command made a decision. As soldiers, they couldn't forcefully stop them, so they could only send a veteran to accompany them and take care of them along the way. Who knew that the weather would be so good, but they didn't arrive on time. Now that they encountered a snowstorm, anyone with a bit of experience would know that something big was going on. When the J5 heard this, his face became a bit distorted. He couldn't understand why they chose this time to visit the soldiers at the outpost. This wasn't a visit, it was clearly causing trouble. It could be seen that the squad leader also thought the same. When he saw the subtle expression of the major, he couldn't help but sigh. Maybe there's something urgent that needs to be done, so there's no other choice but to go. If there really was something urgent, there's no way they would bring a group of delicate art and literature soldiers. The squad leader knew that his words had no effect, but he still had to say a few words. The J5 gave him face and said, "Maybe there really is something urgent." He looked at the squad leader and both of them silently looked away. Everyone had the same thought, so there was no need to say anything else. The Tibetan route was sealed off by heavy snow, so at the end of November, the border station wouldn't let any vehicles pass. As a result, the only vehicle on the White Tibetan route was Yi Qian's group of 8 slowly driving up the Serpentine Road. The class leader, who was exposed to UV rays all year round, was the same as all the soldiers stationed at the border. Her hands and face were tanned to a dark purple color. Due to the lack of oxygen all year round, cracks appeared on her originally plump fingernails, her fingernails were sunken, and even her joints were swollen. However, the 27-year-old class leader looked a decade older than her actual age. After his discussion with J5, he finally had some time to look at the soldiers in the same truck. He was sitting in the innermost part of the truck, so he had to lean forward slightly to see Yi Qian sitting in the middle. Looking at the only female soldier accompanying them, he couldn't help but feel nervous. There were quite a number of female soldiers in the Lost Arts troupe. This brave female soldier, would she need to be taken care of when the time came? Female soldiers were definitely rare to the male soldiers at the military depot and the outpost. Other than the female soldiers at Camp 30 Lee, even the military doctors stationed here were all male military doctors. If the male military doctors were too busy to handle the drips, the comrades had to remove the needles and change the drips themselves. There were no nurses to help them. Yi Qian, who was cleaning up the medical supplies in the military depot, sensed something and looked up to see a face with cracked lips and purplish-black skin. Chapter 1782. She did not avoid his gaze. She smiled gently at the squad leader, who looked a little embarrassed after being discovered by her. She lowered her head and continued to count the medical supplies. The squad leader blushed at the female soldier's flower-like smile. Female soldiers were rare to begin with. Now that there was a female soldier who was even prettier than the one they thought was the most beautiful, he did not dare to look her in the eye. They were already in the car. He did not leave the female soldier behind. He would pay more attention to the female soldier later. The squad leader thought so and stopped paying attention to Yi Qian. As a male soldier, it was rude of him to stare at a female soldier. However, this female soldier was indeed stronger than the missing female soldier. She did not say that she needed to take a breath of oxygen. Li Jinyan, who was resting with his eyes closed, did not speak. Although he had altitude training, he was definitely not as experienced as the J5. At this moment, he only needed to learn from the J5. The zigzag mountain road climbed along the mountain as if it was winding directly into heaven. No matter how slow the car was driving, the sharp bends and steep slopes still made everyone in the car sway greatly. Sometimes, they would even fall forward and backward. The whole process was like somersaulting. Even their stomachs would be disturbed. The world's highest, most difficult, and most dangerous Tibetan route was under the wheels of the car. Yi Qian, who had finished counting the medical supplies, also closed his eyes to concentrate. His body swayed with the car. Although he could not sleep, it would reduce the symptoms of motion sickness. After driving for about 30 kilometers, the truck slowly came to a stop. As soon as the car stopped, everyone in the car opened their eyes. Yi Qian turned his head to look outside. Judging from the dim light through the gap in the windshield curtain, he knew that the sky was already dark. At this moment, all the light that entered his eyes was the light of snow. Chang'ing, who got out of the car, walked to the back of the car and said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid that the missing art troupe is one of them." This was not good news. Everyone in the car jumped out of the car with tense faces. Only then did they realize that the car had stopped at the top of a mountain. Taking advantage of the dim light, they could see the longest and most dangerous Tibetan route leading to Mazadaban. One of the sections of the route had been blocked by the collapsed snow. Avalanche was one of the terrifying forces of nature. Yi Qian used his binoculars to observe that it was not far away, but in fact, it was still about 10 kilometers away. He slowly looked up and saw that one side of the snowy mountain seemed to have been cut in half. The never-melting snow was crumbling down from the top of the mountain. Even from such a distance, even if the avalanche had stopped, it was still frightening to see. The Snowfield Brigade members who saw the scene before them all pursed their lips. J5 whispered to Li Jinyan, "Half of the mountain has collapsed. I'm afraid it's a disaster. There's a ring road ahead." The two drivers are sergeants who have more than 10 years of experience in hiding roads. If they discover any abnormalities, they may enter the ring road to avoid this avalanche. Li Jinyan adjusted the focus of the binoculars and carefully observed the avalanche path. As long as we enter the ring road, it will be more auspicious than ominous. When J5 heard this, he knew that he had taken this dangerous route before. He remembered it so clearly that it was not his first or second time. He must have gone back and forth countless times to be able to remember it. There was indeed a section of the ring road. One of the routes was cut halfway into the mountain, and the approximate location of the avalanche from here was the ring road. At this time, it had been 6 hours since they lost contact with the art troupe. Chapter 1783. The only fortunate thing was that the heavy snow had already stopped. Snow clouds had covered the sky, and now there were stars in the sky. It was impossible to tell that there was a snowstorm during the day. No one could guarantee that an avalanche would not happen again, and no one mentioned what they should do if there was another avalanche. Because they had no choice, they came here to search for the missing art troupe. Even if they could not guarantee that there would not be another avalanche, they had to continue moving forward. The car went from climbing to rushing down. Before reaching the avalanche site, the third-rank sergeant stepped on the brakes hard the entire time. Long Eagle was responsible for observing the situation along the way. Once he noticed anything unusual, he would immediately inform the driver. Along the way, Long Eagle reminded the driver a few times. It was as if the driver had eaten a calming pill. He knew that the person sitting beside him was also experienced. The car stopped about 2 kilometers away from the avalanche site. Other than the driver who stayed in the car, the rest of the soldiers had to walk the rest of the way. Walk with the mountain. If there is another avalanche, we can only say sorry to the army brothers. Unless we grow a pair of wings, we will not be able to fly out. The military station leader joked about the possible consequences in a serious manner so that everyone would be mentally prepared. The soldier from the army regiment replied with a smile, "Wait for our iron eagles to conquer this place. If there is any accident, we will directly search from the air." This was a very serious answer. Because the army regiment's goal was to implement the Border Defense Company's full air patrol. Then I have to congratulate Brother Liu Hang in advance for conquering the snow mountains as soon as possible so that it will be convenient for our brothers later. The military station leader walked in front without hesitation and led the way into the dangerous place. More than 3 kilometers away from them, a truck was parked in the ring road. Inside the truck, 7 female art troop soldiers wearing thick windproof and cold clothes huddled together, relying on each other's warmth to keep themselves warm. Occasionally, they would shiver and look out of the truck, then quickly lower their heads and hug each other for warmth and comfort. "They're not back yet. We won't really freeze to death here, right?" a female soldier said with a hoarse voice. She was very afraid. Just by listening to her trembling voice, one could tell that she was afraid. When she opened her mouth, there were soft sobs. "If we really freeze to death, it's our fate. But such a sacrifice is too meaningless. If not for. The sobbing female soldier didn't say it out loud. Although she didn't say it out loud, all the female soldiers in the car understood what she was talking about. "What can we do? Who asked her to have a high-ranking official as her father? If she wants to make a contribution, we have to obediently accompany her." Even the male soldiers on the Tibetan route did not dare to come to the snow-sealed northwest region. Yet, she was the one who was stupid and insisted on coming. "And you still say that this is the time to show that our art troupe is not to be trifled with? Bah! Even if she wants to contribute, she doesn't need to use our lives to do so." As soon as someone opened his mouth, it was as if he had opened a chatterbox. Immediately, another person joined in the conversation. They were too scared. Their surroundings were so quiet that it was as if they had been completely forgotten. It was so quiet that it was as if their lives had come to an end. It was so quiet that they couldn't help but say things that they usually only dared to think in their hearts and never say out loud. "The evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear. Something must have happened to her now. Perhaps she and her car have been buried by the snow. You want to show off? Let's see how she performs now that she has lost her life." The more they talked, the more the 7 female soldiers felt as if there was a fire burning in their hearts. Even their eyes seemed to be flickering with flames. Chapter 1784. As the 7 female soldiers spoke, they burst into tears due to their own words. What was the use of being angry at this moment? There was no use at all. They were going to lose their lives. "Boo-hoo, I hate her to death. I hate her to death. I had already applied for annual leave and was going to spend the new year with my parents. In the end, she came to find me and instigated me to come with her. I hate her to death. I hate her to death. She came to find someone. Why did she drag us to our deaths with her? I hate her to death. I hate her to death. Came to find someone? Who was she looking for? What did she mean? Fu Hui. What did you say? Say it again. A female soldier suddenly asked sharply. She stared at her comrade who was about to faint from crying without wiping her tears. Say it again. The female soldier who was called out realized that she had misspoken. She, who was already afraid, was so shocked that she burped. She had been crying the loudest. Now, she shrunk her shoulders and cried softly in a corner. Women were sharp to begin with. Immediately after, another female soldier reacted and shouted in shock and anger, Fu Hui, you better explain it to us clearly. A second ago, they had been united against a common enemy. Now, everyone's attention was focused on Fu Hui. They had all realized that there was something wrong with their risky venture into the northwest of the border to head to the high-altitude outpost. A female soldier who spoke in a refined manner but had strong logic stared at Fu Hui and asked clearly, who are we looking for? We received orders to come and visit the soldiers at the outpost and celebrate the new year with them. Fu Hui, what do you know? Now, we're probably going to die here. If there's anything we don't know, you can tell us one by one so that we can understand what's going on. Because this female soldier named Fu Hui suddenly said something out of the blue, the other 6 female soldiers deeply felt that they had been deceived. They had come willingly to visit the soldiers at the outpost. They served the soldiers at the grassroots level and used their passion for art to infect the soldiers far away. They brought joy to their monotonous and boring garrison. Even if the journey was bumpy, they were fearless. Don't think that performing arts soldiers couldn't accomplish anything. They were all flowers in a greenhouse. Performing arts soldiers were also soldiers and had the courage of soldiers. They could use loud military songs to boost the soldiers' morale and heroism. They could also effectively stimulate the soldiers' dreams of becoming a powerful country and stimulate their passion for battle. Although they weren't soldiers fighting on the front lines, as performing arts soldiers, they also had dreams. They were very willing to go to difficult areas to bring music and laughter to the soldiers at the grassroots level. However, they definitely couldn't accept that someone would sacrifice everyone's precious time for their own selfish desires. In the face of her comrades' questioning, Fu Hui could only lower her head and cry softly. As the arm on her shoulder pulled away, Fu Hui, who had wanted to remain silent, panicked a little. She bit her lower lip and asked softly, will we all be sacrificed? What kind of sacrifice is this if it's only for someone's own selfish interest? Do you know what sacrifice is? Of you. The sharp-tongued female soldier was also the first to discover the problem with Fu Hui's words. She was so cold that her lips turned purple. Due to her agitated emotions, she had no choice but to breathe in oxygen as she spoke. Chapter 1785. A female soldier sitting beside her gently stroked her back and said politely, Lu Yuan, don't be too agitated. Let's talk things out. I believe Fu Hui will give us an explanation. We've been trapped for more than 6 hours, and no one has come to save us. We'll probably die in a few more hours. Before that, let's talk things out. Don't be agitated. Fu Hui, let's talk things out. We're all comrades in the same department. We've been working together for a year or 2. Since we're all going to die, why don't you give us a quick death? The last sentence of the female soldier who spoke politely was filled with despair. It made Fu Hui shudder violently. Although the female soldier spoke very politely, one could tell from her words that she was not a female soldier without her own opinions. Fu Hui's face turned pale from her comrade's words. Although she couldn't see their expressions clearly, she could feel that their eyes were filled with anger. The person in question wasn't here, so they transferred their anger to her. She stuttered until her teeth were chattering. Finally, she opened her mouth. I'll talk, fine, I'll talk. I won't have a chance to talk in the future anyway. Fu Hui, who was already in despair, told them everything she knew in one breath. However, she didn't know much. She couldn't explain everything in 5 sentences. Although it was only a few sentences, it was enough to make the other 6 female soldiers grit their teeth in hatred. The art troupe sat in 2 cars. The 7 female soldiers, 2 soldiers from 30 Lee Camp who accompanied them, and 2 young men who weren't from the art troupe sat in the same car. The other 2 female soldiers and 2 male soldiers accompanied the leader in the other car. The accident happened in the car with the leader. Before the snow collapsed, the driver noticed something was amiss. He reacted quickly and turned the steering wheel to the inner side of the hidden line at the critical moment. He wanted to rush into the ring road to avoid the disaster. However, the snow fell too quickly. It was so fast that even though the driver made the correct decision, the entire car was still blown off the cliff by the snow. Now, the suspension of the car was supported by the front of the car that was left on the hidden line. No one knew how long the front of the car could last, and no one knew if there would be another avalanche. Cover it tightly and put a stone behind the front wheel. The veteran from 30 Mile Barracks said very calmly. He then said optimistically to a tall man with elegant features, "Don't worry, as long as we save the people in the car, we can survive for at least 4 days with the supplies in the car. The Mappa military depot must be thinking of ways to save us now. I guess this avalanche covered a large area and sealed off all the hidden routes. They will need some time to find us here. So, don't be afraid. We'll be fine." Avalanches were common occurrences for the veterans who had been in the Northwest for nearly 10 years. This time, the snow that rushed out was not very powerful and did not directly push the entire car off the cliff. The supplies in the car were complete. There were coats, food, and fruits. As long as they had these, they could survive. If everything went well, they would be rescued by tomorrow at the latest. The man who had tied the 2 front wheels together with 2 soldiers stood up and smiled at the veteran who was comforting him. "I was really scared before, but now I'm much calmer. Then, we'll have food and warmth. Then, we'll save everyone in the car and wait for rescue." Chapter 1786. Before he set off, he was prepared to encounter an avalanche. Although he was mentally prepared, it was inevitable that he would be scared if he really encountered one. This was a normal person's normal reaction to danger. He didn't think it was shameful to say it out directly. "Hey, as a reporter, your comprehension ability is high. Reporter Chin, when you return to the capital, this will be a good article." The soldier who worked together with him also spoke with an optimistic smile. He looked at reporter Chin, who was said to be from the news department and had an indescribable temperament. Then he looked at his hands that were red because of the rope. The soldier couldn't bear to see him like this. He was originally a reporter, but he almost lost his life. But he didn't see any fear in him. He believed that he had really entered and exited the hidden line. Only people who had walked through the hidden line several times had such courage. Qin Xiu, who had temporarily become a reporter, looked at the face that was actually 1 year younger than him but looked 5 or 6 years older than him. He took the rope from the soldier's hand and said with a smile, "I'll tie it to the back of the car now. You can rest for a while." He had been to the border 4 times, but this was the first time he encountered an avalanche. Because of this, he saw the extraordinary ability of this group of car soldiers who had been walking in the life-forbidden zone for many years. If it weren't for the car soldiers' quick reaction and emergency retreat to the ring road before the heavy snow fell, the car he was sitting in would not have been as lucky as the car in front. It was very likely that it would have been directly washed off the cliff by the heavy snow. The 2 of them tightened the rope again. After confirming that the 2 front wheels were really tied, they dug out 2 stones that had been washed down by the snow and placed them behind the front tires. Qin Xiu stepped on the stones that could prevent the front tires from sliding down with 1 foot. Then, he pulled up the rope and climbed through the snow that had been piled up for who knew how many years. This time, it was the first time that the snow had washed down. Qin Xiu, who couldn't walk and could only walk by crawling, spent nearly 20 minutes carefully climbing over the snow pile that would have directly slid down the cliff if he hadn't paid attention. He climbed back to the car that he was sitting in. That was fine. He walked to the back of the surprisingly quiet car and said to the female soldiers inside, "You all come down for the time being. You can't stay in the car for the time being. In order to prevent the car from sliding down again, the veteran suggested tying the front tire with a rope and then tying it to the hook of the car that was not involved in the accident. This way, the front of the car would have a strong point. The angry female soldiers in the carriage stopped quarreling. Instead, they sat quietly, suppressing the anger in their hearts. When they heard the man who had told them not to move, they raised their eyes slightly and looked at each other in the dark, but no one moved. 2 minutes later, there was still no movement in the carriage. Qin Xiu's heart suddenly sank, and he directly lifted the heavy windproof curtain. He saw the 7 female soldiers who had been screaming in fright before were sitting in the innermost seat. When they heard the movement, they all looked at him. Everyone was still there and didn't wander off. Qin Xiu, who was relieved, glanced at them coldly and said, "Get out of the car. Let's save our comrades in the car in front. What's the point of saving them? They'll die anyway. Save your strength for writing your last words." The female soldier named Lu Yuan was angry as soon as she opened her mouth. Her words were also extremely harsh. Save your strength too. Don't write any news articles. You're accompanying the daughter of a high-ranking official to look for people. You're going to lose your life here. Why do you care about saving people? Chapter 1787. Qin Xiu could not help but frown at their harsh and cold voices. He did not care who they were targeting. He only cared about saving people. Get out of the car. Don't make me repeat myself. Qin Xiu did not like to talk too much. He did not like to repeat the same thing over and over again. Although there was a group of female soldiers in front of him, they would not make him change his principle of doing things. The man's voice was very cold. It was completely different from his usual elegance when he was chatting with them. The 7 female soldiers gritted their teeth and unwillingly bent their backs as they got out of the car. It was all snowy outside, casting shadows on them. Looking at the 7 frightened female soldiers, Qin Xiu's gaze swept across them one by one. Now is not the time to throw a tantrum. Listening to your grievances, I believe that none of you really want to give up your lives. Now, only our car is safe. The car in front is in danger. Your comrades, leaders, and the soldiers who accompanied you are in the car. No matter who you are targeting now, as soldiers, shouldn't you put aside your prejudices and get through this together? Although you are all soldiers of the arts, you have the courage to choose to go to the outpost to comfort the soldiers at the grassroots level. It shows that you are a group of courageous female soldiers. Since you always remember that you are a soldier, I believe that you will remember the responsibilities that a soldier should bear. There was no reprimand or criticism. There was only gentle and elegant persuasion. It made the 7 female soldiers' expressions soften. You have said all the great principles. If we don't cooperate, we will be letting down the military uniform that we are wearing. You are indeed from the news department. You are so eloquent. There is no justice in this world. Someone almost harmed us. In the end, we still have to save the person who harmed us. Qin Xiu heard the soft mutterings of the female soldiers. He only heard them and did not say anything else. His gaze landed on one of the female soldiers named Wei Jieyue. After the incident, he jumped out of the car to ask about the female soldier's situation. It was Wei Jieyue who stood out to answer him. Although she was trembling in fear at that time, she could still maintain a sense of calmness and communicate with him. It showed that she had her own opinions and was also the leader of this group of female soldiers. Wei Jieyue was a female soldier who spoke gently but hit the nail on the head. After receiving Qin Xiu's gaze, she stepped forward and said, "What do you want us to do? Just say it. Take a shovel and shovel the snow on our car. The more the better. You also need to pat the snow to increase the weight of the car. 2 more female soldiers who are braver and follow me to the car. You are light. You need to climb to the car." This was really not good news. Although they were cursing the guy who almost made them lose face, when they heard that there was no movement from their comrades in the car in front of them, their hearts tightened. 6 hours had passed since the avalanche. It took them nearly 5 hours to find the position of the car in front. Now, another hour had passed. There was still no one in the car in front. Could it be that all of them were in trouble? No one cared that they were tricked. They quickly acted according to Qin Xiu's instructions. They did not want to die here. Since no one came to rescue them, they could only save themselves. Chapter 1788. The female soldiers, Lu Yuan and Wei Jieyue, took the initiative to stand out. They followed Qin Xiu to the car in front to help. After some persuasion, the female soldiers no longer let the negative emotions caused by personal grievances affect the cooperation of the whole team. The snow shovels are in the car. Leave one person to stand guard and pay attention to the surrounding situation at all times. Especially at the top of the mountain. Once you find that the snow is loose, immediately run to the Huanbao Road. Qin Xiu, who had been to the fourth hidden route, was not completely at ease leaving the other 5 female soldiers here. He was very careful to avoid any more accidents. Move the supplies from the car and put them in the Huanbao Road. If there is another avalanche, you can hide there and eat and wear until the rescue team arrives. He did not say some nice comforting words to the female soldiers so that they would not be afraid. Instead, he very responsibly told them that as long as they stayed here, danger would always exist. He wanted them to be mentally prepared to face possible dangers with heightened vigilance. The female soldiers were all frightened by his words. The corners of their mouths tightened, and there was a faint trace of fear in their eyes. Okay, sisters, let's get to work. Not for others, but for ourselves, we have to face it bravely. Hao Zhen, Wu Ziwei, Fu Hui, Ning Anwen, Li Fei, the 5 of you take turns to stand guard. Whoever is tired of shoveling the snow will stand guard. I guarantee that 4 people will shovel the snow and 1 will stand guard. Wei Jieyue calmly arranged. She had the longest military experience, so she had to take the lead at this time. With a female soldier who could take the lead, Qin Xiu's arrangement could be carried out faster. After helping them to carry the 2 bags of supplies from the car to a safe place, Qin Xiu left with Lu Yuan and Wei Jieyue. Will Lu Yuan and the others be in danger? The whole road is blocked by the snow. They have to climb over this pile of snow to get to the car in front. Fu Hui, who was the youngest in the army and the first to stand guard, looked at the figure walking toward the mountain-like pile of snow without looking back. There was a faint worry on her face. The female soldiers who took out a few foldable engineering shovels from the toolbox could not help but look forward. Who knew if there would be any danger? No wonder the male soldiers in our car left with reporter Qin for a few hours. It turned out that they had climbed over the snow to find the car in front. Lu Yuan and Wei Jieyue are bold and have reporter Qin to take care of them. They should be fine. Alright, cut the crap. Hurry up and get to work. Reporter Qin just tied 2 ropes to the rear tire of our car. I reckon that the front car is quite close to us. Otherwise, the ropes wouldn't have been able to be dragged over. The 3 figures in front began to climb up the snow. The 5 female soldiers, whose hands and feet were cold because of the wind in the snow mountain, no longer stood still. They took out engineering shovels and began to shovel the snow onto the vehicle. Due to the lack of oxygen in the high altitude, they couldn't work too fast. If they worked too fast, their heart rate would increase and they would suffer from altitude sickness. No one wanted anything to happen to their bodies at this time, so they had to shovel the snow rhythmically. In the front, Qin Xiu was the first one to climb up the mountain-like snow. When he got out of the car to look for the car in front of him, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat as it was his first time walking through the snow. The snow piled up into a mountain and was particularly steep. At that time, he followed the veteran in front of him and climbed less than 2 meters. When he glanced down at the small arc of snow, he was so frightened that his heart skipped a beat. By the time he had completely climbed down, even his knees were faintly weak. He only recovered after being supported by the veteran for a while. Chapter 1789. The 3rd time he climbed the snow pile, he calmed down a lot. Walking in the front, he stopped every few steps and pulled the female soldier who was climbing with both hands and feet behind him. Step in my footprints. Relax your body. Only by breathing can you relax your eyes. It's better to be slow than fast. Qin Xiu, who often spoke, had a very elegant voice. Listening to him speak was like reading an ancient poem. He spoke slowly and unhurriedly. Lu Yuan couldn't help but look down. She was immediately frightened by the bottomless abyss at her feet and couldn't help but scream. Her sudden scream scared Wei Jiayue, who was at the back, and she also screamed. The two shrill screams scared the 5 female soldiers who were shoveling the snow behind them. They thought there was an accident in front of them. They were so scared that their lips turned pale. They looked forward in panic. Don't look down. Grab my hand. Qin Xiu didn't blame them. He was still scared after climbing the snow pile for the 3rd time. It was normal for them to be scared and scream when climbing the snow pile for the first time. Qin Xiu, who was a gentleman, wouldn't blame a lady. Instead, he grabbed Lu Yuan's hand and gave her a sense of security with the strength of a man. Keep your eyes on your feet. Don't look anywhere except your feet. When she was most scared, a pair of strong arms supported her. It was like a drowning person holding on to a piece of driftwood. She felt very safe physically and mentally. Lu Yuan, whose lips were trembling with fear, nodded in panic and said a few words. She grabbed Qin Xiu's arm tightly. Lu Yuan was a little surprised. She didn't expect this tall, thin, and handsome reporter to have some strength and be able to support her steadily. She whispered, "Thank you." Then she moved forward little by little. Qin Xiu was a diplomat, but the nature of his work didn't allow him to be a weak man. Although he looked thin, he exercised a lot in private. He was even a boxing coach, so it was normal for him to have some strength. After helping the 2 female soldiers to the side of the abyss where they couldn't look down, he waved to the back, indicating that everything was safe here. Qin Xiu didn't look back. He just made a gesture. Even though it was just a gesture, it showed how strict Qin Xiu was. When he crawled to the car in front, he would reach out and grab the 2 female soldiers who were screaming from time to time when they needed help the most. It only took him 20 minutes to crawl back to the car in front with the 2 female soldiers. The 2 female soldiers took advantage of the snow to see the situation of the carriage in front of them. They were so scared that they covered their mouths to prevent themselves from screaming. Too frightening, too frightening. The entire car was pushed out of the cliff, leaving only the front of the car dangerously on the road. The front tires were even crushed on the edge of the road. They knew that something had happened to the car in front, but they didn't expect it to be so dangerous. Save himself? How could he save himself in such a situation? The 2 female soldiers looked at reporter Qin, who had brought them over with a panicked expression, and then looked at the veteran soldiers sent by 30 Li barracks to escort them. What should they do? 7 hours after they lost contact with the art troupe, a ray of white light suddenly shone from the top of the tall pile of snow. It happened to refract onto a pile of snow, and was seen by one of the female soldiers who was shoveling snow into a vehicle. Ah 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 ah. We're here, we're here. The female art troupe trained their voices. When the ah 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 sound came, Yi Qian, who was crawling at the front, heard it immediately. Chapter 1790. She stopped in her tracks and slowly retracted her body that was about to climb up. She carefully turned her head and said, "I can already hear their voices. It doesn't sound like they're injured. Their situation might be a lot better than we thought. They could still scream, so they didn't suffer from altitude sickness." The members of the Snowfield Brigade who were following behind also heard the female soldiers' screams. Their tense expressions suddenly relaxed. J5 let out a long sigh and said, "They ran into such a huge avalanche, but they're still fine. They're really lucky." That's right. It took them almost an hour and a half to climb up the snowy hill where the avalanche appeared. It was obvious how big and powerful the avalanche was this time. When the platoon leader of the military station heard the voice, the tension in his throat disappeared. He said to Yi Jian, "The closer you get to the target, the more careful you have to be. Step on the ground carefully, and then put your other foot on the ground when it's solid. If the snow under your feet loosens, don't panic. Quickly pull your feet back. He was supposed to be the one walking at the front, but the male soldiers were heavy and not agile enough. When he realized that he was stepping on a patch of loose snow, it was too late. He originally wanted to take the lead and walk slower, but the Liu brothers who joined the rescue team disagreed. They said to him, "Every second of rescue time is precious, we can't waste it on the road." They didn't even give him a chance to speak, so they directly pushed the only female soldier in the group forward. How could they let a female soldier walk in front of the most dangerous situation? How could a group of male soldiers do that? The female soldier didn't give him a chance to object. She took the rope and walked to the front without saying a word. They walked for almost an hour and a half. Along the way, he asked for a change of people several times, but the man who spoke like the instructor in their regiment smiled and said, it's fine. Let her get some practice. This kind of opportunity is hard to come by." He wanted to persuade the other Liu brothers to stand on his side, but no one said anything. They just smiled and looked at the female soldier walking in front of them. He really didn't understand how they interacted with each other. It was definitely not true that they didn't love their comrades. He could feel their love and care for the female soldier from their eyes and words, but he couldn't understand what they were doing. He had an indescribable feeling in his heart when he let a female soldier take the lead while braving the danger. J5, who was walking behind Yi Qian, pulled on the rope they were holding and said to Yi Qian, "Check the buckles on your waist again. We're not in a hurry since we're already in front. The closer we get to the end, the more stable we have to be." For nearly an hour and a half, the female soldier Yi Qian's performance was quite good. She was not afraid because she was walking in front, nor did she have the slightest intention of retreating. She kept leading the male soldiers forward, and even turned her head to remind the male soldiers to watch their steps. Very good, her fearless attitude in the face of danger was better than they had imagined. After the inspection, Yi Qian gave the J5 an "okay" sign. With the stars above her head and the white snow beneath her feet, she fearlessly walked towards the female soldier who was crying tears of joy. When the 5 female soldiers saw so many reinforcements arriving all of a sudden, they cried so hard that their eyes twitched. When Yi Qian walked over, Fu Hui, who was the youngest in the army and usually received the most care, immediately rushed into Yi Qian's arms. Chapter 1791. Yi Qian, who was very close to the female soldiers, wanted to untie the rope around his waist before comforting them. However, he did not expect that one of the female soldiers would jump at him. "I'll leave them to you, Yi Qian." At this moment, J5 reacted very quickly. He quickly untied the rope with his right hand and nimbly jumped to the side. He handed the 5 crying female soldiers to Yi Qian and said kindly, "You guys talk to her. If you have anything to say, say it to her. You guys will have something in common. Leave the rest to us male soldiers. You guys rest. Have a good rest. My comrade, stay with them. Just look at them and you'll know they're scared out of their wits. Comfort them well." He looked as if he was afraid that the female soldiers would jump at him and he quickly ran away. His actions were fast, but his comrades from the Snowfield Brigade were just as fast. They did not have any experience in comforting crying female soldiers. They were all like rough men. Who knew how to comfort the female soldiers? When they saw Yi Qian being hugged by a performing arts soldier and standing stiffly. Oh my God, just looking at that posture made their scalps tingle. They would leave the matter of comforting the crying female soldiers to Yi Qian. Luckily, they had Yi Qian. Otherwise, they would have a lot to worry about. A group of fearless soldiers who did not even blink when bullets flew past them were helpless in the face of the wailing performing arts soldiers. They had no choice. They were a group of generals without an army. They did not have the ability to coax girls. Yi Qian, who was having a headache, finally untied the rope. Her hands and legs were a little stiff. She took a few deep breaths before she raised her hand and gently patted the female soldier who jumped into her arms. If you're too emotional, your breathing rate will increase and you will need to take in more oxygen. There's not enough oxygen in Mazadaban. If you continue crying, I'm afraid you'll have altitude sickness. In serious cases, you'll have chest tightness, tinnitus, difficulty breathing, and life-threatening complications. So, calm down. You can go to the side and rest for a while. Leave the rest to us. As a science student, Yi Qian calmly comforted her and explained the possible consequences if she continued to be so agitated. Fu Hui, who was in her arms, burped loudly. She raised her head pitifully and looked at the female soldier who came to rescue her. You must be a military doctor. Hurry up and take a look at me. My chest is a little tight now. Yi Qian did not push the female soldier away immediately. Her body was trembling. It was obvious how scared she was. Your chest is tight because you cried too much just now. Also, wipe your tears away, or they will freeze on your face. Even though the other 4 female soldiers were crying, Yi Qian accompanied them to the inner side of the ring road where the supplies were piled up. At this moment, they finally found their backbone and a sense of security. The range of the avalanche was too large, and there was also a snowstorm earlier, which caused the rescue time to be extended. Now that we see that you are all fine, we are relieved. Yi Qian helped Fu Hui, who was gasping for oxygen, to sit down. She spoke very slowly and calmly to them. There are a total of 20 people, and now there are only 5 of you. Can you tell me the situation? There should be 20 people, but there were only 5 people in front of them. Yi Qian glanced at the trucks discreetly. It was impossible for there to be only 5 people. There should be 10 people in each of the 2 trucks. There should be another 5 people. Where did the other 5 people go? She needed the 5 female soldiers in front of her to tell her. Chapter 1792. The 5 female soldiers inhaled oxygen and reported the current situation to Yi Qian. 2 minutes later, Yi Qian walked to the male soldiers who were investigating the situation nearby. 2 reporters, 12 cultural soldiers, 2 leaders of the rescue command, 2 motorized soldiers, and 2 veterans. A total of 20 people. They are 7 female soldiers, a reporter surnamed Qin, an automobile soldier, and a driver in 1 car. The 10 people in the car are all safe. The other 4 cultural soldiers, 2 men and 2 women, 2 leaders, 1 reporter, and 3 soldiers from 30 Mile Camp were in the front car. The accident happened to the front car. Half an hour ago, the reporter surnamed Qin came and left with 2 female soldiers. They have already found the front car. It's behind the pile of snow. We have to rush there immediately. When the squad leader of the military station heard this, his heart was in his throat. We have to hurry. We have to hurry. You stay with them. We'll go there immediately. Yi Qian shook his head. Squad leader, I have to go with you. The reporter surnamed Qin came back to take 2 female soldiers away. It's very likely that there's something that only female soldiers can help with. So, you're the only one who can stay to take care of them. I agree with your analysis and your point of view. Squad leader, you stay to take care of the female soldiers. Leave the rest to us. J5 made the decision. There was no way to change it. Li Jinyan bent down to lift the rope tied to the wheel. Then, he walked to the back of the car and picked up the shovel that was thrown into the snow. As if he thought of something, he jumped up and grabbed the end of the car with both hands. He looked up and saw the snow on the inside of the car. After he finished his inspection, he walked over and waited for J5 to finish speaking. The front car is in trouble. It's very likely that it was pushed out of the Tibetan line by the snow. We have to rush there as soon as possible. Then, he told them what he saw. What do you think of my speculation? Without Xia Jinyuan in the team, Li Jinyan was actually the team leader here. However, J5 had experience in highland travel. He knew that he wasn't good enough, so he kept silent. Keeping silent didn't mean that he didn't care about anything. As a commander, he would take control of the overall situation at the appropriate time. He wouldn't really become invisible. His words caused everyone's expression to change. No one thought that his analysis was just a conjecture or a guess, but it was very likely to be so. The 5 performing arts soldiers still needed to shovel the snow. This time, Li Jinyan, the class leader, the 3rd-rank soldier driving the car, and a soldier from the military station all stayed behind. They were the main force shoveling the snow to increase the weight of the car. Be careful. Before Yi Qian left, Li Jinyan bowed slightly and reminded him softly, listen to J5's arrangements, okay? Yes, you too. Yi Qian nodded gently. She knew why he had reminded her so. Because there were still 2 leaders of the rescue team in front of the car. If something happened, it would be a little troublesome. Climbing over the steep snow that prevented them from reaching the front car, Yi Qian stepped on the footprints he left behind and steadily flipped over. A bright beam of light appeared on top of the accumulated snow without any warning, and Qin Xiu immediately caught it. His expression that was as heavy as water suddenly relaxed, and his line of sight looked towards the dangerous pile of snow. Then, the beam of light moved along with the figure. Then, another beam of light shone over and illuminated the figure in the first beam of light. Chapter 1793. Many years later, Qin Xiu could still remember that scene very clearly. Decades had passed, but every time he closed his eyes and recalled that day, that night, and that second, it seemed like it had happened yesterday. No matter how many years had passed, that figure stepping on the light still appeared so vividly in his mind. She walked out of the light and let him see her full of vitality. In the pitch-black surroundings, the huge rugged and ferocious mountain range, the slender figure with the light was like an ancient sword that broke out of the ground and rushed straight to the 9 heavens. With a snow-white light, it instantly split the darkness that surrounded them, allowing everyone to see the hope of survival. It was a slender figure, and at first glance, it was obvious that it belonged to a woman. She walked at the front of all the rescue soldiers. Her figure was strong and agile, like a fox gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and she charmingly entered everyone's eyes. They're here, they're here. Reporter Qin, our brothers are here. The veteran said to Qin Xiu, then waved his arms vigorously and shouted loudly, hey, brothers, here, all of you come here. We're here. He turned on the searchlight that he was reluctant to use so that the army that came to rescue them would know where they were. 2 female soldiers who were about to climb into the carriage to check the situation inside saw several figures stepping on the light, and in that second, their eyes were filled with tears. Yi Qian flashed the searchlight 3 times in a row at them, indicating that they had already seen them. Although they were stepping on the existing footprints, every step they took was especially careful. They were afraid that if the snow under their feet loosened, it would cause the whole area of snow to collapse again, and they would all slide into the depths of the cliff. The veteran said to Qin Xiu, Reporter Qin, you go and help them. I'll shovel the snow here so that it'll be easier to rest later. He was used to the highland climate, so he still had to pay attention to Reporter Qin in the news department. He couldn't let his body take it. Qin Xiu motioned for the 2 female soldiers who were about to climb into the carriage to stand aside temporarily. Then he said to the driver who was sitting in the driver's seat and maintaining the weight of the carriage, the rescue team is here, I'll go and help them first. The driver who was awake and in good condition nodded calmly and said, don't worry, we can still hold on for the time being. Although the carriage was suspended in the air, it did not tilt downwards. As long as the people in the carriage sat properly, there would not be any danger for the time being. Seeing the rescuers coming, Qin Xiu, who was relieved, quickly walked to the bottom of the snow slope and said to the figure who was about to go down, slow down. The snow below is a little loose. It's safer to step on the original footprints. Yi Qian raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard the familiar voice. She was quite familiar with this voice and even knew who it belonged to. Reporter Qin from the news department? When did Qin Xiu become a reporter? Wasn't he the youngest diplomat in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs? Ran to the northwest of the border and became a reporter? As a soldier, Yi Qian was keenly aware that Qin Xiu had used the identity of a reporter to hide his true identity. It must have been to make things easier for him. It took Yi Qian 10 minutes to climb over the slope formed by snow. She stepped out and jumped down lightly. At the same time, she firmly grabbed Qin Xiu's arm with one hand. When her feet touched the ground, she finally stopped feeling as if she was stepping on clouds. Even her heart calmed down a lot. Thank you for your hard work. Qin Xiu used his other hand to grab Yi Qian's arm. This was a female soldier who was brave enough to join the rescue operation. It's a little slippery under the ice. Be careful. Chapter 1794. He didn't immediately recognize Yi Qian. It wasn't until Yi Qian said, "Thank you. I'm sorry we're late." Qin Xiu couldn't hide the astonishment on his face. He could tell that the figure coming out of the light was a female soldier. Standing in the middle of the huge craggy mountain, she gave him a unique and cold and arrogant visual impression. All of a sudden, the image fiercely crashed into his heart, making his mind tremble. They had never met before, but his heart trembled. This was something he had never experienced before. Then, her voice suddenly came. It was so familiar. It was so familiar that he knew who she was even before she finished speaking. Walking out of the light, splitting the darkness apart. It was so sudden that it knocked on his heart. "Yi Qian?" he said in a low voice. His elegant voice had a touch of imperceptible gentleness. "Why are you here?" So it was her. She was the girl he had first met in the southern province that year. Later, she was the one who had led him to his uncle's office with a poor sense of direction. Later on, she had accompanied the leader to Pakistan for a visit. Because of the staff's mistake, they had only prepared one set of uniform for her. When he found out, he had wanted to put in a few good words for the staff. At that time, he had told her, "Preparing an extra set is a responsibility for your work." The smart girl had immediately understood and stopped talking. Now that he had met her again when he needed help the most, even if his heart trembled, he accepted it calmly. Qin Xiu was an outstanding man who would not make things difficult for himself. Since he was young, there had never been anything that would make things difficult for him. Seeing her smiling at him, there was only tenacity between her eyebrows. There was no trace of timidness on her delicate face. The smile on his elegant and beautiful face deepened. The feeling of knocking on the door of his heart was so wonderful that he really couldn't bear to reject it. Especially Yi Qian, a girl he had an affinity with. The veteran who had shoveled snow all the way here walked over. He didn't hear Qin Xiu's low voice. He walked over and smiled brightly at Yi Qian. "Thank you for your hard work, brother. You came quickly. There weren't any delays on the way, right? I thought you'd arrive tomorrow at the earliest. Who knew that you'd arrive in less than 10 hours? Thank you for your hard work." Third grade sergeant, 17 years in the army, hidden soldiers. "I'm reporter Qin from the news department." Suppressing his surprise, Qin Xiu immediately introduced him to Yi Qian. At the same time, he told Yi Qian about his current identity so that Yi Qian, who knew his true identity, wouldn't reveal it. They were pressed for time. Once everyone was gathered, they would have to start the rescue operation immediately. Therefore, they had to speak quickly. When Yi Qian heard this, he lightly nodded in understanding. Earlier, she had guessed that Qin Xiu might be hiding his true identity to make it easier for him to do things. Now, she was even more certain. He was afraid that she would accidentally let it slip, so he took the initiative to introduce himself as a reporter. Seeing this, Qin Xiu couldn't help but smile. She was a very smart girl who could always make people smile involuntarily. This was an open-minded Tibetan soldier, and also a genuine Tibetan. His Mandarin was a little stiff, and there was also a mixture of different dialects, which made people feel happy listening to him. Looking at this Tibetan soldier who wasn't affected by the avalanche and was instead grateful, Yi Qian, who was in awe, saluted him. "You're the ones who have worked hard. I'm very sorry that we're late." Even the regiment commander in the army would call a third-grade sergeant old squad leader. Yi Qian hadn't even been in the army for a year, so he couldn't be rude. Chapter 1795. Only then did Sung Bing realize that the person standing in front of him wasn't his brother, but a female soldier. "Oh, so it's a female comrade. Ha ha ha, not late, not late. But you're definitely not a military doctor from the military station. I haven't heard your voice before. Did you just get here? The veteran who had been on the Tibetan line for more than 10 years could tell from her voice that she wasn't a military doctor from the military station. From 30 miles barracks to Shinxian Bay outpost, there was no military doctor that he didn't know. As long as he opened his mouth, he would know who was in which military station. Yi Qian smiled and said, I'm not a military doctor. I just joined the rescue team temporarily. Sorry to trouble you. 30 miles barracks is far from us. There aren't many people in the military station. You just happened to meet us, so I can only ask for your help. Tsang Bing was good at talking. Although his Mandarin wasn't very good, it didn't affect their communication at all. After a few words, J5 and the others got out of the car one by one. Under the light of the lights, Tsang Bing could tell that these brothers weren't from any military station. He didn't need to ask for confirmation. He could tell just by looking at their skin color. The situation in the car is temporarily unknown. It's been 7 hours since the accident happened. So far, we haven't heard any movement in the car. The driver sitting in the car said in a low voice. His dark purple face was full of worry. After so long, there was still no movement. He was really worried that the people in the car had been thrown out. Qin Xiu stood beside Yi Qian the whole time and said softly, There's been no movement for 7 hours. I'm starting to suspect that they've all been thrown out of the car. But it's also possible that the veterans in the car ordered them to stay put for the time being and wait until dawn. There were also 10 people in the car in front. 30 Miles Barracks had arranged for an experienced driver and 2 veterans who often went on the Tibetan line. If they weren't thrown out of the car, then they were temporarily comforted by the veterans, or they were still unconscious. Fainting for 7 hours wasn't very likely. Lu Yuan and Wei Jieyue immediately relaxed. Previously, reporter Qin had asked them to hold the edge of the car so that the whole car could be moved to the inside of the car to observe the situation. They had nodded because they had no choice but to do so in a situation where there was no rescue. Now, there were several rescue personnel, including a female soldier, so they didn't need to climb into the car to observe the situation. We need to confirm if the rear panel of the carriage is loose or damaged before we drag the entire carriage up. In the plan to hide the soldiers, there was still a need for them to climb into the carriages for inspection. The 2 female soldiers who had just heaved a sigh of relief were now on tenterhooks again. It couldn't be them again, right? His gaze fell on the female soldier who came with the male soldier. If someone really had to go up, they would probably let this female soldier go. Yi Qian could not ignore the fearful gazes that swept past him from time to time. Both J5 and Qin Xiu thought they should send people to check the carriage first. Before that, Qin Xiu planned to let the 2 female soldiers take the risk. Yi Qian guessed why the 2 female soldiers were so scared. When the 2 of them carefully looked over again, Yi Qian looked up and gave them a reassuring smile, telling them not to think too much and to leave the rescue to them. Looking at their pale faces and frozen limbs, it was already pretty good that they could still maintain a bit of calmness to save themselves after suffering such a great shock. Chapter 1796. Lu Yuan didn't expect to be caught looking at them. She hurriedly revealed an embarrassed smile. When Yi Qian stopped looking at her, she whispered to Wei Jieyue, who was also embarrassed, Why do I feel like that female soldier seems to know that we are afraid of climbing into the carriage? Why else would she smile at us? She must have found out, so she smiled at us and told us to relax. Wei Jieyue lowered her head as she spoke. She was extremely cold, so she tightened her thick winter clothing. She deliberately avoided Yi Qian's gaze and turned her body slightly. Don't be too embarrassing. We have to agree to whatever they want us to do later. Trust me, with them around, they definitely won't let us do dangerous work. They were all female soldiers, so they couldn't be too embarrassing. No one paid attention to what they were whispering to each other. They gathered together to quickly discuss the best rescue plan. While shoveling the snow, rescue them at the same time. When the ice on the road has been removed, if there are still people trapped in the carriage, start the tow truck. In less than 2 minutes, the best rescue plan was finalized. Originally, Qin Xiao and the Tibetan soldiers had discussed picking up the people in the carriages one by one. Now, they maintained his rescue plan and sped up the shovel truck so that the tow truck could start dragging the carriage in front back onto the road. However, because the two carriages were separated by a small mountain of snow, the safest method was to first pick up the people trapped in the carriages one by one and then carry out the towing operation. However, even if they rescued the people one by one before towing the carriages, they still had to check the situation in the carriages first. Only the light and agile female soldiers were suitable for the male soldiers' weight. There was no need for the two artistic women to take the risk. J5 directly said to Yi Qian, "You are light. Fasten the rope around your waist. We will pull you. Climb over the roof of the carriage and enter the carriage to check the situation." Just as Wei Jiu said, the rescue team had already arrived. How could they let the two female soldiers who had been trapped for 7 hours under -20 to -30 degrees Celsius enter the carriage? After fastening the rope around his waist and putting on a sturdy rescue rope, Yi Qian gave an "okay" sign to his comrades. Without any fear, he placed his hands on the top of the carriage and climbed up easily. The driver in the car said, "If the car shakes, I will tell you immediately. Don't hesitate, get out of the car immediately." So far, there was no movement in the cabin. The glass in the cabin was frozen. Otherwise, he could have used the searchlight to observe the situation in the cabin. There was no need for the female soldiers to take the risk. "Don't worry, we're here." Long Hawk and Sparrow Hawk stepped on the bumper in front of the car to maintain the stability of the car and prevent it from tilting due to excessive weight. Even if he had many comrades, he still needed to have the courage to go and check out the situation in a carriage that was suspended in the air as if it would fall into a bottomless abyss in the next second. Lu Yuan thought that she was famous for her boldness in the regiment. However, when she saw the female soldier, whose eyebrows and eyes were exceptionally exquisite, climb up, she immediately raised her hand to cover her eyes, not daring to look directly at her. Although Wei Jiu didn't cover her eyes, she couldn't help but squint her eyes. She didn't dare to look directly at him. In less than a minute, she had climbed up to the roof of the carriage. She turned her head and said to the male soldier behind her, "Everything is normal. Loosen the rope." In order to ensure Yi Qian's safety, her comrades in the Snowfield Brigade didn't directly let Yi Qian pull the rope. Instead, they had to loosen the rope a little so that she could climb up a little. This was to prevent them from immediately pulling Yi Qian back if the carriage really fell. Chapter 1797. Loosen the rope. Loosen the rope. Long Eagle, who was staring at Yi Qian's figure, spoke without turning back. J5 and the others immediately loosened the rope a little to allow Yi Qian to move forward. A soft sound came from the top of the carriage, as if an extremely light animal was walking slowly on top. The carriage, which had been very stable all this time, trembled slightly, startling the people lying in the carriage. Their pupils shrank rapidly. "Is it a snow leopard?" someone asked in a hoarse voice. It used to be a delicate voice, but now it was trembling like the wind. She asked the soldier beside her in horror, "Is there a snow leopard here?" Mazadaban was a huge natural wildlife park. The common large animals were wild yaks, Tibetan antelopes, wolves, snow leopards, and so on. Only wolves and leopards would appear at night, and when wolves appeared, they would usually be able to hear wolf howls. Now that the surroundings were extremely quiet and there were no wolf howls, they guessed that it might be a snow leopard. "It's possible. Don't move, continue to lie down. I'll knock on the glass again to see if the driver has woken up." The person sitting in the innermost part was the rescue team leader. They were all experienced in entering and exiting Tibet, so when they woke up and found the carriage hanging on the cliff, they would immediately remind them to maintain their original posture and not move to avoid affecting the balance of the carriage. The rescue team leader, who was in the innermost part, carefully raised his hand, picked up the dagger that he always carried, and gently knocked on the thick ice glass again. He did not dare to use too much force. Previously, when he used a little force, he could feel the carriage falling backward, which scared everyone in the carriage and made them break out in a cold sweat. It was difficult for the driver to hear the sound of the dagger knocking on the thick ice. Moreover, he was leaning against the steering wheel, so it was even more impossible for him to hear anything. The rescue team leader knocked a few times, and suddenly the carriage shook violently, startling a few sleeping soldiers awake. "Don't move. Don't move." The Tibetan soldier reminded the two male soldiers from the Arts and Crafts Regiment who were awakened. He felt the female soldier beside him was so nervous that she was trembling all over. He could not help but comfort her in a low voice. "It's okay, it's okay. We've endured for 7 hours. It'll be fine if we endure until dawn. The people at the military station must have cleared the road. We'll be out of danger tomorrow. Ma Min, don't move. Stay by Brother Gonga's side." A female soldier who was trapped close to the rear of the carriage said in a low voice. Her hands were tightly gripping the iron legs of the carriage. The hair on her forehead was frozen because of her sweat. In the entire carriage, she was the closest to the rear of the carriage. Fortunately, the entire carriage was flung out horizontally. She hit the other side of the carriage and slammed back into the carriage. Only then did she avoid being flung out of the carriage. "Jay, don't say anything. Hold on tight." Ma Min's voice was hoarse from crying as she reminded her comrades. She, who was also lying in the cold carriage, felt so cold that there was no warmth in her heart. When she spoke, her tone was particularly stiff. "There's movement above. It might be the snow leopard." "Snow leopard?" Du Jai was shocked. Her pupils suddenly contracted, and her teeth couldn't help but chatter. "Not necessarily. It could also be the person who saved us. Leader, please don't knock on the glass first. Listen for any sounds. How are our instructors doing? Do you feel better?" "I'm fine. Jay, don't talk too much. Ma Min is right. You're in the most danger now." One of the rescue team's instructors spoke in a low voice. When he was flung out of the carriage, his right arm had slammed into the folding seat. Even now, it was still very painful. It was very likely that his arm was fractured. Chapter 1798. The wind in the cliff whistled. Yi Jian, who was crawling on all fours, didn't hear the voices in the carriage. She moved bit by bit. Everyone could only see her figure from the searchlights on both sides. Every time she crawled, the carriage would make a slight trembling sound, which made everyone who was standing on the spot nervous. "Crawl slowly. Focus on spreading out. You must be steady," Zhang Bing reminded her occasionally. He was naturally afraid that the carriage would lose balance and cause everyone to fall off the cliff. Yi Qian nodded gently. She took a deep breath and inched towards the edge of the carriage. The carriage's wheels made a creaking sound. Even though the sound was very soft, it was exceptionally clear to the ears. Hearing such a sound made one's heart skip a few beats. "I don't dare to look." Lu Yuan raised her hand and said in a trembling voice. She turned her back to the carriage and covered her ears, afraid that she would hear something bad. Wei Jiayue stood for a while longer. She watched as the female soldier, who was much stronger than them, approached the edge of the carriage. She pursed her lips and silently turned around. She's already moved to the edge. Half of her head is out of the carriage. As she spoke softly, she heard Lu Yuan take a deep breath. She was shocked by the female soldier's courage. It was the first time they had seen a female soldier who wasn't afraid of sacrificing herself. The sky was dotted with cold stars. The north wind whistled along the way. It blew from the mountains that had stood tall for countless years. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were passing through. It made the hearts of the people who were walking tremble. The members of the Snowfield Brigade were used to marching on a snowy night in the highlands. Every year, they would have marching training. They would set off at dawn and walk until dawn the next day. They would only take a short break before setting off again. This time, the patrol plane even sent them to the Kuta military station. When the station found out that they were on a rescue mission, they were so happy that they immediately sent a truck. After waiting for 3 hours, they jumped onto the truck. They didn't need a car to guide them. Xia Jinyuan drove them directly to Mazadaban. Only our Q King would dare to drive at this speed, and only we would dare to sit in it. Han Zheng, whose body was so bumpy that he looked like he was sitting on a spring, shook his head as he spoke. He maintained an inexplicable smile as he communicated with his comrades. G3 glanced at him a few times. Every time he wanted to ask him why he was smiling so smugly, he would patiently endure it when he saw Z7's look of waiting for him to ask. The strange smile on Z7's face started when Q King found out about the name list of the members of the Arts and Crafts Department. In that case, the reason for his infuriating smile was because of this name list. Could it be that there was a female soldier he liked in the Arts and Crafts Regiment? Was that why he was laughing the whole way? This was a possibility. As such, G3 simply stopped asking. He was the only one in the entire car who had confirmed their relationship and was planning to get married next year. The rest were all single. Q King did not choose anyone who was married or had a partner. Originally, he would not have chosen anyone. It was only because his driving skills were not bad that he was chosen. Not only was Han Zheng trying to hold back his laughter, he was even humming a song. The more he looked, the more he felt like he was meeting his beloved girl. G3 nudged V8's shoulder and lifted his chin in Han Zheng's direction. He whispered, "I'm afraid there's someone he knows in the Arts and Crafts Department." The smile on his face never stopped. Chapter 1799. He's someone who has girlfriends everywhere. He's already dated more than 10 girls, so it's not strange that he knows someone in the art troupe. V8 did not really want to discuss such a sad topic. Other people dated more than 10 girls, but he broke up with them in less than half a year. So far, he was still single. The difference in the number of girls he dated was too great, so he did not want to continue talking about it. Han Zheng was secretly happy to be alone. From time to time, he would knock on the glass and mouth to T6, who was sitting in the front passenger seat. Tell Q King not to be too anxious. Qing Miao might have already arrived by now. She might even have rescued the people from the art troupe. Tell him to calm down, don't be anxious. T6 conveyed his words to Xia Jinyuan, who had a serious expression and was focused on driving. Z7 is right. Q King, you're driving a little too fast. The ice will get worse at night. It might not be safe even if the wheels are equipped with ice teeth. He had to drive faster because there was a rather troublesome woman in the art troupe. The handsome and serious Xia Jinyuan secretly gritted his teeth. Du Jai. This woman was born with a glib tongue. She had the ability to turn white into black and black into white. One sentence from her had many hidden meanings. If someone offended her, this woman would smile sweetly and say that it was fine and she would not be calculative. But in the next moment, she would quietly make things difficult for that person until he or she would never be able to turn over a new leaf. She was capable and ambitious. She was a person who would seek revenge. However, he really did not dare to compliment her true nature. Now that something had happened and she had to wait for 6 to 7 hours, even if the rescue personnel risked their lives to rush over, based on her personality, she would definitely report it to the higher-ups after the incident. In the report, she would definitely sincerely thank the rescue personnel who participated in the rescue. Then, she would list a series of shortcomings that needed improvement and directly punish a large number of people. If he did not know about this and Yi Qian was not involved, then he would not care so much. Now that he knew about this matter and Yi Qian was involved, he had to step in and teach her a lesson. He had to teach this woman a lesson. She should not think that she was made of jade and that she was the most noble person in the world. Xia Jinyuan stepped on the accelerator a little more and said to V8 in a low voice, "There's a very troublesome person in the art troupe. She doesn't care about the lives of others, but she's very protective of her own life. The rescuers risked their lives to save her, but in the end, they still have to take the risk of being punished by her. I have to go over and take care of the situation. I don't want to get Qing Miao involved." As soon as he said this, V8's eyes immediately turned cold. Biting the hand that feeds you. That's right. That's the guy. Xia Jinyuan smirked coldly. This guy just happened to have the surname Du. The Du family and family Xia had never been on good terms, but they had a close relationship with the former Mrs. Xia who abandoned her husband and children in pursuit of love. Yi Qian did not expect to rescue a snake beauty. She climbed into the car and turned on the lights. When she lowered her head and looked into the car, the lights on the windbreaker hatch shone into the car first. Then, she heard countless voices coming from the car. The clearest sound was a woman's delicate voice coming from below her head. Everyone is here. Our instructor's arm is fractured. Please think of a way to save our instructor first. This was the first time Yi Qian and Du Jiayi met. Before they even met, Yi Qian could already tell that Du Jiayi was a difficult person to get along with. Chapter 1800. Although her voice was delicate, there was a hint of questioning in it. She didn't even have the basic courtesy, as if everything that others did was natural. Having lived 2 lives, Yi Qian's mind was naturally sharper than others. In addition, she had lived carefully in the eyes of others in her previous life. She could distinguish what kind of words others said and what kind of tone they used. Even though this trapped female soldier had taken the initiative to ask to save the instructor who needed saving the most, Yi Qian could tell from her faint impatience that this was a female soldier who knew how to express herself. Is it true that other than the instructor who has a suspected fracture, the rest of the people don't have any obvious external injuries or pain? Yi Qian didn't answer her question, but confirmed it again. She needed to know the exact situation in the carriage, so much so that she needed to know everyone's condition. Du Jiayi, who had lost all feeling in her hands, began to call out names on instinct. She said, "Instructor, when I call out a person's name, I ask him to tell the rescue team outside if he has any problems. This way, the people outside can confirm that we are fine, so that they can start the rescue as soon as possible." When Yi Qian heard this, her brows furrowed slightly. This female soldier's words were really unpleasant to hear. Her words were sarcastic, and there was a hidden meaning behind them. Her rough words didn't sound like there was a problem, but when you thought about it carefully, there was a big problem. The situation was urgent. The carriage was suspended in the air, there was no telling if there would be more avalanches, and the instructor was injured. Everyone desperately wanted to be rescued, but the rescue team didn't do it immediately. They had to call out names to confirm everyone's condition. What kind of rescue was this? This was called delaying. When she said this, everyone in the carriage, including the Tibetan soldiers, became serious. They already had some complaints about Yi Qian. If Yi Qian was really an ordinary female soldier, they might have to thank her for her thoughtfulness. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Qian, whose eyes were cold, said loudly, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. I just need to know if anyone is in obvious pain, external injuries, or bleeding, so that we can cooperate to rescue the injured first." This explanation made everyone in the carriage feel better. Naturally, they had to cooperate. "I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Other than our instructor who was seriously injured, the rest of them didn't feel any severe pain or bleed. It was just that when the carriage was thrown out, everyone was knocked out for a few hours. I'm Du Jiayi, a female soldier from the Arts and Crafts Regiment. Thank you for your hard work." Du Jiayi immediately apologized, and very cooperatively summarized the situation in the carriage in one sentence. The art troops instructor said, "That's right. Other than me, the rest are only lightly injured. I am Gao Hong, the instructor of the Arts and Crafts Regiment. Be careful and don't rush." The female soldier outside was right. They had to cooperate with each other. In the face of Du Jiayi's apology, Yi Qian curled his lips, his eyes cold. J5 and the others knew that other than the instructor who was injured, the rest of the people in the carriage were fine. They all let out a sigh of relief. The next step was to get the people trapped in the carriage out one by one. The front wheel was blocked by rocks. Next, a sturdy climbing rope was tied to the wheel. The other end of the rope was tied to a construction shovel taken out from the toolbox. Next, the shovel was placed horizontally behind 2 huge rocks that had been blown out by the snow to create a resistance force. All the preparations were in progress. 5 minutes later, the instructor was slowly pulled out from the trembling carriage. Chapter 1801. The carriage was shaking so much that it made creaking noises. The entire carriage was shaking up and down. Yi Qian had been lying on the roof of the carriage the whole time. She pulled the rope tightly with both hands and slid the wheels so that the instructor could slowly pull her up to the roof of the carriage. "I'll slowly back up. You can slowly crawl forward like me." At this moment, the usually calm Yi Qian was slowly being pulled up by the rope as the instructor held on to the edge of the carriage with both hands. There were beads of sweat on her forehead. As she spoke to the instructor, she slowly moved backwards with her arms outstretched. The instructor's arm was fractured, so her movements were inevitably restricted. Fortunately, there were comrades from the Snowfield Brigade pulling the rope from the front of the carriage. The instructor only needed to maintain her posture like Yi Qian. There was a layer of ice on the carriage. As Yi Qian moved forward and backward, she smoothed the surface of the ice a little. The slippery ice reduced the resistance and sped up the instructor's progress. Steady, steady. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Yi Qian retreated to the junction between the carriage and the front of the carriage. She pulled her arms back and tightened the rope around the instructor. After working together with her comrades for about 15 minutes, they finally succeeded in rescuing the first trapped person. As long as they successfully rescued the first person, it meant that this method worked. The creaking noises stopped when the instructor got out of the carriage. The shaking of the carriage also returned to normal. The J5 quickly laid on the ice to check if the front wheels showed any signs of slipping. After looking carefully, she stood up and said happily to Yi Qian, "The wheels are not slipping. We can enter the second rescue round." What they feared the most was that the wheels would slide off the cliff during the rescue. Even if they used a rock to hold them back, they still couldn't be at ease. Now that they had rescued the injured and the wheels were still in their original state, it was undoubtedly good news. Yi Qian, who was lying on the ground, let out a sigh of relief. She didn't stand up, but she gave the J5 an "okay" sign, indicating that they could enter the second rescue round. "Good job." The old Tibetan soldier who was supporting the instructor gave Yi Qian a thumbs up and praised loudly, "You are a female soldier that we admire. You are amazing. Very, very good." Qin Xiu, who was standing on top of a pile of snow, looked at the slender figure who had successfully rescued Instructor Gao from the Arts and Crafts Regiment. A faint smile appeared on his elegant and handsome face. Every time he saw her full of sunshine and fearless. She was very brave, but she always knew how to act according to her capabilities. A girl who knew how to act according to her capabilities would know how to move forward. He wouldn't go overboard either, just like how a glass of water wouldn't be filled to the brim. He had to grasp the scale just right. When the water was full, the moon would overflow, and when the moon was full, it would be a loss. This girl, who should be in her first year of university, seemed to understand this principle quite well. Therefore, she and Du Jiayi went back and forth, knowing when to stop. From the capital to the northwest of the border, Du Jiayi's way of dealing with things had surprised him. Madame Qin had said that she was a good wife for her husband and children, and had urged him to take good care of her and try to make some progress. He took Madame Qin's words to heart. For people like them, they didn't marry the person they loved, but a wife who would be helpful to the whole family. Along the way, her calm and collected demeanor had made those dissatisfied soldiers suffer losses again and again. It was as if they had to suffer in silence, unable to voice out their bitterness. She had only used a few taels to achieve 1,000 caddies, and the leaders of the rescue construction approved of her. They had criticized the few female soldiers who didn't get along with Du Jiayi several times. Chapter 1802. From this, he could see Du Jiayi's methods. Just like what Mrs. Qin said, the second daughter of the Du family was indeed suitable to be a wife. But in the end, such a capable person met Yi Qian and was suppressed with just a few words. This was the first time he heard her take the initiative to apologize and admit her mistake in front of the leader. From this, it could be seen that not only was Yi Qian meticulous, but he was also very strict. He could immediately tell that Du Jiayi's words, which seemed to be helping her, were actually secretly trying to trip her up. When she heard Du Jiayi's apology, she didn't say anything like, "It's okay." Instead, she just smiled and remained silent. This was to tell Du Jiayi that she didn't want to make a fuss about it, so please behave yourself. Using silence to reply was far more effective in intimidating Du Jiayi than speaking. It couldn't be denied that this was a girl with a pure heart and knew how to protect herself. Du Jiayi wanted to take the opportunity to step on her and gain a good impression in front of the leader, but this move was useless. Pull it tight. Pull it up, pull it up. The J5's voice came from the front. They were now starting to rescue the second trapped art troop soldier. Men were heavy to begin with, so when the art troop soldier's hands grabbed onto the carriage, he could see the entire carriage sink. The J5 was so shocked that he repeatedly ordered the male soldier to pull the rope harder. Qin Xiu, whose heart sank along with the carriage, locked his gaze on Yi Qian even more tightly. His thin lips, which had always held a gentle smile, were pursed into a straight line, exuding a coldness comparable to frost. His gaze was locked on Yi Qian, but he didn't realize that the danger he was facing was no less than Yi Qian. The pile of snow that Qin Xiu was standing on was the pile of snow that everyone was trembling with fear when they walked past it. He was in charge of the front carriage. Once the carriage in front started to slide, he would immediately tell the carriage behind to retreat and pull the front carriage tightly. Standing here was equivalent to standing on the edge of a cliff. His toes were less than 10 centimeters away from the edge. You will be safe. Seeing that she had successfully rescued the male soldier, Qin Xiu, who had a faint smile in his eyes, calmly retracted his gaze. He chuckled softly and said, "A smart girl who knows when to advance and retreat will always have better luck than others." Finally, the rumbling sound of the car starting could be heard from the quiet back of the car. The temperature was so low that the hidden soldiers in the car had to start the car several times before it started. Listening to the sound of the motor in the wind, it inexplicably gave people a sense of security. The back of the car had already shoveled nearly half of the snow. Li Jinyan glanced at the tall figure standing at the top of the pile of snow and sped up his shoveling speed, throwing the snow into the car shovel by shovel. After 40 minutes of shoveling snow, he and a few soldiers from the military station had already shoveled out a path more than 3 meters long for the rear cars. As long as the front cars needed to be towed by the rear cars, they could immediately retreat. Time flew by. Xia Jinyuan asked V8 again what time it was. Only then did he realize that he had already been driving for more than 2 hours. When the car climbed onto a high slope, V8 pointed ahead and shouted, "Q King, there's light up ahead. We're almost there." They were indeed almost there. After parting with Yi Qian for nearly 10 hours, they could finally meet up on the Tibetan route in Mazadaban. Similarly, Qin Xiu also saw the sound of a car's high beam flashing by on the high slope in the distance. The military station had sent reinforcements. The rescue operation was almost at the end. Once the last trapped soldier was rescued, the rescue operation would end. At this point, reinforcements wouldn't be of much use. Most of them were shoveling away the snow from the broken Tibetan route and restoring the route to normal. Chapter 1803. In a situation where communication was inconvenient, the military station only knew that 20 people had lost contact and did not know the rescue results. They continuously sent reinforcements to increase the number of reinforcements to ensure safety. The communication base station and satellite base station in the northwest of the border had entered the final phase of construction. By June, the various military stations would be able to maintain communication through the satellite base station even if there was a snowstorm. Once the truck driving along the Tibetan line had an accident, it could also immediately contact the various military stations through the satellite phone in the truck to request for help. The lives of the soldiers at the northwest border of our country had always been perfect. Even the barracks had been modified several times so that the soldiers who came back from patrolling and sentry duty would not suffer from the cold. Everything would be fine. As our country's national strength improved and our military strength strengthened, everything here would be fine. Qin Xiu flashed his headlights 3 times in a row at the truck driving from afar. If the soldier sitting in the passenger seat saw it, he would quickly respond by flashing his headlights 3 times in a row as well. There's someone standing on top of the truck. His position happens to be on the ring road of the Tibetan line, so it's impossible for there to be high ground. The initial judgment is that the high ground is a pile of snow caused by an avalanche. V8 quickly analyzed the situation. At the same time, the truck's headlights flashed 3 times. Xia Jinyuan did not say a word. He only nodded slightly to indicate his response. His lover was not far ahead. As for him, no matter how anxious he was, he could not speed up. They were now going downhill. No matter how fast he drove, he was afraid that the truck would drive straight down the cliff. The soldier on the truck saw him. Qin Xiu, who was about to look away, suddenly heard a miserable scream coming from the truck. His fingers trembled in shock as he quickly turned his head to look. The truck was sinking. Drive, drive. The moment J5, whose expression changed drastically, opened his mouth, Qin Xiu, who had been paying attention to the situation, had already gestured to the truck behind. The Tibetan soldier, who had been watching Qin Xiu closely, saw this and shouted at the driver, "Drive, drive." The truck soldier, who was tense and ready, changed gears to the brake. The entire process was completed in 3 seconds. The truck's wheels rolled over the gravel road, and with a loud boom, the truck drove several meters away. Yi Qian gripped the truck's pole tightly and shouted at the last 2 female soldiers, "Hold on tight. Don't panic." The car shook. The driver in front held the steering wheel tightly, stepped on the accelerator, and drove the car that was falling down the cliff to the side of the road. Ice had been added to the wheels. With a few loud clangs, the sharp ice cubes fell out of the gaps between the wheels. The members of the Snowfield Brigade glared at Yi Qian angrily and shouted, "Hold on tight. If anything goes wrong, let go immediately." Zhang Bing yelled at the driver, "Get ready to jump out of the car at any time, do you understand?" The door of the driver's seat was half open. Once it was necessary to abandon the car, the driver could immediately jump out of the car. Lu Yuan and Wei Jieyue were frightened and immediately hugged each other. They also wanted to scream, but they didn't dare to. The female soldiers who were still in the carriage didn't scream in fright, so they shouldn't cause trouble. The preparation work was done very well, and they cooperated very well with each other. The half-tilted carriages were adjusted again as the front of the carriages were pulled up. At the same time, the carriages that were originally suspended in the air were pulled up by about 30 centimeters. Due to the fact that the rear car was not being towed vertically, there was no way to drag the entire car up. If they continued to drag it, the front car would be forcefully twisted to the side of the cliff, which would make it easier for the entire car to fall off the cliff. Chapter 1804. In the end, there was such a thrilling scene. The Special Forces members of the Shuiyu team were so shocked that they broke out in cold sweat. If Yi Qian had confessed right here, they wouldn't care what the consequences were. They would never forgive themselves for the rest of their lives. Qin Xiu looked at the upright carriage. His heart was beating wildly, and he couldn't help but close his eyes and cover his chest. When he opened his eyes again, he looked down at his feet. The 2 ropes that could be seen had sunk deep into the snow after being dragged by the rear carriage. It wasn't safe for him to stay here. He needed to go down. The Tibetan soldier below looked up and shouted at Qin Xiu, who was standing high up, "Reporter Qin, come down quickly. It's not safe for you. Come down quickly." When the ropes sunk into the snow, it was equivalent to cutting the accumulated snow in half. If the upper layer of snow fell down, the entire layer of snow would fall down with it. Qin Xiu, who was standing on top, would fall down the cliff with the falling snow. Qin Xiu responded and carefully stepped on the snow as he slowly descended. He had only taken a few steps when the place where he had been standing was covered by a large piece of snow. Then, at least 3 square meters of snow fell directly to the cliff. Qin Xiu, who heard the sound behind him, pursed his lips. He didn't look back and quickened his pace to rush down. The Tibetan soldier saw the snow above him peeling off layer by layer and sinking down. The snow piled up to the mountain was falling down in large chunks. Even though he was a veteran who had been on the Tibetan line for 17 years, he was scared out of his wits. Fortunately, reporter Chin wasn't a coward. He knew the situation behind him wasn't right, so he didn't look back and just rushed down. Qin Xiu, who was rushing down, was in a sorry state. When the snow under his feet loosened, he threw himself forward. He started with a more ferocious posture like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Then, he ended with prostrating himself on the ground and fell down hard. Although his posture wasn't very elegant, Qin Xiu didn't care too much when he saw the small avalanche on the originally tightly piled up snow. His life was more important. When the people in the rear saw that the accumulated snow had caused another avalanche, the female soldiers were so scared that their faces turned ashen, while the male soldiers were slightly calmer. Reporter Qin, are you all right? Fu Hui was so scared that her knees went weak. She stuttered as she spoke. Li Jinyan looked at the collapsed pile of snow. The original cold Jun Yen became colder and colder. The people standing on it should have some skills. Otherwise, how dare they stand in the most dangerous place? She had to have the confidence to stand up there. As for whether something would happen, he said to the 5 female soldiers who were as frightened as birds, there's a 50-50 chance that something would happen or nothing would happen. When the female soldiers heard this, tears came out of their eyes. Li Jinyan glanced at him and then walked away. She had to see for herself to know whether or not something was wrong. What was the use of crying? Qin Xiu didn't know that he had caused the 5 female soldiers to cry for no reason. He pulled the rope tightly together with the male soldiers of the Snowfield Brigade. He had to pull it tighter. He couldn't let the girls on the carriage be in any danger. It was easy to save the female soldiers from the Arts and Crafts Regiment because they knew how to balance themselves. Yi Qian pulled the rope tightly and helped the last female soldier out of the carriage. Like before, he reminded her, relax your body. Look up. Take a deep breath and exhale gently. Don't lower your head. Her voice sounded even better than when she was in the carriage. It was clear and gentle, like the hot spring water in winter. It was so warm that it warmed people's hearts. Du Jiayi, who was pulling the rope tightly, narrowed her eyes slightly. Chapter 1805. The interaction between people was actually about fate. First, they had to be compatible with each other. Then, they had to be compatible with each other. When these two things were compatible, it would be the fate of the two people. Listening to the gentle voice that was filled with strength, Du Jiayi felt that she was not destined to be with this female soldier who had been lying on the carriage for almost 3 hours. She had not met her yet, but just by listening to her voice, no matter how gentle and moving she was, she could not like her. She even had a faint feeling of disgust. It was very strange. She had always liked to see if someone was compatible with her before deciding if they could become friends. But this female soldier, she already disliked her even before meeting her. Perhaps it was because she did not take her words seriously when she crawled over earlier, so she needed to confirm it again. In any case, even if she saved her, she could not like her. That's the last trapped member. Yi Qian, pull the rope tight. The J5, who had been keeping a close watch, was so nervous that he could not see anyone else other than Yi Qian's figure. There were only 11 minutes left until the 3-hour deadline. Female soldier Yi Qian had been lying on the swaying carriage for a full 2 hours and 49 minutes. The carriage was suspended in the abyss, and the bone-chilling cold wind kept blowing. His limbs were stiff from standing by the roadside, and Yi Qian, who was lying on the carriage, was facing the cold wind head-on. Her hands, feet, ears, and even the tip of her nose must have been frostbitten. When the Snowfield Brigade entered the Highland winter training, the most common thing they did was stand in the wind for 2 hours. When it was over, they wanted to move their legs, but their limbs did not listen to their brain. It was as if they were immobilized. If they were like this after standing on solid ground for 2 hours, then Yi Qian, as a female soldier, had been standing in the wind for almost 3 hours. Other than admiration, he respected her for being able to persevere until now. He respected the female soldier's perseverance. Yi Qian could hear what the J5 said. She raised her hands slightly and made an "okay" gesture. Once again, she tightened the rope. First, she slowly pulled Du Jiayi, who could not use any strength and could not hold on to the edge of the carriage. She needed to pull Du Jiayi up so that she could at least place her arms on top of the carriage. Du Jiayi's mental fortitude was not bad. She could still chat with Yi Qian even when her feet were in the air. She tightened her grip on the rope and relaxed her body. She raised her head slightly and looked at the female soldier who had yet to say, tired. Her cheeks were red from the wind and she said to Yi Qian, "Thank you for your hard work tonight. You were the one who pulled all of us up for 3 hours. Does your arm hurt?" It was a very ordinary conversation, as if it was just a casual topic to relax. However, Yi Qian, who was very defensive, was already on guard against her. Therefore, he only smiled at her and listened to her without replying. Yi Qian's experience from his previous life told him that when interacting with people like her, he definitely needed to remain silent. As long as it was not a question that he had to answer, it was best to smile and use his silence to let her know that he did not want to talk too much. Du Jiayi, who was waiting for Yi Qian's reply with a smile, narrowed her eyes again. She lowered her head to hide the displeasure in her eyes as her shoulders were now parallel to the carriage. The moment she lowered her head, her originally relaxed body suddenly tensed up. With a look of horror on her face, she quickly looked up, not daring to lower her head again. She was suspended in the air, and below her feet was a bottomless abyss. Just one look at it was enough to make all the cells in her body scream. Chapter 1806. Don't lower your head. Slowly extend your hands and place them on top of the carriage. Take a deep breath and place your center of gravity on your arms. Don't be afraid. The male soldiers are pulling on the ropes in front of the carriage. They will pull you all the way to the front of the carriage. Yi Qian naturally noticed the fear in her eyes and knew why she was frightened. The searchlight on the windbreaker had emitted a snow-white light. Du Jiayi couldn't help but close her eyes and avert her gaze. Without a doubt, Du Jiayi was a very beautiful and elegant civilian soldier. She had a beautiful oval face and a pair of classical willow leaf eyebrows. Although her eyes were closed, her eyeliner was long and it was obvious that she had a pair of bright eyes. At this moment, although her eyes were closed, the arrogance and confidence between her eyebrows were still soaring. This was a female soldier who liked to put herself at the center of everything. No wonder when they first met, she spoke as if she was giving orders. Yi Qian, move back. When the J5 saw that the last female soldier had half of her body pulled up, he immediately ordered Yi Qian to move back. After he finished speaking, he immediately stared at the wheels. The muscles on his face were tense, as if he had entered a battle. Every part of his face exuded a fierce aura. Du Jiayi, who had finally climbed up, slowly opened her eyes. She saw that the female soldier was slowly moving back with her arms and legs spread out. Meanwhile, she was being pulled up bit by the ropes. There was the weight of 2 people on top of the carriage. Even though they were both light and graceful female soldiers, the roof of the carriage creaked because of the weight. This was a sound that made one's scalp go numb and goosebumps rise all over their body. Because of the wind in the carriage, they couldn't hear it. But now, they could hear it clearly. Every sound was enough to make one tremble in fear. Du Jiayi, who was as stiff as a rock, knew that her face must be deathly pale. She also knew that her expression must be very, very ugly. She would never show her ugliest and most cowardly side to others, nor would she let others know about it. But now, she was seen clearly by a female soldier. The embarrassment in her heart was more than just a little. She wished she could make the female soldier close her eyes and not look at her again. There's ice on the roof of the car. If you spread your arms and legs like me, not only can you spread your body's center of gravity, you can also maintain your balance. Yi Qian had been watching Du Jiayi the whole time. He saw the stiffness on her face, and he also saw the moment she opened her eyes, a haze flashed across her beautiful eyes. Yi Qian wasn't a meddlesome person, and he wasn't very curious either. He didn't pay much attention to why there was a haze in the other party's eyes, and only did his duty to remind her. At the same time, Xia Jinyuan had already arrived at the back of the car. He jumped out of the car and covered his face, revealing only his sharp eyes. Li Jinyan looked at the familiar figure who was completely covered. It took him a few seconds to realize who it was. He said to the 5 female soldiers who were so cold that they looked like they would faint at any moment, "The 5 of you, go rest in the car." They really needed a good rest. Their feet were stepping on the cold gravel. No matter how they moved, even if they stomped their feet, there was no way to warm their feet. They didn't even want to move their lips. They quickly nodded at him to express their gratitude. Then, one by one, they moved their frozen feet to the car that had just turned off. Han Zheng was the first to jump out of the car. At a glance, he saw the 5 figures who, although dressed in swollen clothes, had the figures of women walking towards him. His eyes lit up, and his gaze swept across the 5 figures like an X-ray. He was looking for his target. Chapter 1807. The first one wasn't. She was a little short. The second one wasn't either. Her walking posture wasn't right. The third, fourth, fifth. None of them were. They didn't have the aura Du Jia had when she walked. That noble, including his mother, had said that the second daughter of the Du family had a classy aura. Even if she wore clothes that cost 10 or 20 yuan, she would still look luxurious. To him, that was called arrogance. It couldn't be called classy at all. You must be frozen. Hurry up and rest in the car. The water in the thermal flask hasn't cooled down yet. Hurry up and drink some warm water to warm your stomach. Han Zheng went up and helped one of the female soldiers who walked like a pretty girl from a humble family. His deep voice was filled with doting gentleness. G3, who had jumped down from the car, saw this and felt goosebumps all over his body. Then, he coughed in a low voice. The V8 in front seemed to have its own receiver and decoder, and in a second, it accurately interpreted his comrade's low cough. He quickly and accurately translated it. Guys who had dated more than 10 times were indeed different. They were so experienced that they were at the point of perfection when it came to seducing girls. While they were still thinking about how to open their mouths, his hands were already on the female soldier's shoulders. What was worse was that he didn't share his experience with his comrades in advance, leaving them standing there like wooden pillars. When the female soldier came over, he only nodded reservedly. The female soldier, Wu Ziwei, indeed needed someone to help her up. Han Zheng had saved the damsel in distress, making her extremely grateful. "Thank you. Sorry to trouble you." She was still speaking so softly. V8, who was the closest to them, was dumbfounded. Damn, she still had to thank him. As the target approached, V8 decisively and casually stretched out his leg. Han Zheng, who was talking to the female soldier, seemed to have a detector installed under his feet. He nimbly avoided his comrades tripping and took a step before turning back. "Let's give them all the hot water in the car. They're all so cold that they're shivering. I'm afraid they'll catch a cold." He spoke worriedly, making V8, G3, and the others feel a toothache. The female soldier was left in Han Zheng's care. Xia Jinyuan, who had already exchanged a few words with Li Jinyan, ordered loudly, "Get the snow shovels. Try to shovel the road out in 5 hours." It was not a small area of collapse. 5 hours was considered a conservative time. Li Jinyan only saw the figures of the Snowfield Brigade and knew that his comrades from the Storm Commandos had not come up. His eyes darkened slightly as he shoveled the snow, and he said to Xia Jinyuan, "I plan to apply to enter the northwest of Xinjiang every winter to complete winter training. When the time comes, I'll need your guidance. Not only do we need to enter the highlands to complete winter training every year, but we also need to strengthen our land operations. Your water combat skills are already quite advanced. Next, raise your land combat skills. After 3 years of hard work, you will have some results. Look up to the SEALs of West America and aim to surpass them." The Western SEAL Special Forces were one of the top 10 special forces in the world. They were known as the Western American Amphibious Commando Team. They were established in 1962 and had a history of nearly 40 years. They had become the Western Americans' trump card to carry out local wars and deal with emergencies. Hearing this, Lee Jinyan shoveled a large piece of snow down the cliff and said calmly, "The Special Forces team you lead is the real amphibious commando team in our country. If you and I didn't work together this time, I wouldn't have known that you're so strong. You're my target now. As for the SEALs." At this point, Lee Jinyan lowered his head slightly and did not continue. The sound of shoveling snow was heard. He seemed to have said something else. His thin lips moved slightly, but no one knew what he said. Chapter 1808. Xia Jinyuan tossed the snow and the engineering shovel away. Wearing gloves, he raised his hand and patted Li Jinyan, whose eyebrows were tightly knitted. He sneered, "With your ability, we all believe that such a day will come." He shoveled the snow quickly, removing a large chunk with each shovel. In just a few sentences, he had removed a few square meters of snow. There was no way he could be unhappy. Du Jie, the snake, was right beside his little fox. Although he knew that his little fox was a smart girl, Du Jie was a woman who knew how to conduct herself well. She was also very good at talking. When he talked to her, he felt that she was a very cultured woman. This was her appearance, the appearance that had fooled countless people. The real Du Jie was a venomous snake. No one knew when she would bite someone, and the person who was bitten might not even know that the person who bit them was Du Jie, who was kind, caring, and considerate of others. This woman's methods were even more ruthless and scheming than a man's. If his little fox were to encounter her, he was really afraid that she would be at a disadvantage. When Li Jinyan saw this, he thought that Han Zholi was speeding up so that he could see Yi Qian earlier. He couldn't help but increase the strength in his hands. He also caught up with him and threw large chunks of snow down the cliff. You have to be bold, meticulous, and accurate to know what they need from a man at that moment. Just like just now, a few female soldiers were swaying as they walked. It was obvious that they needed someone to support them. Then, I helped them into the car and said a few words of concern and consideration. They would only thank me if I said something considerate. How could they be angry? I wasn't like a hungry wolf who pounced on them and touched them. I was very gentlemanly, okay? Didn't you see that I only supported them by their arms and shoulders when I helped them into the car? If they couldn't get up, I would let them kneel on my knee and climb up by themselves with one hand on my shoulder. I didn't do anything inappropriate during the entire process. This is called gentlemanly. Han Zheng shared his experience generously so that the group of bachelors would be able to resolve their confusion. When the group of bachelors heard this, they really felt that listening to a gentleman's words is better than studying for 10 years. His ability to date more than 10 girls was not a bluff, he really had some ability. Receiving the gazes of admiration from his comrades, Han Zheng enjoyed it very much. Alright, I'll teach you more in the future so that you'll know how to please girls when you go out. Each of you will marry a good wife. Let's get to work first. Shovel the road open in 5 hours. It's a big project. The Snowfield Brigade members helped Yi Qian loosen her bones, massaged her shoulders, and warmed up her hands. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with her body, they picked up the engineering shovel and started shoveling the snow. They needed to restore traffic as soon as possible and tried to drag the car in front back onto the road as soon as possible. Du Jie looked at Yi Qian, who was treated like a princess by the male soldiers, and sneered. She was definitely a female soldier who liked to flaunt her superiority and wanted to perform well. Otherwise, why would she be the only one climbing up the car when there were so many male soldiers around? She had seen many female soldiers like her. They didn't have any background, could endure hardships, were a little ambitious, and were smart. Just like Lu Yuan and Wei Jiayue and her regiment, they were only 30% capable, but they had to grit their teeth and pretend to be very capable. No matter how beautiful her voice was, it couldn't hide her competitive nature. Chapter 1809. Those male soldiers really knew how to lower themselves. A few of them were actually serving one person, rubbing her hands and massaging her shoulders. Was there a need to care so much for a soldier? What kind of soldier was a soldier if they didn't suffer? On the other hand, Du Jiayi's face was dark and gloomy. She caught sight of Instructor Gao trying to get up, but due to his fractured arm, even a simple movement was so stiff that it looked like he was about to fall. The sharp-eyed Du Jiayi immediately ran over and reminded Lu Yuan, who was the closest to Instructor Gao, "Lu Yuan, help our instructor up." Lu Yuan, who was a prisoner, had been guarding the instructor who had a bandage around his hand. As everyone successfully escaped, she suddenly woke up from her sleep and got up in a hurry. "Instructor, do you want to walk around? Let me help you. Let me help you. You were asleep just now, right? If you're tired, go back to sleep. I'll help you walk around." Du Jiayi walked over quickly and reached out to support the instructor's uninjured arm. "Wei Jiu's complexion doesn't look right. Hurry up and take a look. Is she sick? I saw that the rescue team brought some commonly used medicine. See if Wei Jiu needs it." Instructor Gao was a little anxious. "Hurry up and take a look. You're the only one in our group who knows how to nurse. All right. Call me if you need anything." Lu Yuan glanced at her empty hands before turning to look at Du Jiayi, who had pushed her out of the room without a trace. This person really doesn't change. Does she think that everyone is like her, only knowing how to act in front of the leaders? Du Jiayi maintained a polite smile on the face of her comrade's indifferent gaze. She lifted her chin slightly and replied with an air of arrogance that matched her temperament. "Thanks to Lu Yuan's knowledge of nursing, our group was spared a lot of trouble along the way. Thank you, Lu Yuan." She thanked her sincerely. No one would doubt her sincerity. Yi Qian, who was carrying the commonly used medicine, paused for a moment before walking over with a normal expression. "Sorry to disturb you. Here are some commonly used medicine. Do you need it?" J5 and the rest started shoveling the snow, while she was given a temporary break and a mission to communicate with the art troupe to see if they needed any more help. The members of the Snowfield Brigade would appear in places that might not be suitable for military personnel. Therefore, it was not suitable for them to appear too many times and leave a bad impression. Yi Qian was different. She was a female soldier. Even if she joined the Snowfield Brigade, it would still be 3 years later. It was more appropriate for her to show her face now than any of them. Just like Xia Jinyuan, Yi Qian could only see her eyes, which were as dark as the night. She wore a cold mask over her nose and lips, so Instructor Gao and the others could only see her eyes. "You always appear when we need help the most. I really don't know how to express our gratitude." Du Jiayi took the bag of medicine. After she finished speaking, she smiled at Instructor Gao, who had just moved his stiff body a little, and said, "Instructor, this female soldier in front of you is called Yi Qian. You should remember her name. When you return to the capital, you must mention her to your superiors. Look, she spent 3 hours alone on the carriage to save all of us. She didn't even need the help of the male soldiers. 3 hours of back and forth exhausted her. Fortunately, the male soldiers knew how to care for her. They massaged and rubbed her hands for a long time before her complexion improved slightly." Chapter 18:10. Speaking was indeed an art. Depending on the person sitting at the right height, they would hear different things. Their understanding of the situation would definitely be different from people of different heights. The higher one stood, the more he could tell if there was a deeper meaning in a sentence, if there was a hidden meaning, if the speaker wanted to express something secretly, or in other words, what kind of state of mind the speaker was in when he said those words. Instructor Gao was an instructor in the arts regiment and had a high level of political training. He could tell several meanings from Du Jiayi's words. Firstly, the female soldier Yi Qian's courage was commendable, but she was too brave and did not handle the situation well. Secondly, as a female soldier, she was naturally weaker than the male soldiers. Knowing this, she still persisted. This showed that she was a female soldier who loved to show off and lost her composure. Thirdly, since she chose to persist, she was so tired that she needed the male soldiers to serve her. This showed that she lacked the spirit of a soldier. Fourthly, the male soldiers were not strict enough and cared too much about the female soldier. This showed that their relationship was messy. This was what Instructor Gao understood from Du Jiayi's words, but it was undeniable that if not for this female soldier who loved to show off persisting for 3 hours and gritting her teeth to save them, they might still be stuck in the carriage, frightened. Therefore, Instructor Gao smiled and said, "You're right. We must report this to the higher-ups and reward the soldiers who risked their lives to save us. Yi Qian, you've worked hard tonight. If it weren't for you, we would probably still be in the carriage." As he said this, his words became more sincere. However, you need to think twice before you do something like this. Don't tire yourself out too much. After all, Instructor Gao was not a soldier in the arts regiment. He could only give a few pointers in a very reserved manner. If he said too much, it would make people dislike him. Lu Yuan gently weighed the plastic bag with the medicine. The soft, hua-hua sound seemed to have interrupted Instructor Gao's words. Then, she smiled at Yi Qian, full of kindness and gratitude. Hearing this, Yi Qian, who already knew how to deal with this, said politely, "You're right. My comrades were also very worried when I went up like this. They were afraid that I would increase the weight on the carriage and cause the entire carriage to fall off the cliff. Fortunately, my body is light. Although it made my comrades sweat in their hearts, I can be considered to have successfully completed the mission given to me by my comrades." Yi Qian was never a pushover. Facing Du Jiayi's gratitude on the surface and all kinds of words to trip him up, he humbly accepted Instructor Gao's advice and politely used a different method to explain why she, a female soldier, had to climb up the carriage. "You've considered everything thoroughly. It's because of this that we're all safe. Yi. Our unit needs female soldiers like you." As he said this, his gaze landed on Du Jiayi. He then turned his head to look at the other soldiers who were still breathing. Then, he sighed. "Jiayi. You all need to learn from her. Just now, the carriage only shook a little, but you all were so scared that you screamed." Yi Qian, on the other hand, was able to remain calm and continue to rescue us. You all need to learn from him. Chapter 18:11. Du Jiayi was someone who could keep her composure, especially when it came to dealing with matters in front of her superior. Upon hearing those words, she reined in her emotions and replied humbly, "You're right. We're indeed lacking in courage. Even though we're performing arts troops, we're still soldiers. A soldier's courage and bravery mustn't be lacking." She was really something. She even gave her a soft rebuff. With just a few words, she changed the instructor's impression of her. Du Jiayi maintained a polite smile as she stared at Yi Qian and sized him up secretly. She had a pair of good eyes. They were dark and clear. Female soldiers like her were used to pretending to be innocent. She was wearing a cold mask so she couldn't see what she looked like. It was a pity. It didn't matter. As long as she knew her name, she would find out when she returned to the capital. It had always been easy for Du Jiayi to find out a person's background. She originally wanted to make things difficult for her now, but the instructor obviously admired her. She could only keep her cool for now. It wouldn't be too late to deal with her later. She had seen her at her worst and was still suspicious of her. She even gave her a soft rebuff. She loved to deal with female soldiers who were naturally rebellious. There was no hurry. She would deal with her until she didn't even know who she had offended. Du Jiayi, who was obviously excited, smiled sweetly after she finished speaking. She kept looking at Yi Qian. It wasn't a polite gaze, but a gaze filled with arrogance and prejudice. Yi Qian calmly smiled at her and turned to look at the instructor who was speaking. "That's right. No matter what kind of soldier you are, as long as you wear this uniform, you're a soldier. You can't lose the face and image of a soldier." Instructor Gao was very satisfied with Du Jiayi's answer. He looked at her approvingly and said to Lu Yuan, "If there's anything you can solve, try to solve it yourself. Don't cause trouble for the army." A male soldier from the Arts and Crafts Regiment walked over. Perhaps he had something to say to Instructor Gao, so he greeted Du Jiayi and nodded at Yi Qian with a smile. He said, "Sorry to disturb you," and then helped Instructor Gao over. Lu Yuan answered Instructor Gao with a straight face, understood. Don't worry, we won't cause any trouble for the army. I'm always at ease when you guys handle things. After Instructor Gao finished speaking, he left with the help of the male soldier. When he got up, Lu Yuan immediately said politely to Yi Qian, "Come and rest with us for a while. The male soldiers are exhausted from shoveling the snow. We'll take over their duties midway and shovel the snow together. What do you think?" Du Jiayi, who hadn't left, seemed to have heard a joke. She pursed her lips and laughed. "As long as the male soldiers aren't afraid of us causing trouble, just let us know if you need anything. We definitely won't embarrass the female soldiers. We have to show them that female soldiers are not to be trifled with." She looked at Lu Yuan and said with a faint smile, "Lu Yuan, you can't be like last time where you fainted before you even started working. We can't embarrass the Arts and Crafts Regiment. We have to show the soldiers in the army that the female soldiers in the Arts and Crafts Regiment don't just know how to sing and dance. As the female soldiers in the Arts and Crafts Regiment, as long as there's a need for us, we can beautifully complete the tasks given to us by our superiors. Yi Qian, please take care of my comrade. If there's any problem, you can come and find me anytime. If you feel unwell, you have to tell us immediately. Don't force yourself just to save face, understand?" Chapter 18:12. It was fine if she didn't get thanked for saving someone. She didn't save the person because of the gratitude, but because it was her duty as a soldier to save the person. The problem was that the person she saved didn't say thank you, but instead started to create trouble for her. Yi Qian wasn't a soft-hearted person, and he wasn't magnanimous enough to forgive Du Jiayi for causing trouble for him. When he heard what she said, his voice turned cold, and he said sternly, "Female soldier, with your intelligence, I don't think you'll always say things that will cause misunderstandings." After he said that, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, and Du Jiayi's face darkened. Since he had already spoken, Yi Qian wouldn't go back on his words. He stared coldly at Du Jiayi, whose eyes had darkened, and said sternly, "Can I understand you? First, you said that I was putting up a strong front to save face, then you said that I saved someone, and in the end, you asked my comrades to help me. You said all these things on purpose to tell everyone that I'm only this capable, and that I'm just putting up a strong front for the sake of showing off." Du Jiayi's originally gloomy face abruptly changed. No one had ever dared to give her such a straight face, and no one had ever dared to criticize her so boldly. Moreover, no one had ever criticized her in front of the leaders. She wanted to stop Yi Qian from continuing, but Yi Qian wouldn't give her the chance. "You won't explain anything to me. You're a smart female soldier, so everything you say should be clear and accurate. As a soldier, you should say whatever is on your mind. You shouldn't always say things that are either digging up old scores or have hidden meanings. And don't tell me that I misunderstood you or misunderstood you. Based on what you said to Instructor Gao just now, if I didn't explain, Instructor Gao would have misunderstood me. I'm giving you face now by waiting for Instructor Gao to leave. I hope you can cherish the face that others have given you." Lu Yuan, who was flabbergasted, almost laughed out loud because of what he said. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Her words made Du Jiayi, who had always maintained a good image in front of her superiors, change her expression and put her on the spot. Yi Jian was not the kind of person who was eloquent. She always knew when to advance and when to retreat. She also knew how to treat the right people. It was very tiring to get along with someone like Du Jiayi. No matter when, she was the only one who could play the lead role, and the others could only play the supporting roles, and the supporting roles that obediently followed her orders. If anyone dared to overstep her, as long as that person's mistake was caught in her hands, she would definitely take it out again and again. Yi Qian, who had already noticed something was amiss, did not intend to get involved. This was the Arts and Crafts Regiment's matter. Even their instructor did not say anything. As a soldier from the Marines, she only needed to watch quietly. But of all things, she shouldn't have stepped out to step on Yi Qian and deliberately ruined her image. She was a soldier, and soldiers had to maintain their image at all times. They could not allow others to destroy their image and tarnish their reputation. The first time she took a small step back and clearly told her not to push her luck. She probably used her silence to tell her not to push Yi Qian, which made her misunderstand that Yi Qian was easy to bully. Since that was the case, she didn't mind not giving her face and warning her. She wanted her to restrain her evil intentions. Chapter 1813. Although the military had iron-like discipline, not everyone could be impartial. Instructor Gao was biased towards Du Jiayi, but that was mostly due to her ability to get things done. Moreover, every word she said was true to the bottom of her heart, and she never violated any discipline, causing the leaders to worry about her. Naturally, they would admire her. Originally, after leaving the borders, there would be no more social interactions, but she insisted on doing some dirty things. How could Yi Qian allow her to do so again and again? Du Jiayi was so angry that she almost fainted. Hearing this, Lu Yuan trembled in fear, but she also felt relieved when she saw Du Jiayi's expression turn darker. She quickly stood up and said softly, "Forget it, it's just a small matter. Jiayi, don't be angry." "Look, I'm not even angry at you." Lu Yuan was shocked and angry at the mention of that old incident that she still couldn't let go of. That was the only time she made a fool of herself, and it became a topic that Du Jiayi would use to make fun of her. No one liked others to talk about their mistakes, and Lu Yuan didn't like it either. But what could she do? Du Jiayi wasn't an ordinary soldier. She didn't like Yi Qian from the start. Now that she heard what he said, her uncertain expression made her even more afraid. "I'm sorry, Yi Qian. I really didn't mean anything by it. I'm just a straightforward person, and I'm not good with words. If I've offended you, please forgive me." Du Jiayi's uncertain expression only took a few seconds to adjust. Her bright eyes under the hood were filled with sincerity. "I'm very, very sorry. Please forgive me." Lu Yuan originally felt that her anger had been vented, but now, following Du Jiayi's apology, she felt an extremely cold chill run up from the bottom of her feet. Based on her understanding of Du Jiayi, the more amiable she was, the more it meant that she had set her sights on someone and would make that person suffer. Seeing her gaze on Yi Qian, Lu Yuan's fingers trembled violently. It was one thing for her to be scolded by her. That incident was indeed her fault. But what about Yi Qian? Not only did she not thank Yi Qian, she even hinted to Instructor Gao that Yi Qian was just a stubborn female soldier and made things difficult for him. How could she do this? It was one thing to trample on those new recruits from time to time, but how could she make things difficult for Yi Qian, who had saved her life? Now that Yi Qian was angry, she still thought that Yi Qian was wrong. He even targeted Yi Qian. "Du Jiayi, do you really think you're a big shot?" Instructor Gao, who had said something to the male soldier, walked over again. Du Jiayi was used to destroying peace. She held Lu Yuan's arm and said to Yi Qian, "I'm very, very sorry, and I'm very, very grateful." Instructor Gao wanted to go over to see how much snow needed to be shoveled. He did not give Du Jiayi a chance to continue speaking. He came over and said, "Come with us to see how the snow is being shoveled and discuss the situation with the army." He reminded Lu Yuan to take good care of Wei Jiayue and left. Finally, Instructor Gao showed concern for Yi Qian. "You have to be careful too. You've been exposed to the cold wind for a few hours. We brought some winter coats with us. Put on a few more and sit next to Lu Yuan and the rest. You can keep each other warm." Lu Yuan noticed that Du Jiayi's eyes narrowed slightly. She gave Yi Qian a faint smile before leaving with Instructor Gao and the male soldiers from the Arts and Crafts Regiment. "Yi Qian, just you wait. I wanted to punish you lightly, but now. Just you wait. I'll deal with you slowly." Chapter 1814. The smile in her eyes did not shock Yi Qian. Instead, it made Lu Yuan clench her fists. She did not know if it was because she was too agitated, but her chest felt stuffy. Even after taking a few deep breaths, she did not feel better. From the moment Du Jiayi apologized to the moment she left, Yi Qian remained indifferent. Even his aura did not change. Therefore, Instructor Gao did not notice anything strange when he walked over. Du Jiayi was not the only one who knew how to destroy peace. Yi Qian, who had lived 2 lives, knew how to do it too. Du Jiayi saw Yi Jinli's familiar shift between smiling and Yi Jinli's mood a second ago, so she apologized again and again. Coincidentally, Du Jiayi saw the familiar shift between Yi Jinli's mood and smile. Because she knew that she had encountered a tough character who could see through what she wanted to do with a single glance. Just as Yi Qian said, Du Jiayi was a very smart female soldier. Compared to the ignorant Yi Ying, she was much smarter. When interacting with such a person, one either had to be submissive or warn her not to go overboard. Yi Qian was not one to be submissive. In her previous life, she had lived a cowardly life. In this life, she wanted to control the world and live a carefree life. Of course, as a soldier, she could not act in vain. Acting in vain was destroying one's own future. She would not do something so foolish as to destroy one's own future. With a faint smile in her eyes, she sent Instructor Gao off. Turning her head sideways, she saw Lu Yuan staring at Du Jiayi's back view with an unfathomable gaze. Even she could tell that they had some conflicts in the past, so how could Instructor Gao not be able to tell? I'll go with you to see your comrades. Now that the roads are disrupted, a small cold will cause big problems. The smiling voice pulled Lu Yuan's attention back. Yi Qian looked at the female soldier who was looking at her with a complicated expression. She pretended not to notice anything and glanced at Wei Jieyue. She whispered, "It looks like something is wrong." Lu Yuan originally wanted to say a few more words to Yi Qian, but hearing this she immediately trotted over to Wei Jieyue's side. She saw that Wei Jieyue and Ma Min were leaning against each other with their eyes closed. They were so tired that they had fallen asleep. Wearing an oxygen mask to sleep, Wei Jieyue did not have a fever, but she looked very tired. Fortunately, the Zhang soldiers had already set up the tents that were originally for the sentries and were calling them over to sleep. He woke up the 2 people who were fast asleep and helped them to the tent. Sleep in the tent. Watch your feet first. Yi Qian reminded Wei Jieyue, who was so sleepy that she was stumbling. He put his arm around her shoulders and put her weight on him to make her feel more comfortable. Du Jiayi is the daughter of a high-ranking official in the capital. She is 24 years old this year and has a brother who is 9 years older than her and has real power in the Nangguang military region. We belong to the Nangguang military region's art troupe, so everyone has to give in to us. Fortunately, you're not from the Nangguang military region's army. Her sister is 7 years older than her, and her brother is 1 year younger than her. He's also quite capable. Last year, he graduated from university and worked in the provincial government. Du Jiayi has a sweet tongue and knows how to coax people, so she's quite popular in her family. You can check which official in the capital has the surname Du and has 2 sons and 2 daughters. Then you'll know her background. Also, her mother, Madame Li, is also a very powerful person. If anyone dares to bully her daughter, she will not let them off easily. However, this family is very prideful, so they will be amiable on the surface. Just like just now, no matter how angry she was able to put down her pride and apologize to you. Chapter 18:15. Yi Qian, who was listening quietly, had a dark look in his eyes when he heard the words Madame Li. They were only 5 meters away from the tent. Wei Jieyue spoke quickly and softly into Yi Qian's ear. Even Lu Yuan did not hear her. Why did she have to tell Yi Qian? Because this was the only thing she could do to help. She only hoped that Yi Qian would be more vigilant and avoid them in the future. The Wei family was considered a big family, so even they had to give in to the Du family. Yi Qian, who had been listening quietly, said, "Thank you." Then he reminded her, "Sleep a little deeper. We only set up 1 tent." They did not know when they would be able to shovel the snow away, so the Tibetan soldiers used 2 tents to avoid the cold. Lu Yuan, who had not noticed anything, walked out of the tent and said to Yi Qian, "Thank you for your hard work tonight. You saved so many of us. Although I can't mention your name in the report and let the army reward you, I will always remember that there was a female soldier who took the risk to save others. Thank you, Yi Qian." Compared to Du Jiayi's gratitude, Lu Yuan's gratitude was much more sincere. She straightened her back and looked at Yi Qian with a sincere expression as she saluted him. Thank you. Yi Qian. Thank you. If not for your timely appearance, she and her comrades would not have dared to climb onto the roof of the carriage, and it would not have been possible for them to save so many people in just 3 hours. She stood at the side and listened to the creaking sound of the carriage. She was so scared that her knees went weak. On the other hand, Yi Qian, who was lying on the roof, was so calm and brave. Even when they screamed in fear, he was still calm and collected until he saved everyone. Even if Du Jiayi had her eyes on Yi Qian, she was not afraid. She belonged to a different division and branch. No matter how powerful she was, it was impossible for her to cross divisions and branch to cause trouble for Yi Qian. Looking at Yi Qian, who was working for them, Lu Yuan, who felt apologetic, bit her lip, as if she was making a big decision. After a while, she said, Du Jiayi and I were both female soldiers for 2 years. We were friends for a year, so close that we could share meals together. Later on, when new soldiers joined the army, their opinions differed from hers, and the conflict began to deepen. But it's only about class affairs. Last July, when I got close to Wei Jiayue, who was transferred here, our relationship deteriorated even more. In the end, I applied to be transferred to Wei Jiayue's dormitory, far away from her. The further I was from her, the clearer I could see Du Jiayi's character. Lu Yuan could not directly tell Yi Qian to be careful. Based on her understanding of Du Jiayi, if she really said something, it would be difficult for her to successfully leave the army. Lu Yuan's behavior just now was clearly because she had her eyes on Yi Qian. If she did not say anything, she would feel guilty. Yi Qian should have sensed something. Otherwise, he would not have said something so indifferent, causing Du Jiayi to be at a disadvantage and earning Instructor Gao's praise. Whether or not Lu Yuan knew or sensed something, Lu Yuan could not lose her conscience. I rarely get along with people, except for Du Jiayi. Fortunately, you're not from our military, so we won't see each other much in the future. If we meet again, just pretend we don't know each other and avoid her. Actually, Yi Qian, who was in a mess, did not have the heart to listen. But she was talking about Du Jiayi, so she had to listen. Because Yi Ying's mother-in-law's surname was Li. Her husband's surname was Du. Sun Dongqing had complained in the village that Yi Ying's sister-in-law was not easy to get along with. Chapter 18:16. Yi Qian's heart was in a mess. In her previous life, she had been harmed by Yi Ying until she was like a stray dog. She was the golden phoenix that flew out of the ravine of Shuku village in Fujian town. She had provoked all the relatives of the Yi and Sun families to try to get close to Yi Jifan. As for herself, she was always the target of ridicule. Whenever Yi Ying was mentioned, she would be mentioned. When she was mentioned, she would be said to be a disgrace to public morals and that she had disgraced 8 generations of her ancestors. Why did those people support Yi Ying? Simple, because Yi Ying married into a noble family. Yi Jifan also rose through the ranks and became a high-ranking official. At first, Yi Ying didn't dare to make things difficult for her. She only warned her not to go home and embarrass her family. She also said that her father was successful in his career and that if she went back and ruined her father's reputation, the whole family would want to beat her to death. In her previous life, she was a coward. She didn't dare to go back to the village after being threatened by Yi Ying. When she was 18, she went back to get an ID card and was scolded. When Yi Ying returned from studying abroad, she went back happily but was chased away. Later on, she slowly grew up and learned how to resist. Yi Ying got married. The most tragic days came. Yi Ying, who got married, seemed to have found the strongest backing. She started to use all her power to make things difficult for her. She made things difficult for her and wanted to take her life at all times. She knew that it was Yi Ying who had caused her to lose her job, be evicted, blocked her way, and even set her house on fire. Only then did she realize that Yi Ying did not make things difficult for her before she got married. Most of the time, it was just that her words were a little harsh. She got a job but couldn't get paid. She was chased after getting off work in the middle of the night. Her door was broken into when she slept at night. These were the real difficulties. She used to be ruthless. If she had the chance, she would make Yi Ying's life a living hell. She would make her lose everything. She used to beg the heavens to give her a chance. She even went to Buddha and made a wish that Yi Ying would lose everything in the future. And now. Thinking of all the things from his previous life, Yi Qian suddenly laughed. It was not a hearty laugh, but a low, deep, and oppressive laugh. It seemed to be a joyous laugh, but it also seemed to be filled with hatred. Lu Yuan, who had not yet left, stared blankly at Yi Qian, unable to react for a moment. Du family. If this Du family was Yi Ying's in-laws in her previous life, then could she directly cut off Yi Ying's path to climb up the social ladder? Would he be able to solve all the worries in one go and make Yi Ying in this life truly have nothing? In her previous life, she had so much hope, but in the end, her wish did not come true. In this life, since the heavens had allowed her to return to the starting point, to the source of all tragedies, how could she let them down? How could she let them down? Because of Yi Jifan, Yi Ying was able to marry into a prestigious family. In this life, how could he fulfill Yi Ying's wishes? Just you wait, Yi Ying. The show is about to begin. Lowering her head, Yi Qian raised her hand to wipe away the tears that were about to overflow from her eyes. She gently closed her eyes and calmed the waves in her heart. Lu Yuan was shocked by the sudden anger that she was emitting. She could not help but take a small step back and carefully asked, Are you okay? Is it because of Du Jie? Don't be angry. She's just like that. You're not even in the same unit as her. She doesn't have the ability to cross the military and cross the military to make things difficult for you. Lu Yuan was just an ordinary military soldier. She did not know about Du Jie's family background. Chapter 1817. She didn't know, so she had nothing to worry about, unlike Wei Jiayue, who was worried and fearful because she knew. Yi Qian knew that her emotions had fluctuated just now, and there was even a hint of murderous intent. She had already calmed down and looked up. Even though the windshield mask covered the smile on her face, her clear eyes were still smiling. Thank you for your concern. I just thought of something, not because of Du Jie. Oh, that's good. For some reason, Lu Yuan suddenly felt a little afraid of this female soldier in front of her. She felt inexplicably afraid and said uneasily, Then I'm relieved. You go do your work, I'll go back to my tent to rest. Without waiting for Yi Qian to speak, she turned around and went back to her tent in a panic. Her heart was beating a little fast, and she couldn't continue talking to her. She had a feeling that she would throw a knife at her at any time. It was better to leave quickly. She couldn't afford to offend Yi Qian and Du Jie. Yi Qian didn't take Lu Yuan's strange behavior to heart. He turned around and saw her enter her tent, then stand by the roadside and look up at the male soldiers on the snowy mountain. There were 4 engineering shovels in the car, and together with the 2 that Yi Qian brought over, there were enough shovels for 6 people to shovel the snow together. J5 and the other members of the Snowfield Brigade were the first to shovel the snow, while Qin Xiu, the Tibetan soldiers, and the 2 male soldiers from the Arts and Crafts Regiment were on guard. They stared at the snowy mountain in the dark like a hibernating monster. Once they noticed that the snow was loose, they would immediately inform the male soldiers who were shoveling the snow. Qin Xiu's gaze would always inadvertently fall on Yi Qian. The usually sharp Yi Qian was walking directly towards him. The 2 leaders of the Arts and Crafts Regiment were instructing their soldiers to unconditionally cooperate with the soldiers from the army to clear the road together. As Yi Qian walked closer, he heard a male soldier from the Arts and Crafts Regiment say worriedly, "The Matsa army hasn't arrived yet. I suspect that there might be an avalanche ahead. Maybe they're also trying to save people." The Tibetan route through Mazadaban was a very big S-curve. If the curve ahead was blocked, they would not be able to see anything. There's no need to be suspicious. Since we haven't arrived yet, there's definitely an avalanche ahead of us. Let's clear the path for the 2 vehicles first. The rescue commander frowned as he looked at the huge pile of snow. At this rate, it would be difficult for him to complete the task within 5 hours. Qin Xiu, who had already noticed Yi Qian walking out, lowered his head and said something to Instructor Gao, then strode over. Yi Qian looked at Qin Xiu, who was not affected by the cold at all, just like the J5 and the others. He could not help muttering in his heart, "He looks like a gentleman who is painting by the window, but why does he look like a marching soldier now?" The other 2 male soldiers from the Arts and Crafts Regiment were so cold that they wrapped themselves in thick winter clothing. Fortunately, their backs were straight enough. Otherwise, they would look like brown bears in the mountains. They were very clumsy. "Are you looking for me?" Qin Xiu came over and asked, "Are you worried about when the road will open?" Yi Qian raised his eyebrows. "You kept looking at me just now. I thought you were looking for me." If he was looking for her for no reason, then why was he looking at her? He only looked at her occasionally, and it was not on purpose. He only looked at her from the corner of his eyes. How did she notice him like that? Qin Xiu wanted to laugh. He was indeed a soldier. His sensitivity was indeed shocking. Chapter 18:18. It seemed like he could not sneak a few glances at her in the future. He might as well look at her openly. If he was caught, he could still smile. Qin Xiu, who had always had a clear goal, was already thinking about how to get along with Yi Qian. There is indeed something. It's about my identity. Since she was already here, he could not let her come for nothing. Qin Xiu gestured for her to speak further away. "I have something to do here. Originally, I came here with another interpreter. When I arrived at 30 Miles Camp, I heard that the Nongguang military's art troupe was here, so I followed them as a reporter. The people in the art troupe have always thought that I'm a reporter. That's why I need your cooperation." Yi Qian's face was serious. "I will definitely cooperate. I regret coming here to look for you now. Actually, I could have pretended not to know you. It would have made things easier for you." If she pretended not to know Qin Xiu, she would not be watched by Du Jiai. Speaking of Du Jiai, she thought of her background. Yi Qian could not help but purse her lips. Qin Xiu was also a person of status. She often appeared on television. It was impossible that Du Jiai did not know Qin Xiu. "Are you sure that everyone in the art troupe thinks that you're a reporter?" Since they had worked together before and knew Principal Chao, Yi Jian, who had always been quiet, could not help but ask. Qin Xiu pointed at his windshield. There was a deep smile in his eyes. Although Qin Xiu couldn't see his handsome face clearly, he could tell from his elegant eyes that he was a handsome and elegant man. He chuckled and said, "With me like this, if I hadn't spoken first, would you have recognized me? I didn't take it off on the way here. It was too cold. No one wanted to get frostbite from the cold. If everyone was like that, then there was no weirdness." That was indeed the case. Yi Jian could not help but smile. That was also the reason why she directly confronted Du Jiai. Du Jiai had been staring at Yi Qian for a long time. Who would have thought that this Yi guy would know a reporter from the National News Department? Looks like he's not a simple person. That's right, only someone with a powerful family would dare to go against me. Thinking of this, Du Jiai's eyes darkened. She was thinking about Yi Qian's family background based on his style of speech, aura, and posture. The more she thought about it, the colder Du Jiai's eyes became. From the looks of it, the female soldier Yi Qian's family background was not simple. No other female soldier had such a strong aura. No wonder he was so daring. It turned out that he had a powerful background. Previously, he had thought that she was trying to show off and was trying to be brave. Now, it seemed like that wasn't the case. Instead, it was because she had confidence, and even more so, she knew that even if something really did happen, nothing would happen. She would naturally deal with it. It was because of this confidence and her family background that she dared to behave like this. For a moment, Du Jiai was a little annoyed at herself for being too careless. "Go back to your tent and rest. Bring that female soldier back with you." Instructor Gao instructed her in a low voice, "When the road is clear, the soldiers will wake you up. If we can continue moving forward, our plan will remain unchanged. If not, we can only go back the way we came and come back in spring." Choosing to come to the northwest of the border in the middle of winter was not a wise decision. The journey was too dangerous and would cause a lot of trouble for the various military outposts. Du Jiayi, who had specially come to look for Yi Qian, would not agree. She pondered for a moment before saying, "Instructor, I think we can continue moving forward. Think about it. The worse the environment, and the more we experienced such an earth-shattering avalanche, we did not back down. Isn't this the courage and bravery that a soldier should have? I think the best way is to move forward and not retreat." Chapter 18-19. Du Jiayi was not a woman who would retreat when faced with difficulties. She always knew what she wanted and what she needed to do to get what she wanted. There was no doubt that such a person would not be eliminated by society. She would always keep pace with the times and would never be at the bottom. However, the terrifying thing about Du Jiayi was that once she found out that there was someone or something that was stopping her in the process of getting what she wanted, her destructive power was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Therefore, such a person was the most dangerous person because you would never know what she would do in the next second. Would she attack her friends? Would she suddenly turn her back on her friends? Would she suddenly turn her back on you one day? She knew what she wanted, and she knew how to get it. She also had the ability to control things, so when interacting with her, one must always be clear-headed and carefully avoid her minefields, lest one be blasted into nothingness one day. Since such a person came with a purpose, how could she retreat so easily? In addition, she was already out of danger. If she continued to move forward, she could deepen the leader's impression of her. As smart as Du Jiayi was, she would choose a beneficial path for herself. Obviously, the instructor was also moved by her words. He looked around and his gaze fell slightly on Qin Xiao, who was talking to Yi Qian. He said in a low voice, "What you said makes sense. There are also 2 reporters from the news department. Especially the reporter surnamed Qin. Although he doesn't like to talk much and doesn't walk around much, there were several officers who accompanied him to join us. It can be seen that this reporter Qin has some status in the news department. Your brother asked me to give you a slap. Since you're not afraid, then go ahead. It's not easy to get credit for the military arts, but since there's an opportunity now, there's no harm in fighting for it." Instructor Gao was acquainted with the Du family and had a good relationship with Du Jiayi's brother. With such a relationship, Du Jiayi's days in the regiment were much better than others. After speaking in a low voice, Instructor Gao frowned slightly. His voice was even softer than before. "The person you're looking for is only known to be serving at the border. He might not be here now. If you want to find him, I'm afraid it will be a little difficult." He didn't know who she was looking for. Her brother didn't tell him, so he wasn't afraid to ask too much. "I'm sorry to have made you worry. This person is indeed not easy to find. However, I was entrusted by someone to do my job. It doesn't matter if I can find it or not. I'm only responsible for looking for it, not that I have to find it." Du Jiayi said disapprovingly. Aunt Xiao was a sentimental person. This time, she asked her to find her son by the way. Maybe she would forget what she asked for. But since he had already promised, he had to put in some effort and not be careless. Besides, Family Xia and the Du family had different political views. Auntie Xiao had asked her to look for her son, so she wasn't a good choice. It had been 10 years since she last saw Xia Jinyuan. Who knew if he still recognized her? However, if she saw him, she would definitely recognize him. She didn't know how many times she had been bullied by him. Every time they had a group of people, he would never give her any face. He would always gang up with the Han family to bully her. She had been bullied so much when she was young that the memory was still fresh. She always wanted to get back the face she had lost back then. Since Auntie Xiao asked her to look for her son, she would do it. Instructor Gao didn't say anything else. She had always been a person with her own ideas. As long as she didn't cause trouble, it didn't matter. Chapter 18-20. In the middle of the night, the temperature dropped even further. J5, Chang'ing, and the others shoveled snow for 3 hours straight before they were called back to the tent by Yi Qian, who had just woken up from his nap. Along the way, Yi Qian sternly warned them that if they continued like this, their limbs would freeze to death. The male soldiers were not angry at her scolding. Instead, they were quite happy. Although it took longer, it was not a big deal. Every year during winter training, it was common for them to be suddenly woken up in the middle of the night to run with weights. 3 hours was not a big deal. Furthermore, they were divided into 3 groups. The Snowfield Brigade had 3 hours and the Tibetan soldiers had 2 hours. Once the road was cleared, the Tibetan soldiers had to drive. The 2 male soldiers from the Arts and Crafts Regiment and the 2 reporters from the News Department were in one group. They only needed 1 hour. The Tibetan soldiers couldn't help but laugh heartily. He was quite protective of his own people. It was good to have female soldiers in the team. They knew how to protect their comrades. As they walked towards the tent, J5 joked, "Oh no, Q King is going to have a lot to worry about in the future. He wants us to talk less and work more. Shoveling snow increases lung exercise. He likes to make us work and train at the same time." Yi Qian said, "That's not the same. That's a compulsory training in the team. We can divide the work and work together to recover the energy we expended. I don't think we should do everything just because we're soldiers. It's better if we work together. All right, we'll listen to you. Let's rest now. You should go back to the tent and rest too." J5 agreed readily and reminded him, "Don't call us by our code names. You don't know our names either. If you have anything to say, just come over and talk. You can't say your code name either. Our reports only have code names, not names. Remember, don't reveal each other's code names." So when he reminded him, he called out Yi Qian's name. There was Yi Qian's information in the military system, but it was as good as nothing. Even if someone knew his surname, they would not be able to find anything. The code names of the Snowfield Brigade members were much more important than their names. The commander of the rescue team and the injured instructor Gao were still in the tent. Yi Qian could not go in with them, so he left amidst the chuckles of his comrades. He took 2 steps and said, "I'll watch you guys enter the tent." His comrades were stunned. Then, they laughed louder. "Young Sparrow, I suddenly feel like I'm being controlled by my girlfriend." As soon as he said that, his comrades' laughter stopped. Of course. Of the tiger. Of the tiger. Of the day. Whose girlfriend was Yi Jian? Of Yi. Ha, of course it's Q King. How dare he say something like that to Q King's girlfriend? He was asking for a beating. Young Sparrow did not know. He continued, "I've always been bold. Didn't they say that a gentleman's wife is a fair lady? I can't even say that. Which tiger is so domineering? I want to meet him. Yi Qian. Go back to the tent and rest. The reason we don't let young Sparrow talk is because sometimes he doesn't know how to talk. It's easy for him to offend people. He was just talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart." J5 dragged young Sparrow, who was not afraid of death, back into the tent. Damn, he did not want to be taught a lesson by Q King. Chapter 18:21. Young Sparrow Hawk was baffled by his actions, but his mouth was covered. He wanted to ask for an explanation, but all he could do was whimper in his throat. "Why are you still struggling? I'm trying to save you, you know. Behave yourself. Don't start a dye shop just because I gave you some color," J5 warned in a low voice. There was an indescribable seriousness in his voice. "Is Yi Qian your girlfriend? Can you woo her?" With his mouth covered, young Sparrow Hawk's eyes widened, and the whimpers in his throat grew louder. He had no intention of doing that at all. J5 slapped his head again. "Shut up. If you have something to say it later." Chang'ing, who was chasing after him, also said, You never say anything nice when you open your mouth. Although you said what was on our minds, do you think we were as direct as you were? Think about it. Yi Qian is a female soldier and doesn't have much of a reputation. How awkward would it be for you to say such things in front of us? Can't you see that the smile on her face is a little stiff? Young Sparrow Hawk, who finally realized what was going on, obediently allowed himself to be dragged away by J5. Seeing this, Chang'ing was relieved, but he was still a little nervous. Young Sparrow Hawk wouldn't really have feelings for Yi Qian, would he? He clearly knew that Q King looked at Yi Qian in a strange way, so how could he have feelings for her? J5 was really troubled. He wasn't worried about Yi Qian being embarrassed, he was worried that Q King would teach him a lesson. Among his comrades in the Snowfield Brigade, only J5 knew about Xia Jinyuan's feelings, and he had known about it since a long time ago. He had been worried for a long time, afraid that Major Xia would fall in love with the underage girl Yi Qian and ruin his bright future. Later on, because the Shuiyu Battalion was newly appointed as the Soldier King, their training became more difficult day by day. The two of them only saw each other once or twice a year. Only then did J5 remove the little, sharp knife in his heart and gradually let go of his worries. Now, he couldn't be more relieved. Yi Jian was already an adult and had become a military academy student. They couldn't be in a relationship openly. If the two of them really had any tricks up their sleeves, they would have to do it secretly. However, based on his understanding of Q King, this was a disdainful man. Would he have a secret relationship that couldn't see the light of day? With his arrogance, it was impossible. Therefore, he was reassured that Yi Qian would be able to continue his 4 years at the military academy. Then, he would graduate and join the army. According to the regulations, there was an age limit for both male and female soldiers to get married, and the Snowfield Brigade's age limit was even higher. Even after Yi Qian graduates, ha ha ha. J5 would laugh every time he thought of this. Even if Yi Qian graduated, the two of them could only date and not get married. This was because Yi Qian had not reached the age required by the Snowfield Brigade. The girl he fancied would have to wait more than 10 years before she could bear fruit. If someone stupid jumped out and said that he wanted to pursue Yi Qian, J5's forehead would break out in cold sweat just thinking about the scene. That scene would definitely be brutal. No, he had to teach the bachelors in the unit a lesson. He had to tell them not to have any ideas about Yi Qian. If anyone dared to have any ideas, the consequences would be unimaginable. When they were only a few steps away from the tent, J5 finally let go of young Sparrow Hawk. Although he was dragging the shorter scout in the unit, it was still very tiring. Young Sparrow Hawk, who could finally speak, took off his cold mask and pulled J5 to the side. I'm not thinking about that. You're thinking too much. Pursuing Yi Qian? He knew his own limits. He was a scout, he was a scout. He had a pair of eyes that were good at scouting. He was not blind. Chapter 1822. Yi Qian, who had rested for 3 hours, didn't feel sleepy. Seeing that her comrades had obediently returned to their tents, she walked over to the pile of snow that still looked like a small hill. After shoveling for more than 3 hours, it didn't seem to be working. There's too much snow piled up there, and the snow on the mountain slid down several times during the shoveling, covering up the road that we worked so hard to clear. Qin Xiu shook his sore wrists and looked at Yi Qian with a gentle gaze. I'm afraid it's going to take 5 hours. Although they're shoveling snow over there, I'm afraid they're in the same situation as us. The snow was connected to the mountain. As they shoveled, the snow on top of the mountain would sink down. As long as the snow on the mountain was separated from the avalanche, the snow wouldn't slide down and affect their progress. Close to her, the white light shone on the side of her face. Qin Xiu could clearly see her delicate and full forehead. Her skin was as delicate as jade, and further down, he could see her long and black eyelashes. When she blinked, they were like a small feather that lightly tickled his heart. He wanted to look at her more carefully so that he could engrave her face deeper in his heart, but the girl who had been looking up suddenly changed her expression. Retreat. Seeing this, the Tibetan soldiers didn't hesitate and quickly retreated. Yi Qian pulled Qin Xiu's sleeve and ran away. On the other side, Xia Jinyuan, who didn't know that the scouts in the team were so good, suddenly put away the snow shovel. He suddenly grabbed his comrades on both sides and shouted, "Retreat!" G3 and Li Jinyan reacted quickly and quickly retreated. They saw that the snow connected to the mountain was stacking up under the layer of snow. After a minute, the large amount of snow connected to the mountain was stacked up like a pile of sand with a boom. 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 Snow and dust flew everywhere. White fog suddenly appeared in front of them, and thin snowflakes instantly covered their faces. This was the largest area of skiing. When the snow and fog dissipated, the mountain was separated from the snow. Several searchlights shone towards the mountain. Xia Jinyuan signaled his comrades behind him to turn off the searchlights. Then, he turned off his own searchlights and continued to flash. They could see the light on the other side. It seemed like the J5 and the others hadn't rested either. They intended to clear the path tonight. Very soon, the searchlights on the other side went off as well. Yi Qian also flashed his searchlights repeatedly in response. This was the contact information of the Snowfield Brigade, and it was asking if they were safe. Everything was fine, and he could rest assured. J5 and the others who were preparing to rest ran out when they heard the commotion. Even the female soldiers in the tent ran out. The commotion caused by the collapse of the snow was a bit loud, even the ground seemed to be shaking. "I've just contacted my comrades on the other side. They're all fine. The Tibetan soldiers said that we don't have to worry about the snow on the mountain sinking down again. We just need to shovel the snow to clear the way." Yi Jian explained to J5. She also told Du Jiai and the others who were running over and panting heavily as if they were about to pass out. Du Jiai directly asked Qin Xiu, "Reporter Qin, how long will it take to restore the channel?" "I'm not too sure." Qin Xiu didn't want to talk to Du Jiai. He lowered his voice and said in a hoarse voice, "According to the original estimate of 5 hours. So reporter Qin knows Yi Qian, the female soldier who saved us. Please give me her contact information. I want to thank her properly." Du Jiai had a motive for coming over to talk to Qin Xiu. Because she had just woken up, her voice was a bit drowsy and cute. Being polite and cute really made people have a good impression of her. Chapter 1823. But Qin Xiu acted as if he heard a joke. He looked at her indifferently and replied, "I don't know her. I was rejected when I wanted to interview her." "Really?" Du Jiai didn't quite believe it because she trusted her intuition more. "I see. Sorry to bother you." If he didn't want to talk about it, she would investigate it herself. The leader of the relief command wanted to stay with them, but he was politely asked to go back to his tent by J5. He also wanted to ask Yi Qian to go back to his tent with the female soldiers. But when he saw the smile in Yi Qian's eyes, he turned around and left without saying anything. Obviously, he couldn't persuade her. Qin Xiu also wanted to persuade her, but he stopped when he saw the faint smile in her eyes. He immediately changed his words. "You can go to the front and watch for us. If there is more snow, we can hide in time." Well, he could talk to her for a while. Once the road was cleared, they would have to go their separate ways. He didn't know when they would meet again. He didn't have her contact information yet. It was a bit presumptuous to ask now. He might as well go back and ask his uncle. At this time, the soldiers from the Ma Zha military station had cleared the road blocked by the avalanche. Half an hour later, the slightly yellow but extremely bright headlights shone from the curve. Yi Qian, who didn't leave, looked at the approaching headlights. The smile in his eyes deepened. The road ahead should be cleared. Yi Qian reminded the Tibetan soldiers who didn't look back. He smiled and said to Qin Xiu, "That's good. You don't have to worry that I will say your identity by mistake." The headlights didn't hide the curve. Qin Xiu looked at it and then looked away. This was not good. Once the road was cleared, he would go to Immortal Bay, and she would have to go back to her unit. Which unit are you in now? Is it convenient to say? Qin Xiu, who originally wanted to ask Principal Chow, asked directly without thinking. Thank you very much this time. Otherwise, I really don't know how to deal with it. Although I can't repay you with my life, I can write a thank you letter. Du Jiayi reminded him that he could use the same excuse to ask for Yi Qian's contact information. I was sent to the village, and I'm still a student. It was normal for cadets from military academies to be assigned to the army. There would be cadets from the 3rd and 4th years, but it was not normal for a freshman to be assigned to the army. Yi Jian smiled bitterly and said, something happened and I was reprimanded. I'm here to experience the hardships of border soldiers. Hearing this, Qin Xiu smiled. My uncle has been full of praises for you, saying that you are the most obedient and best student in Nan Nan Middle School. It seems that it is not true. How can you be sent to school? It turned out that she was a military school student. Qin Xiu smiled from the bottom of his heart. Mrs. Qin liked girls who studied the most. They did not chat for long before Yi Qian stopped. Qin Xiu was a diplomat, and a very capable one at that. If she spoke too much, she was afraid that there would be loopholes, so it was better to remain silent. With the arrival of the soldiers from the Ma Zha military station, it was even more inconvenient for the group to talk to Qin Xiu after they rested in their tents. The arrival of the soldiers from the Ma Zha military station was undoubtedly good news for the art troupe. Du Jiayi, who had just closed her eyes, heard the commotion and was the first to walk out of her tent. Wei Jieyue, Lu Yuan, and Ma Min came out one after another. When they saw the truck, they secretly clapped their hands. You're finally here. I thought that I would be stuck here for a few days. The leader is talking to the instructor, keep a low profile. Du Jiayi warned Ma Min in a low voice. Her gaze inadvertently fell on Yi Qian again, and then on Qin Xiu, who was standing in front of her. Did they really not know each other? Chapter 1824. Without giving Du Jiayi a chance to stand quietly and speculate, Instructor Gao asked her to take the lead to pack up the tents of the female soldiers, while the soldiers of the Matza military station picked up the ice shovels and began to shovel away the last layer of snow that was blocking the path from Kadadaban to Matza. The snow pile became smaller and smaller, and gradually, the sound of shoveling could be heard. G3 threw away a piece of snow that was frozen at the bottom and whispered to Xia Jinyuan, there are more sounds of shoveling snow from the opposite side. It's highly likely that people from the military station are here. We can withdraw now. It was better for them not to show up too much for the secret training. At most, they would be able to clear the path in another hour. Han Zhang said softly, if I remember correctly, we are all soldiers serving in the border area. If they really see us, they will only think that we are doing winter training. The military would always make careful arrangements for the training of a group of special forces with the country's hidden strength. They would also list out all the possible problems that might arise. Even if other troops knew about it, they would think that it was just a group of special forces in the military region undergoing winter training. G3 did not agree. They had also patrolled the secretly built satellite base with the soldiers of the Matza military station. It was better to be cautious. Withdraw. Xia Jinyuan agreed with G3's words. It was indeed time to withdraw. Previously, he was worried because of Du Jiayi. Now that a few hours had passed, if anything had really happened, it would have happened long ago. If he appeared and confronted this hypocritical woman who he had not seen for almost 10 years, with her narrow-mindedness, it would be more troublesome. When he met with Little Fox, he would ask her alone. Han Zhang felt that it was a pity and silently said in his heart, I still want to meet Du Jiayi and talk about what happened between us back then. I really want to see her clearly angry, but she has to pretend to be magnanimous. Sigh, I really miss it, muttering silently did not escape Xia Jinyuan's eyes. He turned around and glanced at him coldly. Han Zhang immediately stood at attention and made a shut up gesture. Yi Qian saw Xia Jinyuan at 4:17 in the morning. The snow blocking their vision was shoveled away, and their searchlights shone directly at each other. Their eyes met and they saw each other immediately. The soldiers at the Matsa Military Depot, Kudi Military Depot, and Sanli Military Barracks were the first to speak. Then, the commander of the construction team stepped forward. Yi Qian moved to Xia Jinyuan's side and stood quietly by the side as he watched the J5's eloquent speech. Upon receiving Xia Jinyuan's signal, J5 took on the role of leader. Well, it wasn't really a role since he was the instructor of the Snowfield Brigade. Du Jiayi is a difficult person to deal with. Did you suffer any losses? That was the first thing Major Xia asked. Yi Qian sensed something and raised his eyebrows slightly. An old acquaintance? There was something wrong with the intonation of these 3 words. It seemed to have some other meaning. Major Xia, who was keenly aware of it, turned his head and glanced at her. Within a few seconds, he reacted. No wonder it sounded a little strange. It turned out to be jealousy. There was a smile in his handsome eyes. You can say that I'm an old acquaintance. About 10 years ago, when I was still a prince, I caused a ruckus. There was a hypocritical beauty snake. I had a deep grudge with her. How is it? Are you satisfied with my answer? Ahem. I guess I'm satisfied. Yi Qian felt a little uncomfortable. He had been jealous too much. There were many types of old acquaintances. Captain Xia's tone was so cold just now, yet he did not notice it. Chapter 1825. After exchanging a few words with Xia Jinyuan, Yi Jianxian noticed that there was an inquisitive look in her direction. He couldn't help but glance over to see who it was. He said to Xia Jinyuan, I didn't lose out, but I was targeted. They belong to the category of people who don't get along with each other. I don't even want to say one more word. It's good that you didn't lose out. It doesn't matter if you're targeted. When Xia Jinyuan heard that he did not suffer any losses, the smile in his eyes deepened. He said with relief, you won't suffer any losses in her hands. I feel relieved in the future. Although he hadn't seen Du Jiayi for more than 10 years, this woman already had the ability to distort right and wrong. With the Du family's extreme education, it only made things worse. Xia Jinyuan wasn't worried that he would be recognized. Other than Chang Ying and Yan Zizi, who were the main scouts, the rest of his comrades in the Snowfield Brigade were all at least 185 meters tall. He wore his snow boots, a winter jacket, and a winter mask. It would be strange if Du Jiayi could recognize him. He didn't even recognize Du Jiayi from the group of female soldiers. But it really made him feel helpless. Why was Du Jiayi the one who was trapped? Could it be that she had done too many bad things and started to have bad luck when she reached a place without the protection of the Du family? It was fine if she was unlucky, but she even had to be rescued by Little Fox. Bad people really lived long lives. Du Jiayi's gaze fell on Yi Qian. She saw him standing among a group of tall and straight army soldiers. Her figure looked even more slender, as if she was being protected by the male soldiers while she was being pampered. Fortunately, she had seen reporter Qin, who was calm and composed and had the temperament of a scholar, and knew Yi Jian. Thus, she had guessed that this female soldier had some background. But now, it seemed that her first impression was right. She was just an ordinary female soldier who had some ability and was willing to be cruel to herself to climb up the ranks. If someone like her entered the capital or the military, would she try to stand out? She would be beaten back to her original state at any time. With that thought in mind, Du Jiayi's apprehension toward Qin Xiu dissipated in an instant. As she stared at him, she even lifted her chin a little. When Yi Jian looked over, she happened to see Du Jiayi, who had her chin slightly raised and did not hide her arrogance. She didn't wait for him to notice and calmly retracted her gaze. She stood side by side with Xia Jinyuan, and while waiting for J5 to speak with the station commander, she also spoke with G3 and the others in a low voice. It wasn't a formal occasion, so they could talk on their own. G3 looked at the female soldier who was almost half a head shorter than him, and there was a hint of a smile in his usually hoarse voice. Your courage is commendable. You have guts. He looked at the carriage that had not been dragged up yet. The entire carriage was supported by the front of the carriage. Although he had made sufficient preparations, the danger inside was too great. Even if he had made sufficient preparations, there was still a possibility that he would fall off the cliff with the carriage. Yi Jian climbed down just like that. She was able to rescue everyone trapped inside by herself. It was not enough to be brave enough. She also had to be calm enough. She was getting closer and closer to the requirements to enter the Snowfield Brigade. She was getting closer and closer to meeting the requirements. Xia Jinyuan listened to his comrade and Yi Qian's conversation. His eyes were dark, but there was a deep smile in them. He was worried for her, and even more so, he was cheering for her growth. As a Special Forces soldier who walked on a knife's edge, she danced with death every time she carried out a mission. Courage, perseverance, calmness, and so on were all indispensable. Only then could she defeat death and return to the team with glory. Chapter 1826. Qin Xiu had also secretly glanced at Yi Qian, but he was very good at hiding himself, so Yi Qian didn't notice. As a diplomat, he had the ability to observe people from head to toe. Now that he had used this ability, Yi Qian really didn't notice. Otherwise, why would Qin Xiu be the youngest and most promising diplomat? Qin Xiu couldn't get Yi Qian's attention even after glancing at him several times. Qin Xiu couldn't help but rub his forehead and smile helplessly. Seeing that the meeting had ended, Yi Qian only focused on the tall and imposing soldiers after returning to his team. He didn't even look at Qin Xiu from the corner of his eyes. It seemed like she thought that he was just a stranger she was familiar with. Qin Xiu didn't notice that Xia Jinyuan's gaze had swept over him the moment he lowered his head. Major Xia had only glanced at him for a moment before looking away. Why did this guy who looked at Yi Qian 6 times look a little like Qin Xiu? Why was he with the arts team? Also, there was something wrong with the way he looked at Qin Xiu. It was as if he was hoping for something. Major Xia, the soldier king, was not someone to be trifled with. He had only taken a few more glances at Yi Jian, and he immediately caught her. Perhaps because Yi Qian didn't give any response, Qin Xiu didn't look at him anymore. Major Xia didn't think too much about it since he didn't see him clearly. In front of them, the station master thanked J5. Then, Instructor Gao and the leaders of the rescue team thanked them one by one. After about 10 minutes, the meeting finally ended. The female soldiers of the arts team were shivering from the cold. They hugged their winter clothes tightly and had to maintain their image, so they could only stomp their feet occasionally. When they were finally allowed to board the car, Yi Qian saw that they all heaved a sigh of relief. Wei Jieyue, who was standing by the side, looked back at Yi Qian before getting into the car. She only stepped into the car after being urged by her comrades. If Du Jiayi really did something, how should she contact Yi Qian? Should she ask her family to help her check? Come in, I'm freezing. If I stand any longer, I'm really afraid that I'll fall straight down in front of the leaders. I really want to drink some hot water, even if it's 70 degrees Celsius. Right now, I feel like my heart is cold and there's no warmth at all. I'm afraid I'll be skinned alive when I get back to the outpost. As the vehicle swayed as it drove, the female soldiers who were too cold to sleep started chatting with each other. The sky seemed to be brightening. Wei Jieyue, who was sitting at the outermost part of the carriage, pulled the curtain to a gap. There was a truck in front of them driving in the opposite direction. The female soldier whom she admired was getting further and further away from them. She could hear her comrades discussing her. They all thought that Yi Qian was the most outstanding and the bravest female soldier they had ever met. Wu Ziwei, who came from a liberal arts background, suddenly sighed. After Yi Qian, there will be no Yi Qian. After Yi Qian, there will be no Yi Qian. After some time, Lu Yuan said softly, after Yi Qian, there will be no Yi Qian. But I don't know if there will be any Yi Qian in the future. Du Jiayi's gaze towards Yi Qian was like a brand in her heart. After Yi Qian, there will be no Yi Qian. If Du Jiayi really wanted to make things difficult for Yi Qian, then, there will be no Yi Qian. I'll retire the year after next. I don't know if I'll be able to see Yi Qian again. A female soldier like her is really admirable and worthy of respect. Don't talk about retiring. It makes me uncomfortable. Chapter 1827. Translator, Henny Translations Editor. Henny Translations being discharged from the military was always a topic that soldiers didn't want to talk about. Even Wei Jieyue, who hadn't joined the conversation, couldn't help but frown. When she heard them speculating that Yi Qian was a female soldier from the border troops, Wei Jieyue interrupted them. Her comrades were chatting excitedly and said calmly, "Let bygones be bygones. Let bygones be bygones. You all know why I'm saying this." The atmosphere in the car was originally quite good. Everyone had survived the disaster and met a powerful female soldier, so they were in a good mood to chat. But now, the atmosphere was cold. They looked at each other and no longer had the interest to chat. After a soft sigh, the car returned to silence. Only the heavy sound of the wheels grinding on the snow could be heard. Let's not talk about it anymore. If we really got Du Jiayi involved, no one would have a good ending. While the members of the Snowfield Brigade were chatting happily, V8 smiled and said to Yi Qian, "Captain knew that you went to save people, so he drove at a speed that made everyone tremble in fear." After driving for more than 3 hours, all of us underwent a physical and mental tempering. Our psychological endurance improved again. Qing Miao, this time we've trained our courage again. When I got out of the car, my back was sweating a few kilograms. It was all because I was scared by Q King. Listening to their cheerful voices, Yi Qian's lips were about to curl up. It was still more comfortable to be with his comrades. Even his mood was a lot better. When J5 heard this, he looked meaningfully at Major Xia, who was sitting next to Yi Qian, and said slowly, "That's for sure. Qing Miao is the only female soldier in our team. How can Q King not be anxious? If it were me, I would be anxious too." How could he not be anxious when he knew that his comrades were in danger? Any member of the Snowfield Brigade would be anxious. Otherwise, why didn't V8 remind Xia Jinyuan? And why didn't his comrades in the car remind him either? Because they all wanted to rush over as soon as possible. However, they did not know that there was another reason why Xia Jinyuan drove so fast. Only Han Zheng knew the reason. Therefore, Xia Jinyuan chased Han Zheng to another truck. Hearing that J5's tone had changed, Major Xia smiled and squeezed Yi Qian's palm lightly with his big hand. He leaned over to her ear and said in a low voice, "Now you know how anxious I was at that time. I was afraid that you would be at a disadvantage in the hands of that woman. Stay away." His breath was right next to her ears. It turned out that this part of her body was sensitive. Furthermore, she had been frozen earlier. Now that her skin was warm in the car and her sense of self-awareness had recovered, he was talking so close to her, her ears were tingling. They were sitting very close to each other. If she tilted her head and made a noise, J5 and Xia Jinyuan, who were sitting opposite them, would definitely feel that something was wrong. To put it bluntly, she was actually feeling guilty. She was feeling guilty that she was talking to Xia Jinyuan and they were unaware of it. Xia Jinyuan was a man who was both fun and a little evil. Seeing this, he raised his brows slightly. Instead of keeping a distance, he leaned closer and grabbed Yi Qian's right hand with both hands. His voice was as low as the strings of a zither. "You heartless little fox. I was so worried about you. How could you bear to reject me? You should at least give me some benefits. For example, come closer and talk to me like I'm doing right now." If she really leaned over, he would take advantage of the bumpy ride to tilt his head and let her kiss his cheek. He was prepared. Otherwise, why would he take off his windbreaker and windbreaker hat when he got into the car? His intentions were indeed good. Chapter 1828. Today, Yi Qian was no longer the prickly Yi Qian who kept everyone at a distance and was always vigilant. He was also no longer the young girl who was so flustered that she didn't know what to do when Major Xia pressed her under his body. After interacting with him for so many years and being intimate with him for so long, Yi Qian now had his own way of dealing with Major Xia's thick skin. In the past, He would have blushed and sat on pins and needles whenever he heard such words. Now that he heard this, Yi Qian only raised his eyebrows and glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. He said with interest, "Captain Xia, I'm afraid you won't be satisfied with the sweetness you want to taste. But if you're not satisfied with it, I'm afraid there will be more to discuss. However, at the end of the day, Captain Xia, you're worried about whether I will be taken advantage of because of an old friend. You know Du Jie first, so you know her well. Because you know her well, you're worried that she will get into a fight with me and cause me to be taken advantage of." Hearing this, Major Xia's eyelids twitched slightly. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Then, he heard Yi Jian's faint smile. "Actually, if Captain Xia didn't know my old friend, he wouldn't have thought that I would be at a disadvantage and wouldn't have rushed over so anxiously." Major Xia immediately sat up straight. Even if the car bumped, he still straightened his back and didn't dare to act rashly. If Commander-in-Chief Xia was here, he would definitely clap his hands and laugh heartily. He would also say to the daughter-in-law he approved of, "This is the right way to teach him a lesson. We can't let him have the chance to take advantage of us." Why did Commander-in-Chief Xia recognize Yi Qian as family Xia's daughter-in-law after only meeting a few times? The reason was simple: Yi Qian could subdue the former devil incarnate in the family. Xia Jinyuan didn't dare to say anything now. He needed to listen to what Yi Jian had to say and ponder over it before he opened his mouth. Family Xia was a little strange. There was one type of person in the family that a family Xia man didn't dare to offend, and that was his own wife. The men of the Xia family could do whatever they wanted outside, but when they were at home, they were all filial men who loved and coaxed their wives. They had no choice. They were in the army all year round. It wasn't easy for them to come home and get together with their wives. If they didn't behave well and dote on their wives, if their wives ran off with someone else, they would suffer a huge loss. Major Xia had inherited the Xia family's excellent family style very well. At this moment, he was also listening to whatever Yi Jian said seriously and did not dare to suddenly open his mouth and interrupt. It was also because he loved and respected Yi Jian from the bottom of his heart that he was willing to put down his pride. "In the end, you're worried. Because you're worried. If you're not, of course, you're because I don't teat. If I didn't know him, based on my understanding of the major, he would have definitely sat high up in the stands. No matter how worried or nervous he was, he would have let me face it alone instead of rushing over in such a hurry. Major, am I right?" Xia Jinyuan didn't dare to talk about giving him a taste of the sweetness and changed the topic. If he continued to talk about the sweetness, he would only have to suffer. "You're absolutely right. If he didn't say yes now, when would he? If he didn't go along with his girlfriend's wishes, he would be an idiot." Without any hesitation, Xia Jinyuan immediately expressed his absolute approval. "I know her first, that's why I'm worried. If I didn't know her and didn't know her, would have waited for you at the military depot." This was the truth. There was no lie. Chapter 1829. The smile on Yi Jian's face deepened. She believed him because he would tell her the truth when it came to serious business. "We're not afraid of anything. Missions of life and death are nothing. These are things we have to face. I won't step in because this is something you have to face as a special forces soldier." Xia Jinyuan was Xia Jinyuan after all. With just a few words, the smile on Yi Qian's face gradually disappeared, and she listened to him attentively. "You're a soldier brought up by Uncle Chen and Uncle General. They brought you out with the hope that you can go further in the military and stand at a higher position. I, on the other hand, am taking you on a more arduous and dangerous path filled with thorns. Little fox, your life is my life. I cherish it very, very much. I can't bear to see you in any danger. The more it's like this, the more I have to let go. The more ruthless I have to be. As long as I'm not resting, I'm only your superior and not your boyfriend. I don't want to hurt you. I just want to be with you for the rest of our lives." Sweet nothings didn't need to go back and forth like, "You can't leave me, I can't leave you, I love you, you love me, you're the wind, I'm the sand." And so on. Sentimental but easily forgettable sweet nothings. Words of love could be like Xia Jinyuan's, full of bloodthirst, ruthlessness, and ferocity. However, this was just the surface. Once this surface was peeled off, you would see his sincerity. He only wanted to be with you for the rest of his life, to be with you through trials and hardships, and to be able to survive through the smoke of war. If you could withstand the smoke of war, withstand the rain of bullets, and temper it with blood, then your love would be stronger than gold, and you would have no regrets in life. Yi Qian was a female soldier who didn't like to hear overly emotional confessions. After living 2 lives, she had seen too much hypocrisy. Instead, she preferred the truth. Therefore, Xia Jinyuan's words were always able to move her. Major Xia, who originally had some ulterior motives, saw her solemn expression and became even more serious. We will meet many different kinds of people in our lives. Today, let's talk about villains. I'm worried about you because the most dangerous kind of villains have appeared. You have to be careful when villains appear. Otherwise, you will become a stepping stone for them. Especially people like Du Jiai, who is kind on the outside but cruel on the inside. She looks kind and generous on the outside, but secretly stabs you in the back. You have to be even more careful. I've known her for a long time. I used to be a gangster. Not many people dared to offend me because of my family background. I had a few friends who didn't want to study. One of my friend's sister was good friends with Du Jiai. One time, when a good friend of his went abroad to take an exam, he accidentally lost his well-kept admission ticket. He couldn't find it even when the exam started. Du Jiai. As a good friend, Du Jiai was anxious. A few minutes before the exam, she went around looking for her friend's exam ticket. Du Jiai also had to take the exam. She was in a different exam room. A few minutes before the exam, she was worried and worried. She comforted her friend and said that they would think of a solution together. She really did make a few calls to see if there was a solution. Everyone thought that it was worth it to have a friend like Du Jiai. When Xia Jinyuan said this, the coldness in his eyes disappeared. I believe it too. I feel that this little girl is quite loyal. I even told my friends that a girl like her is better than a boy and is worth befriending. Chapter 1830. In the end, Du Jiai was the one who picked up the admission test long ago. The reason was because his brother's sister had said that her dress wasn't pretty. Han Zhang had overheard this by accident. Otherwise, no one would have believed that his good friend would miss the entrance exam just because someone said that her dress was ugly. What was even more frightening was that she had been quite anxious for her good friend at the time. His friend's family had wanted to use their connections, so they didn't care about Du Jiai's presence and told her all the countermeasures. Du Jiai, who was anxious in front of others, took the initiative to cut off her good friend's escape route. She directly went to the examiner and told him that someone had lost their admission ticket and was looking for connections to take the exam without a permit. She pretended to help you time and time again, and cut off your escape route again and again. Only when you no longer have the strength to fight back would she stop and quickly kick you out. This kind of villain is the scariest. She has the ability, and the ability to keep her composure. She can kill people without batting an eyelid. Du Jiai is already so terrifying when she was in her teens. 10 years later, Du Jiai will be even more difficult to deal with. Yi Qian was really dumbfounded when he heard this. Just because his good friend had said that her dress was ugly in front of others, she had kept it in her heart. She had taken action to cut off his good future. Moreover, she was only in her teens at the time. The two of them sat side by side. The lighting in the car was dim. Although Xia Jinyuan couldn't see Yi Qian's expression, he knew that he must be very surprised. When Han Zhang told him that year, he didn't believe it. Just now, Little Fox said that she didn't suffer any losses. It was clear that the two of them had met. Major Xia raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "Come, tell me how you met her." With this woman's tolerance, she will definitely secretly investigate your identity when she returns from the border. We need to come up with a countermeasure first. He was not afraid that Du Jiai would make any moves. He only hoped that she could make some big moves. In the end, he would definitely give advisor Du a headache. When Yi Qian heard this, she felt that something was not quite right. He seemed to be hoping that Du Jiayi would secretly investigate her identity. She suppressed her suspicions and told him the whole story of how she met Du Jiayi. I climbed onto the roof of the car to ask about the situation inside, but Du Jiayi was the first to speak. After everyone was rescued, when she was talking to Instructor Gao, she was implying that I climbed onto the roof of the car without caring about my own safety because I wanted to show off. I didn't argue with her before because I didn't want to waste my breath on such a person. But now that she's slapping my face so blatantly, I won't tolerate it. But later on, he didn't think that Du Jiayi could be Yi Ying's aunt. When Xia Jinyuan heard this, even though he didn't laugh out loud, his eyes were full of smiles. That's right. With our status, we can't take the initiative to bully them. But if they bully us, it's fine if it's just a commoner, but for people like Du Jiayi, there's no need to tolerate it. Even if you go against the Du family for me, it's fine. Yi Qian seemed to ask casually, but in fact, her left hand was tightly clenched. She didn't believe that the Du family didn't take action in her previous life. Just as Wei Jiu said, the Du family was a family that cared about their reputation. They wouldn't make things difficult for her openly, but secretly. Therefore, she didn't believe that the Du family in her previous life didn't know that Yi Ying was always making things difficult for her. She also didn't believe that Yi Ying was brave enough to hide her in-laws to kill her. Chapter 1831. She did not resent the Du family for not doing anything. After all, in her previous life, she was just an insignificant person to the Du family. They would not deliberately make things difficult for her. At most, they would turn a blind eye. But now, if Du Jiayi really wanted to take revenge for something that was her fault in the first place and she was merely retaliating, then she would really go against the Du family. Yi Ying was related to the Du family, but she would directly go against the Du family. Yi Qian only now felt that the battle between her and Yi Ying had begun. In such a cold weather, Yi Qian, who was waiting for his answer, felt his palms sweating. If he went against the Du family because of her, would he be willing? Xia Jinyuan did not answer immediately. He first took off the glove on his left hand, then the glove on Yi Qian's right hand. He then held her right hand tightly and stared at her with a heavy gaze. Why do you ask such a question? Du Jiayi's family is not simple. I'm worried. Her answer made Major Xia chuckle softly. He said somewhat arrogantly, in the capital, if a family Xia dares to claim second place, then no one dares to claim first place. Du Jiayi's family is not simple. Then let me ask you, do you think my family is simple or not? This was the real Xia Jinyuan. Arrogant, disdainful, and domineering. It was not repulsive, but natural. Yi Qian was a little lost in thought. She looked at him quietly for a long time without looking away. The two of them talked back and forth. They did not hide their conversation from their comrades in the carriage, but when Xia Jinyuan glanced at them, they all consciously looked away. Even the J5 did the same. Probably feeling that something was wrong, the J5 sitting opposite them looked over slightly. He only glanced at Yi Qian for a moment before immediately looking away. He nudged G3 with his elbow. G3 turned his head and saw the J5 winking at him. He said softly, "Why do they look like they're fighting?" He and the J5 were comrades who knew the relationship between the two of them, so it was best to sit opposite them. Hearing this, G3 glanced at Xia Jinyuan from the corner of his eye. He lowered his head and said softly, "It doesn't look like it. They're not angry. If a couple quarreled, their faces would be dark. If he quarreled with his teacher's girlfriend, it would not be like the two of them sitting opposite them." G3 judged whether the two of them were fighting or not based on experience. They're not fighting. Why do I feel like they're different? J5 was a little worried. In the past, he was worried that Xia Jinyuan would ruin his future by dating an underage girl. Now, he was worried that Xia Jinyuan would give Yi Jian to other troops if he was not careful. As an instructor, J5 felt that he had been worrying too much. Between the two of us, there's no need to talk about it with outsiders. You don't have to worry. Q King is a calm person. He knows what to do. G3 said a few words and stopped talking. He was a man of few words, so he only spoke a little more than K7. The J5 thought for a while. He listened to his comrade's words and did not pay attention to them. Yi Qian, who had been silent for a long time, sighed softly and said, I'm just afraid that I'll drag you and Commander-in-Chief Xia down. Little fox, if my old man Xia heard what you said, he would scold me until I was black and blue. He would definitely say that I'm not very capable. That I'm usually very good at causing trouble. That I'm very arrogant outside. Since I'm so capable and arrogant, why can't I get my own wife? Why can't my wife treat my family Xia as her own? Chapter 1832. Fortunately, the venue was small and there were many people around. Otherwise, with Major Xia's thick skin, he would have hugged Yi Qian and cried about how difficult it had been for him. Major Xia's thick skin was just as thick as his skills. As long as there was a chance, he would show Yi Qian just how thick his skin had grown. Yi Qian thought of Commander-in-Chief Xia's past and couldn't help but chuckle. There's no such thing as dragging you down. You're my girlfriend, the love of my life. Commander-in-Chief Xia only recognizes you as his daughter-in-law. If the Du family dares to plot against you, the first person who won't let the Du family off is old man Xia. By the way, let me tell you something that old man Xia doesn't want to be mentioned. Don't say it. I don't want to hear it. Yi Qian immediately interrupted. She was just short of covering her ears. She was just a military school student. She really didn't have the guts to listen to the Commander-in-Chief's private matters. Xia Jinyuan said disapprovingly, old man Xia has many private matters that he doesn't want to be mentioned. Du Jiayi's mother had a lot to do with the divorce between him and his ex-wife. Back then, his ex-wife was hesitating whether to divorce or not. Old man Xia was still trying to salvage the marriage. Mrs. Du introduced a talented man who could write a good love poem to old man Xia's ex-wife. Then, in order to pursue true love, his ex-wife resolutely divorced old man Xia and left the country. Can you stop talking? Yi Qian was already scared out of her wits. As a daughter-in-law, this was definitely not something she could listen to. No, it was something she could listen to as a military school student. No, I have to say it. Major Xia decisively refused, and the more he spoke, the brighter the light in his deep dark eyes became. Old man Xia originally wanted to pursue her again after the divorce, but who knew that once his ex-wife went abroad, as a soldier who couldn't go abroad for personal matters, he was stunned. Mr. Xia acted like a great general and didn't blame Mrs. Du. However, Advisor Du, who was also a regiment commander at that time, reported Mr. Xia's behavior in order to compete with his ex-wife. After his ex-wife found out, she resolutely divorced him. Yi Qian really didn't want to listen, but the man beside him was talking excitedly. He was just short of clapping and talking at the same time. She didn't understand why he was so happy when his mother was gone. In short, Advisor Du Jiayi and old Xia have been at odds with each other for decades. So, if Du Jiayi dares to plot against you, well, don't blame old Xia for taking action. Major Xia said with a smile. He saw that his little fox was holding her forehead with her left hand, so he added, and I am really grateful to Madame Du. It was all thanks to her that I have a good life today. Old man Xia really didn't have a good eye for choosing a wife back then. No wonder my old madam was against it. If that ex-wife of his is still in the family Xia, I doubt if I can walk the right path. After living for 2 lifetimes, Yi Qian really heard a son talk about his own mother like that for the first time. What did Commander-in-Chief Xia's ex-wife do to make her own son treat her so coldly? About me and Commander-in-Chief Xia's ex-wife, I'll tell you next time. I'm afraid you'll be disgusted. As for the Du family. Xia Jinyuan stopped smiling and his eyes suddenly turned cold. He said coldly, as for the Du family, you don't have to worry about them. I'll protect them. If Du Jiayi dares to touch them, well, her military career will come to an end. If I can't even protect you, I don't deserve to be your boyfriend. Chapter 1833. If I can't even protect you, then I don't deserve to be your boyfriend. There was no need for him to be so affectionate. Just from his calm tone, it was clear that Xia Jinyuan valued Yi Qian greatly. Xia Jinyuan would never say who he would protect. His status and family background made him a reserved, and steady man. He wouldn't make promises easily, much less agree to anything easily. He said, before he met Yi Qian, he had never said that he would protect anyone. No one had the honor of receiving a promise from this noble man. But now, he was clearly telling Yi Qian that he would protect her. Not just for a while, but for a lifetime. Because he was her boyfriend, her lover. Yi Jian felt tears welling up in her eyes when she heard this. No one had ever said such words to her in her previous life, not even words that were similar to this. In her previous life, no matter what she did, she ended up with nothing because of Yi Ying's interference. Not only did she end up with nothing, but because of Yi Ying's instructions, those who didn't dare to offend her were full of malice towards her. Thinking back to her previous life, only the security company gave her a sense of security and the medical school gave her a temporary peace. After a long time, she gently shook his strong hand and said softly, "Thank you, Captain Xia. Thank you. Thank you for saving me from being homeless in this life. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know what it's like to be pampered. Thank you. Thank you for letting me not be afraid anymore. Thank you even more. I only know what it means to be complete with you in this life." Yi Qian was a girl who was easily satisfied. Xia Jinyuan had always known that she had never made excessive demands of him. She had never thought of relying on him to solve those troublesome matters. Even when it came to the matter with Yi Jifan, she had never said that she wanted to use him to explain. She was a girl who had always relied on her own efforts to move forward. Even though she had suffered a lot in her previous life, she still maintained a sincere heart. She was kind and grateful. How could such a girl not move Xia Jinyuan? Xia Jinyuan's meeting with Yi Qian was the beginning of his happiness, and also the beginning of Yi Qian's happiness. Her sadness did not escape Xia Jinyuan's eyes. It could be said that Yi Qian's every move could be instantly detected by Xia Jinyuan as long as there was a slight change in her emotions. Gently holding her hand, he said in a low voice, "The Du family has always disliked our family Xia. Ever since old man Xia became the regiment commander, they have been making things difficult for us. Therefore, Du Jie dared to do something to you. To the family Xia, it was a piece of evidence that they could use against you. Your thank you is in vain. Family Xia and Du family are not on good terms?" Yi Qian was still a little worried that she was trying to coax him. He frowned slightly and asked carefully, "Are you saying this because you're afraid that I'll feel guilty? Who would dare to make things difficult for the family Xia of a military aristocratic family? This family was tough enough, right? Who would dare to offend them? Did this person not want to live long enough? If he wanted to make an enemy out of the Xia family, he would have to weigh his own abilities first." Chapter 1834. You're just a silly fox. Do you think I would make up such a big lie out of fear that you would feel guilty? Her cautious expression pierced his heart deeply. His girl had suffered a lot since she was a child. Before she met Uncle Jen and Uncle Chen, she did not receive the love and protection she deserved. Therefore, she was so afraid of losing her family and everything beautiful. She was even more afraid of implicating the people who cared about her. Clasping her fingers tightly, Xia Jinyuan said word by word in a low voice, "The matter between the two families can't be explained in a few words. If you are interested, I will tell you another day." Only then did Yi Jian believe her. Her frown visibly relaxed as she smiled. No wonder I didn't like Du Jie the moment she opened her mouth. It's because of you. Seeing her smile, Xia Jinyuan's heart softened. Before the age of 14, no one loved her, no one protected her, and she was bullied by Yi Jifan's family everywhere. Even in such an environment, she was still able to be physically and mentally healthy. In the words of old man Xia, the daughter of a martyr must be different. She was indeed different. It was Xia Jinyuan's fortune to have met such a different girl. Therefore, he did not want to see her sad because of the past. His girl should be happy. Even if the road to the military was full of thorns, he still wanted his girl to be happy. If she was not happy, he would use his own way to help her walk out of her sadness and regain her happiness. Major Xia, who prioritized Yi Jian, gently squeezed the slender little hand in his big hand. His thin lips curled up slightly, revealing a hint of a mischievous smile. I actually don't want to accept your thank you. If I accept it, I won't be able to make any other requests. But if I don't accept it, I'm worried that you will feel uneasy. Her sadness did not escape Xia Jinyuan's eyes. Therefore, he began to show his mischievous nature again. How about this? I'll accept your thank you, and then you can give me some benefits. For example, a kiss? Speaking of sweetness, Major Xia, who had forgotten the pain after his scar healed, became energetic again. He glanced at all his comrades in the car and saw that all of them had their eyes closed. He leaned over and said, just once, not too much. Every time this happened, Yi Qian felt helpless. Why was it that the dignified Major Xia, who was always so proper in front of others, could only be proper in front of her for less than 5 minutes? Other than in battle, there was no one else who could be so serious the entire time. The moment she heard that bad tone, she just couldn't feel any disgust. Fortunately, the comrades who had been running around for a day and a night had already fallen asleep. Even the J5 and G3 sitting opposite had their heads leaning against each other. They hugged their rifles tightly and closed their eyes as if they were sleeping soundly. With their eyes closed, they saved Yi Qian from a lot of embarrassment. Are you shy? Then I'll close my eyes too. Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Qian suddenly leaned over. She found her target and kissed him directly with her slightly cold and delicate lips. Her target, Major Xia's thin lips. Major Xia was a little stunned when he felt her slightly cold lips. His little fox was so bold as to kiss him on the lips in front of all his comrades. And he actually had his eyes closed and wasn't looking at her properly. How is it? The dessert tastes good, right? Yi Qian had already sat up straight and asked him calmly, compared to the dessert you wanted, I think Captain Xia would like this dessert more. Although it was a light kiss, what did he mean by that? It meant that his girl was beginning to accept him completely. Chapter 1835. It wasn't just a little bit of pleasure, it made him so happy that he really wanted to do it again. But that was obviously impossible. Only Major Xia, who looked regretful, casually glanced at the J5 opposite him and said, since when did you suddenly attack? It was over before I could react. What a pity. The sky was already bright outside. In the hazy morning light, Yi Jian, whose eyes were curved like a painting, was smiling. Her gaze was slightly tilted as she looked over with a woman's coquettishness. As long as Captain Xia likes it. Major Xia nodded repeatedly. He really liked it. He didn't mind doing it from time to time. He really liked her sudden attacks. She was simply a sweet bomb. Major Xia, who had kept his back straight from the beginning to the end, looked the most serious on the surface, but his hands never stopped moving. One moment, he would use his fingers to rub the back of Yi Qian's hand. The next moment, his fingers would hook tightly around Yi Qian's fingers. The next moment, he would grab Yi Qian's hand and stuff it into his pocket to warm it up with his body heat. There was no other way. He still had regrets. His heart was itching. If he didn't find something to do, his heart would feel terrible. The Tibetan route to Dabin was full of twists and turns, and there were countless dangerous roads. The 2 trucks carrying dozens of special forces followed this dangerous road that had sacrificed countless engineering soldiers to reach the same destination that everyone had arrived at together. The J5 moved slightly. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. What quarrel? Their feelings were clearly sweet. Yi Qian was bold enough to kiss him directly. Their captain was stunned for at least 3 seconds. Obviously, he didn't expect Yi Qian to suddenly kiss him. TSK, TSK, TSK. This sweetness made his mouth feel like it was full of sweetness. He wanted to look a little longer, but unfortunately, their captain didn't let him. A cold gaze inadvertently swept over, making him quickly close his eyes. He thought he had hidden it well. Who knew that everything was exposed? Ha ha ha, this was probably why Yi Qian was stunned when he kissed him. Even when taking a shower in the unit, he had to draw the curtains. Q King, who valued privacy very much, wouldn't let others see his girlfriend kiss him, not even his comrades. It was quiet in the car that was filled with friendliness. Everyone's body was swaying along with the bumpy road. Sometimes they were leaning forward, sometimes they were leaning backward, sometimes they were shaking left and right. In such a dynamic environment, all the Special Forces soldiers in the car, including Yi Jian, were sleeping soundly. It was amazing. Occasionally, the back of a member's head would suddenly hit the hard surface of the hard car. With one eye half open and the other closed, they didn't even need to rub the back of their head and went back to sleep. At night, they met up with the remaining members of the Storm Commandos and began to complete all the tasks in the altitude training. Qin Xiu and the rest arrived at the outpost at Xinxian Bay around 2 in the afternoon the next day. When they arrived at the outpost that was close to the sky, he and another translator, who rarely spoke or showed up, got out of the car and went into the camp arranged by the outpost. They never came out again. The sky above the outpost was very blue. There were no trees or grass. Under the white snow, there were brown gravel. Because the oxygen content in the air was less than half that of flat ground, but the ultraviolet intensity was half that of flat ground, it was extremely difficult to plant trees in Xinxian Bay. The arrival of the art group made the outpost lively. Red lanterns were hung up even before the spring festival. Although the water was only 70 degrees, it was a temperature they could hold in their hands.